They're at 40.
All stars, like we said, very solid in Rondo. Yuri is gonna try again. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Temper. Tries to go for the second. Viking finish as the guys from UAE somehow have made their way into the zone. Yet the Goblin, he's gobbling him up one after the other. They will favorable for Temper right now. Team BERSERK. 15 eliminations potential.
To see his teammates keeps getting closer as well. Adrian trying to do a number with the shotgun. Yet, but they're trying their best to survive. RIZZESPORTS, they're stopping NTX from doing anything, and just like that
But they've learned now the hard way. Sphinxy immediately getting the overhand as the grenades fly through. Another one
happens. But for Team BERSERK, that rotation will not be happening. Reach, of course, he will be continuing to get something going for his MVP. But right now, there goes it.
Get himself knocked away there, getting me charging up. The grenade is launched, and he might knock his teammate instead.
Lobby right now. Yuri is feeling that pain, he's feeling that pressure from Clan, and they're losing numbers 1-by-1. Zane, they are being pushed by Nobreno, but he knocks him off.
Warriors surely has a sight line on their position, but he is going to be spotted out and he's exposed. And he came.
They have been able to survive that fight against UAE.
Ooh. Well, that is a dangerous play. The guys
goes down. And now RIZZESPORTS need to take advantage of this before the teammates get closer. Beautiful jump.
Well, peeks inside. Gets a couple of more knocks to deal through there. But Team BERSERK, they're not stepping away. Take a look at the angles that they have. I mean, Team BERSERK.
So they're trying to also block in the zone here. They have 44k on their side and Goblin is in it. He gets 2 players knocked immediately with that UMP and last.
How far can he go though, being the last player for Team BERSERK, and somehow he tries to go up into the other side. It's a 1v1 potential trade-off here. Zane trying to trade it off. Enter service forward. That's a big, large drop. Get knocked away as well. Zane capitalizing on this. Like I said, they're playing as 2, but they're by Soul Man, and he drops it immediately. And that will be another one biting the dust. Tweety had no idea Yuri that got knocked away there, and they are trying to hold this on. But Team BERSERK somehow seems to launch one over the top side. But now the opening is good. Another grenade and another angle. Pips cannot survive this time on launch. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade with the victim there. Legend trying to circle it up, and he launches one over to the top side. Potion over to the 2 versus 1.
Looking to go toe-to-toe here with Spec. Big little cheeky trade over the top there.
We increase that lead and potentially more kills and having added that, pushing the risk. Okay. They're close.
Emergency cover, or you can just call them the Ritos, right? You have the emergency cover.
Oh, nice. So emergency cover is getting you after down, but you know it's a one piece. They also do make and take that in.
9 more reveal all tempo moving up. Yuri definitely needs to get that health bar checked down. The 6 got gets picked on up. The utilities now starting to fly on through. Adrian playing from behind a rock, and this is the opportunity for MVP. The P90 comes out. Down goes Legend. Temple down to a 2-piece. Things slowly starting to crumble here, but there is still an opportunity in which Temper can look to clutch it out for PUBG, because I think that would probably be a first.
Yeah,
right?
we need
that
a
would
video.
be a pressure on his shoulders. Everything relying on these next few shots. Is it gonna land, or we know Clutch definitely has what it takes to be an
elimination, and this is a all battle. Will he be able to shake off the risk if they come with the switch?
a little bit of a breeze flowing through the building. Let me see how Metro getting picked up here. Yeah, he needs. But now that's Respect getting absolutely disrespected as the sprays come through and are just getting picked off left, right, and center. MVP clips. Distraction, up goes Potion. Are they going to be able to get it? Clutch holding strong, gets up, goes down. 7 on the edge there.
Yeah, it might help, but at the end, he goes to the push, and this might be it. Potion are given and disputed that Potion of 1-by-1. GG. Oh, what are we seeing? Potion on them easily. They have the numbers, they have the knocks. Unfortunately, with only one.
Big showing of confidence coming through from MVP as they look to hold steady, holding that bold position that they started the day off with. Beautiful spray onto the side. They have 6. Reading a number back to you. Funny numbers, right? Let's see if BERSERK.
As they have the numbers, the only team without that one number. Right now, you know, we talk about KXP, but you know what? This is the chicken that we
so far. It has been working out absolutely phenomenally for them. Got to watch out for Retro. Now it's going to be the push. 8-bit just getting absolutely rushed. There's 3 players up for the side of Berserk. We can't say the same here for 8-bit, and they're patiently for that moment to strike. But Peaky Blinders looking to play the Ridge. The P90 coming in clutch for of Temper. Peaky Blinders, MVP, Temper, all facing off to get that win. But up comes Yuri and 6. They can look to close this one up, but unfortunately down goes Yuri. It's up to 6.
To clutch against these MVP squad, they have those numbers. They have to make those.
The highest probability. They have the best chance to potentially clutch this one out. I'd say that. And then, of course, the knocks start hitting in their direction. A quick shift. The Peaky Blinders now Riz. Now Ragnar trying to pop off as best he can. Gets the spray. Trying to get the confirmations. Locks on.
You right now is that player that you have at the recall. Someone just catches him off there. Looks like Glitz. He gets an axe anytime for that one. Immediately sends the M4 to Rusciano, and another one takes
the side here of those utilities now starting to rain on in Aggressor, getting aggressed on, and down he goes. This next nade could close it all up here for the Hunt Legends. An absolute bomb.
Yeah, the angles right. Rush will not back down from this one. They know that they can turn this around. That's a big one, and Death Joe immediately capitalizing on that.
Those and Rush. But Rush, you can see that adrenaline now starting to stack. It's even not thousands of teams all the way from within game, right? And so here they are, that they have the capability. They just gotta remind themselves of that yet again.
RUTHLESS might be getting ambush here fly onto the center of into space. MG3
over here. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Rush also trying to pick up a few quick cheeky trades. Stage mine, sorry. They have very limited time before the blue will do it for them. The Nate now standing. They've been able to lock in quite a bit of damage onto the side here.
Front foot, but there is going to be falling receiving some chaos there. Viper one as he bounces off the walls into the corner, and he's exposed a couple of shots there and goes into the final third. It is a good idea, but you always have to back that with eliminations. Could be something special if they can hold it on. Again, it is a battle of the hillside. He took it immediately, and the press is already on. A couple more sprays there, trying to force the angle, but the press was capitalizing on that one. And just yet, he's waiting to get the opening that he needs, as William peeks out immediately.
Lock in and steal the show on our final Erangel available here today. The most damage, the most chaos, the most carnage is going to descend down upon Jade.
Russian sports, they have that mentality, and unfortunately for teammates, that would be kind of good for them. Landing on Sato's position. I think look at that rush.
Through very narrow slits in the walls. Don't want to get jumped just yet. Could this be the start of ninth place finish? So, on their end, 1 point as a Dravu now is going to look to fight from the shack.
That grenade just bounces off. Fortunately for him, he gets into cover just.
It's about to happen here, Doris. They've got 3 plays up. But, so big trade up coming through here as Doris does lose yet another contender. Flying gonna try and lock it down. It is up to Glitch to hold it all together. A 1v1 showdown. Is Glitch gonna get it? Is gonna try for the jump up. He comes get. And as trying to light this party up as he goes, Molly comes out. Luciano, quick claim. This is my place. Get out. Take over. If we're gonna have to face the music as the shots just rain on down out. Is it gonna be enough to keep them in contention? Team execute hard on.
Respected, but it was always going to be very difficult. That's a nice shot in the corner there, but surely the job is going to be done.
They're slowly approaching their opponents. They're trying to get some casualties done, but secured for themselves. One more, and you're going to have a 4 elimination, a full squad wipeout right on your face. Right now, he's thrown down. In the surroundings, you can see EXT throwing those grenades, and take down 4. Next time, 1-1. Is not going there, but ooh, that's a beautiful spray, and right with them.
Valkyrie indeed. Grenades now coming out from Team MAZOR. Now they are aware of the players there from X.
Monster at this point in time, Team Team Mastro, he's down, and he's all up.
Gatka is on the south, and Gatka seems to be where everyone wants ASTRA creatives. But right now, with his grenades flying back and forth onto Team MAZOR.
Nation Ultimate is going to be down, and Thomas, it's up to this guy to take that initiation to his name. He takes down 1, the AKM only has 2 more bullets. He reloads it, he finishes the flare, and now with the 4 eliminations and potentially 3 more on the way, it is a 1v1. barely survive. You have to get up. You have to get up. Come on, the second grenade is coming. It's about to, the grenades are approaching, and that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, ladies and gentlemen. One more damage, and the player's gone. Actually, two. He takes down one. He takes down two. The third one is low on the HP, and that S12.
Finally being leveled up by ASTRA creating, but we'll talk about that later because ASTRA have now brought another force.
Oh my god, the guy just got naded, back to back. That's two down with two grenades coming in hot. That's the team. They're just gonna push these guys that's gonna come up to save the player, and that's the way.
The East for 4 strengths, they have all the information on the East and they are using it to that
one play. Do not move even a single bit. There we go. Wide short by the team, but oh my god, Zeno's star was Zeno's just eliminated the culture. 4 points from 4.
That has to be, it has to be.
That is right there, but let's take it from right. He takes down one in slow motion. He goes inside, he's low, he takes down the second one, he takes down the third one, and at that moment where he takes down the third one, his gun goes on the complete arena and 8 teams alive. I love it. He's pushing forward, the grenades are coming, and this is the flare, and still, shut up. This grenade, unfortunately, it has not continued.
But they've slept on it. Elevate have gotten their first elimination, but they're able to return that one as Fabian falls. Paradox follows. I would expect Forest to move into for the third party. They're not. Logic though, his position has been spotted. He stands up, plays this carefully. They could get taken out by 4S.
Yes, sir. The player was lucky enough. Now he can get out. Down, and oh my god, he's gonna fall down. You're gonna have for yourself a little boy. Not so it is. We are definitely seeing the fight finally starting at these top 5. You get a minute second dinner as Elevate takes down one of Team ASC's player. Grouping up. You have to utilize that. That's really precise.
Oh!
Take on 1, 2 at the same time.
But Logic understands he has to force them to push, but I don't think they're in any rush. Logic trying to see if he can get one down.
And again, last HP remaining. This is not looking to get eliminated. This grenade is going to do the damage. Once again, another one comes around. The spray first of all takes Melio down. Dollar comes in, finishes the job. Let me tell you once again, Crowns, they're back on their hashtag #1. In close, PUBG is also moving forward as Forest is trying to take them down. And then wait a minute, that's a back and forth on different sides, different X.
Very much aware. Federal down to a single of it. Being thrown down the hill and one would connect as Federal falls to the mini 14 in the hands of Dogger. Jump shot.
Come in. He's going to finish that elimination. He's going to make sure that
Great third body opportunity and a hand. Let's see whether or not Glory can bounce back. Both the players still down on their knees. This is elimination as well. Slowly the teams are starting to crumble. Thugger still holding. Stream forced to take a second look and whether or not they might the right call here. Less is going to be just 16 remaining and not a lot of territory to take position.
The majority of these teams are lacking the win, or they're really doing some work, but Force Strength is on the early phases, but the second half phase was kind of bad for them. They were grenade and the sprays, and they're gonna come. The M41, name me, trying to ram down the players with the car, but
X Project rather being our first team out of the year. Back they go now.
Top 4, they're making sure that they are one of the few into the top 6 that they're players, so they have to be really careful on whatever they're doing.
Astra creatives, Lazy just going to be sneaking their way. Well, we know that is going to be full strength. Oh, Kevin though, getting picked on up.
Lazy's, he's the only remaining host of Team East Nation, and that is a great thing. But Lazy, you have to shoot at Zustama. MAZOR definitely eliminated him too. That's 13 elimination, and they're going for losing their players back and forth. And now the very last guy, Team SO. They're on the hashtag number 15, 16. But no. Still, it's going to take some time. The player comes around. Melio is going to show. Yep. Veteran, done and dusted. But whereas the player entering the southbound cruise is going to use a 45 UMP and unphased the shots upon the player. Ready to take the player down. That's one.
Just everything that SLK can bring in. We do say goodbye to full strength.
Done on that. Can he get the next knockout? Can he get the next elimination? One of the MAZOR Esports pressure got crashed. The sprays are coming around.
Worry in the world with major threats for them in this lobby is going to be facing off against their X project. But, you know, big ups going out to the side of Seems outplayed. Just reading that play beautiful in this lobby. Well, looking at the situation, it seems like they are definitely going to try. You and Nelio absolutely locked on in. They are going to try and dominate. What they're going to try, and everything now falls apart for MAZOR slowly but surely. They are getting the takeaway that they would be able to get so far. And currently, it is looking at the overall performance and help them feel a lot more comfortable moving into the final. Another victory, go for another goal. Looking to back that winner with a chicken. Then
it is over for them as they were outside of that play zone, and the play zone just took them down.
Rotate into that safe playable area because, yeah, you don't want to get caught out of feeling the pressure as Elevate Thugger looks to step it up. Coming in hot, Thugger just reaching out and looking to do that. So going to keep a close eye on Glory. Because all the
another question that we have to talk about. Pew comes around, takes down Tom.
Out here, because everybody is rushing for points. Both these teams fighting for
coming on the side of Shalazy. Now, Pew going for
to claim that position. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Elevators. They go out. Is going to try and find every angle he can get. But as you can see, 4 strength just there up ahead of them, ready to defend. Hughes is going to try and bring the team back into the fight, but I'm going to push the play. And
2026 PUBG Mobile Africa Esports ecosystem will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. In 2026, PUBG Mobile will be upgraded to 2026 PMGO qualifier region, opening a new path to the global stage for African teams. Divided into 2 seasons S1 and S2, with 1 champion team determined in each season to advance to the top-tier global tournament PMGO. After the tournament officially launches, it will start with online qualifiers. Successfully qualified teams will proceed to their respective countries' standalone PMNC. Through the 2026 Africa PMNC, teams will advance to the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals. The champion of the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 1. The champion of the PMGO Africa Finals Season 2 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 2. So which team will advance to the 2026 PMWC and 2026 PMGC? This depends on the ranking points earned by the teams across the year. The team with the highest total points in the PMGO Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMWC, while the team with the highest total points across the PMWC and 2 seasons of PMGO will qualify for the 2026 PMGC. The entire world will join.
Africa rises. From 4 battlegrounds, the best have battled, the strongest remain. Now, 1 final stage, 1 champion. Be the #1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
It is time for us to head into the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa Finals, day #1. Right, we have made it all the way here. The teams have worked through their regional qualifiers to get themselves all the way to this point. And it all boils down to today and tomorrow to see who is going to be representing the Africa region in the upcoming PMGO. So much to look forward to. My name is DK, and of course, I'm joined by none other than Mitch Gaming. How are you doing today?
I am doing amazing, DK. I mean, I'm excited. Well, I know people cannot see it, but in real life, I'm actually very excited. It is the first day for the Africa finals. I cannot wait to see what the teams are up to. But of course, I'm expecting some drama, seeing that it is the first day in the finals.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of that drama potentially happening out on the battlefield. As we know, all the teams from across the region and the area are going to be competing to see who are going to be the ones to sit at the tippity top. But of course, we have our invited team as well, right? Of course, the champions from the PMAC from 2025 are going to be stepping onto the battlefield as well. So I'm excited here, Mitch, like to see what's going to be happening, how the teams are going to be really facing off, because within their respective regions, all the best teams have made it to this point. And now we looked at some pretty exciting scores as well, right? Some pretty high figures that were brought in respectively. But now is that opportunity to see how they all kind of measure up, right? Because from here, the next step up is going to be quite a bit of a jump, right? Because from here, they step into the international stage. That is where everything gets super serious if it's not already quite serious. So I think there's quite a bit of pressure, potentially maybe some nerves building under the teams here today, but we'll allow that for the first game, right? First match, get those nerves done and bust it out. Then we head into the rest of the day and we just look at amazing PUBG gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned something really important about the winners for 2025, their PMAC joining us. It's going to be a really interesting night. I mean, the teams are going to be forced to step up to the occasion just to make sure they level up the same level this team was last year. But of course, looking at how these teams made their way here tonight, they started the PMNC qualifiers that they did in game throughout all the regions, with only the top 32 teams advancing into the group stages, where they were divided into two groups of 16 teams, which then played 6 matches for 2 days. And then now we were able to get the top 4 teams from South Africa, top 3 from Kenya, top 3 from Nigeria, and then top 5 from the wildcards. And just like DK has said, we finally have the winners of 2025 PMAC, that is X-Force Reject, joining us tonight. I cannot wait to see how that's going to be. I mean, DK, now it's going to be a matter of experience, because this team was able to make their way to PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of experience, but we'll see. Is that experience going to hold up against what the teams have been cooking over here, right? There's quite a bit on the table. And speaking about what's on the table, of course, it is going to be that share of the prize pool as well, right? Pole position is going to award them $2,500, and then it trickles all the way down to that 16th position, which is going to be worth $100. But of course, then the star, the MVP, the player with the mostest, is going to be walking away with an additional $300 on top of wherever his team ends. So quite a bit of excitement there, and it's always good to see the players really competing for that position, right? Just stepping out there, getting aggressive, landing the damage, landing all those eliminations, and of course bringing in that survivability as well. And well, the only way for the teams to ensure that they finish as high up as they would want to be, which I would hope is that first place, of course, is going to be through utilizing the point structure, right? We've seen this go around the block a few times, and here it is. It is going to start with 10 points for pole position, all the way to 9th to 16th, which is not going to be awarding any points, but the teams can still make up for that with eliminations, as each elimination is going to award them 1 additional point on top of what they have already. And in case there are any ties, we are going to be looking then at, firstly, how many winner-winner chicken dinners they have across all the matches, after which, if there's still a tie, then it's based on the placement points total, then the eliminations total, and of course, if all of those are all the same, the final one is going to be their best placement ranking across the previous matches. So we're going to see who ended up higher in those respective games. So you always want to try your utmost best in case something like a tie is to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we do not want to see ties. We saw that before. We saw during the different regions from Kenya to South Africa to wildcard. We literally had to battle a lot of tiebreakers, but Of course, we're hoping that does not happen, but look at the teams participating tonight. We have all the top teams from all the regions. They have been put together. ASTRA Creatives is in the building. We are going to be seeing a lot of Madagascar there. We have Elevate Esports, Death Dose, a 4 Strength, Slime 4 KT, Rush Esports, Neon Outlaws, Fallen Ruthless, Team MVP, MAZOR, Temper, X-Force Rejects. That is a team I'm guessing most people will be looking at to see how they're going to be playing tonight. But let's just let them rest. I'm not going to be jinxing anyone today. We have RIZZESPORTS, Zeus Morris, Tribers, and then Team BERSERK. DK, we were here together during SA, and we saw what Team BERSERK cooked. We saw how they decided, okay, so everyone thought we're not going to be cooking. Honestly, we didn't mention them, but they did come and they surprised all of us. So again, I think tonight we might be surprised as well, just by looking at how these teams are going to be playing today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for a lot of those surprises to come through, and of course, not a surprise rather, to look at our map rotation, right? We've seen this all the way through the regionals, right? We went in onto our first rondo, a triple dose of Erangel coming up after that, and of course Miramar to close off the day. But being the Africa Finals, we need to add a little bit of something special in here as well, right? We do have that TDM show match that is going to be coming in right in the middle of the day, so there's a lot of excitement that we'll be looking at. Who's going to be stepping onto that TDM battlefield to show us what they can bring on in?
I can say, hint, hint, it's one of your casters and another caster. Hint, hint. If you've been waiting for this battle, guys, I promise you do not want to miss this. Well, versus you, I already won even before it started. So don't worry about it. So, it's true. Thank you. Thank you for being the first person to acknowledge this. But honestly, I am excited for today. I cannot wait to see how the teams are going to be playing across all maps. And of course, for the TDM show match, where they'll now finally see which caster is the best when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Not just talking about it, but actually playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta put your money where your mouth is, right? Or rather, put your phone where your mouth is, right? You're gonna have to step out there on the battlefield, get nice and sweaty, get nice and aggressive, and of course show us everything that you can bring on in. And I've got some pretty good expectations for the teams, right? I mean, of course, as we saw our first map, we are going to be stepping over onto Rondo. So there already is a bit of an expectation, right? We can look back at how the teams have performed historically to get a bit of an idea as to who we could see potentially rising to the occasion here. And I mean, I think a team like Temper, 4KT, or BERSERK could be coming in. We could be looking at MAZOR. We've got quite a few strong contenders that have been able to secure themselves quite a few decent points all throughout their regionals. Now, as we know, Brutal Psychos coming in from your region, right? All these teams have brought so much to the field here, but can they replicate those exact same results going up against the teams now, right? Going up against the best from all the different regions that we have competing here. And I think that is going to be quite an exciting one to see exactly who will be the first ones to rise to the first win a chicken dinner. But I think the other big question here is, do you think we are going to be having a potential 20 elimination victory for game number 1?
Yes, at this point, I believe it's there. We are going to be getting a 20 elimination game from Rondo, especially now that people have seen how these teams have played before. I mean, they literally have the leakage. They've been able to watch the previous live streams. They have seen how these teams made their way here, so why not take advantage of that? I'm sure some people sat and did a whole drafting of this team landed here, this one landed there. I'm sure some will change, but some might not. We know some teams that will always maintain their landing spot, irregardless of the situation. Whether you're 20, 30 teams, they'll always find their way there. So of course, even though we'll have some changing, I do know some teams have sat down, analyze landing spots, and they might be looking to cook 20 eliminations. And if they do, it's gonna be a good day tonight. Is it day, night? It depends on your country. But of course, it's going to be an amazing time, and I'm just going to be here with you, DK, to make sure I judge them correctly. Okay, wrongly and correctly, 50-50.
Yes. It is going to be an exciting one indeed. But you know, there's going to be quite a few things happening here, and you know, we are going to be putting them well, rather the teams, right? They are going to be putting on an absolute show under the lights here today, right? Speaking of the lights, though, have you seen the active matrix light on the Note 60 series, right? It's not just about winning. It's about looking good while doing it, right? The pro suit up move. You got to bring some of that little action in as well. And of course, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, it's the phone right down there. And if you want to find out more about it, head on over to that QR code, scan it up, take a look. Look at that amazing device. And of course, well, it's on the side of either of us, right? We have those phones in case you are curious to see a little bit more. I like the fact that when you look at the camera side, you've got that little mini screen there, right? Showing you some extra information. I'm pretty sure that works to some extent with the camera as well. Always exciting to see all the different, you know, like little touches they can add with the technology. But yeah, gotta say it looks pretty awesome. Orange is a very cool color as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to try it though. It seems like a really cool gaming phone, you know. It's good for beating DK and Priest and PTK and whichever caster you may have, even Maxman, whoever you are. Once I get Infinix Note 60 series, I am going to show you guys how good the game can actually get. But of course, don't listen to me. I'm just a pro player who likes talking a lot, and it gets to me sometimes. You know? But yeah, I mean, yeah, you can check out the phone there, you know, get to try it, give it a try. It has a lot of amazing features for PUBG mobile player. You can go ahead and give it a try. But I just remembered something here, DK, with the teams playing tonight. X-Force, right? X-Force hasn't played all through. They haven't joined any game. They are starting today. This is when they now face their competition across Africa. Do you think this is something that is going to be affecting them, or they actually have the upper hand, being that they watched from day one till today?
I think they definitely do have a bit of an advantage, having the opportunity to sit and really look at what these teams have been doing and kind of formulate a strategy as to how to respond. But I mean, we can simply speculate at this point, right? I'm pretty sure also in the fact that they've done a lot of preparation so that they don't feel a little bit foreign to the action here, right? They do quite a bit to make sure that they are, you know, nice and limbered up. You get their hands on the devices, make sure everything is working exactly as it's supposed to, get all the setups properly secured. But I would like to see them kind of come in as if they've been here the whole time, right? See that same kind of pacing and really test the other squads, right? Because that is essentially why they are here, right? They are the top team at this point, right? Now we get all the other squads that have been competing against each other to really showcase what their capabilities are and how they essentially measure up on that front. I can tell you from what we've been looking at in the regionals, though, it is going to be a pretty sweaty engagement for them, right? It's not going to come easy, right? We've got 4KT, we've got BERSERK, we've got MAZOR and a few other teams that have all been performing quite well in their respective regions. I mean, 4KT, right? They were able to secure themselves 37 points on the map of Rondo just in 2 games, right? So that puts them on an average of about 18 and a half, maybe 19, and all of that without getting a winner chicken dinner. Right, so they've already set a bit of an expectation for themselves. So I'm really curious to see how that is going to play out once the teams now get the opportunity to really face off here in the Africa finals. And that's what everything's been, you know, essentially pointing towards, getting us to here to see who's going to be that team to sit at the top and represent the Africa region in the upcoming PMG. That is a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
A lot of pressure. I mean, you're going alone, just one single team to represent a whole region. That is not going to be easy at all. But the good thing is they've been practicing. I mean, you've been playing from the word go last year, this year. Okay, since the day you started PUBG Mobile. And now it's your time to shine. I mean, they need to have this in mind. Every push, every strategy they're putting to play today, it has to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, we might just be losing even some good teams. We've seen that before. We've seen good teams, they don't start off good, and it kind of destroys their S-team throughout the game, and they start going down. They stop seeing what their agenda was at the beginning. So I'm hoping that they know in mind it's beyond them, you know, it's beyond them. It's going to be a regional thing. After you qualify here, when you go to that stage, you know, Africa, you're not, I don't want to mention player names. They might feel the pressure, but you're not you're now Africa. Exactly. So I really hope they have this in mind. It's going to be really sweaty, but we'll be with them throughout the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to support them, and I'm pretty sure their fans in the chat are here to support them as well. And I think, speaking of which, if you're in the chat, let us know. Who are you here to support, right? Who do you think is going to be the first team to sit at the top of the board come end of day, or potentially even after our very first match that we are going to have running in very, very soon? And of course, we are going to be hopping into Rondo momentarily, but we've got to make sure that everything is properly sorted, right? First had to check the engine, make sure the pilot knows exactly where he's going to be going, and of course, whether or not all the teams actually have their parachutes on, right? Otherwise, they would have been on the ground just way too quickly, right? We have to make it fair for everybody. It has to take you a certain amount of time before your feet actually touch the floor. So, curious to see where this is going to go. But it is going to be go time now as we get ready to hop straight into the action here, Mitch.
Yep, it is finally time for us to start the game, and it is time for teams. I can only imagine what they're going through. They're shaking or their hands are sweating. Every emotion right now is with them. But of course, we cannot wait to see how they're going to be performing coming into game one. It's going to be a very, very strong game for teams that are going to be taking advantage of this. And looking at that flight path, it is actually a good one, cutting across literally half of Rondo, so they have everywhere to go to and try and get their loot quite good. They can have people holding the outpost, then go for the recall in case they need it. But I hope when it comes into this first game, I hope that we are going to be seeing something good coming from this team, TK.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely what we want to see. We want to see the teams do their absolute best here. So there is some pretty high expectation across the board for essentially everybody that's here. I can't think of a single team that we don't have high expectations for, but let's see who are going to be those ones to deliver as Temper and everybody else now starts to ban on out looking for that looting phase. And I mean, we're not expecting too much of an insane start to the action here. As we know, all the teams are just trying to assess what the idea is for today, right? How much aggression do they really need to bring on in? Because also take into account, right? It's only today and tomorrow. That's it, right? There's no day 3.
Yeah.
It's only day first and day last. That is it. So whatever you can't accomplish on the first day, you better hope that you are an absolute goat when it comes to that final day, because it is going to be a very, very tough one to try and secure. But for the time being, it's just going to be a looting phase, Mitch. So curious to see if we'll have any engagements here.
I hope so. They better take advantage of Rondo. They're not getting a chance to do this again, but it seems like our champions of PMAC are already taking on some damage. Shiva, they're being knocked and thirsted very early in the game, and MAZOR Gaming is taking a good turn. First elimination, even though already they do have Aatrox taken back to lobby this early. But of course, there is time to recover and get their points before we can even call it a night in Rondo. A lot can happen. Recalls are there. A lot of things come to play. But now looking at Rondo, when looking at where the teams are, it seems like everyone wanted to be in the factory. I guess they're cooking something for us tonight, DK. I think they have a plan. We just cannot see it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out pretty soon exactly what they've got to plan for us, whether it's going to be a 3-course meal or just a quick snack. But it is, of course, black to start us off here as the shots now lock on in. We are finding a few confirmations, but as we know, this being Rondo, recalls are a big thing for the teams to focus on. BERSERK going to be looking to roll through here as well. Our third strongest team on this map, 35 points. Is what they've been able to bag for themselves so far. Let's see, will they bag even more as the confirmation is in, and Reverb is going to be the first one to get picked up.
I mean, I don't know why they're deciding to let very early casualties find their way, but of course I believe they're thinking about what Rondo brings, and of course if the recall is there, they're going to be taking advantage of this. And we have Team BERSERK, a team that we have seen them doing quite a number of damage throughout the games. Right now they're giving RGC a really hard time. They're trying to farm as many points as they can with this fight, and Devil is not lucky because Finksy, where he is, he can actually see him and can hear his movements around the place. Baby T is here as well. I'm guessing, what? How are they getting the recall? Who's at the recall point for RJC?
Batman, that's who's at the recall, right? They are just so quick that they can get those recalls done without moving
That
a
was too
muscle.
quick.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got those reactions, you got it, right? So now it is going to be push, push, push as Danching, now is going to be settled here by Neon Outlaws. They move up, they move through, and they are going to be sitting quite comfortable with a few points on the board. 3, in fact, right? So they are leading the charge. Let's see, is it going to be them holding on to pole position for the rest of the match here? Or is it just but the start of it? Zeus Morris, though, also going to be looking for a bit of an angle opportunity. Not quite sure where the rest of the team here went, but Kevin is going to be situated just inside the compound. And I think realistically for Kevin here, right, he's going to try and not make too much noise, right? Want to try and survive here a little bit longer, trying to carry that team up into the next bit. And, of course, everyone's looking for those eliminations. But Zeus Morris, they also performed quite well back in their respective regions. So I'm quite hopeful to see them really capitalize, right? They got themselves 31 eliminations in total across the 2 rondos that they played in those regional qualifiers. But their highest position that they were able to secure was a 2nd place. So could this be their opportunity for that winner chicken dinner?
I hope so. I hope they're going to be making us question why did they get 2nd and not 1st place, but it means they just took their time and decided to get composed and understand the game and finally come for what is rightfully theirs. Because right now they're trying to take on Team MVP. Good damage there on Kevin, and he goes down. That means Team MVP can easily go in for that, which Zeus Morris right now is losing numbers, something that is not really good for them. If they are trying to get to that 1st place slot, they should really work towards getting as many points as possible. But for MVP, they are losing numbers to Team BERSERK rate as well. I think these teams here, they're finally comfortable. They know what they want, and they are not letting anyone take it from them. Literally, no one is taking it. And actually, you might be losing a team here.
That's just part of what it is, right? They got to keep it up, make it difficult for anybody to try and contest them. And, well, we'll see soon what the results of that is, but it is going to be go time for everybody still in a position to contest this. They still have to rotate up in towards zone, right? Still a bit of a long way to travel for a few of our squads here. But as we know, not outside the realm of possibility as, well, all they got to do is stay ahead of the blue. That is objective number 1, right? Don't get caught out of the blue unnecessarily. And I say that, and then, of course, we've got one team going in the opposite direction. They are actually rotating through Jadina City, right? I mean, that is half of MAZOR, but I think they're trying to catch up, or they bumped into a tree along the way. Speaking about bumping, though, Clutch getting bumped back into the lobby. Unfortunate play here for the side of Riz, but let's see. Can they figure out the next play from here?
They really did too, but they're lucky. Just one man was there, and he was the only casualty for the team. So they're lucky with that. For the Death Doors, I think they have another plan as well, because right now they're playing a little bit aggressive. They're trying to get as many points as possible along the way. But you have mentioned about the rotation towards the zone. Last time, everyone was trying to stay outside in the blue zone, and it was costing some teams. We had people being knocked, thirsted by the blue zone. They did not think it through, and that of course affected their overall play in this game. So now, even as I look at what is happening, DK, the points are not really going up for most of the teams. We only have 4 at max there. We have 3 for BERSERK. We already have a team. Rush Esports is no longer in the game. They have already been eliminated. So this looks like a good start for the teams, but for some reason it looks harder than we expected it to be. And I think we're going to be having a very long night of the first game not being as we had predicted. But let's just give it time. Maybe, just maybe, we are judging them a little bit too early.
Well, it's going to be a tough one, right? I mean, it is already the first match, right? If they get taken out early, we'll excuse that only once, right? They have to come back with a vengeance for the remainder of the day. Because if they don't, they are unfortunately not going to be able to get themselves to where they want to be. But speaking about teams looking to get themselves where they want to be, maybe Center Zone is going to be that prime real estate position, as everybody is essentially moving in that direction. Now, this is quite interesting because usually we see squads either play center or play edge, right? Especially in what we've been looking at so far for Africa. But today, they changed everything up, right? It seems like everybody is just trying to pile up into that middle section of the zone. It is going to be absolute chaos and carnage. But you know what? A few teams are going to be smiling from ear to ear as they are going to be having eliminations just running over from their buckets.
Yep, they are going to be enjoying a good time, and I hope they're aware of that, because some I don't think they are. But anyway, I'm judging them. I know I'm really good at judging, but I'm going to fix that with time and stop judging people. But so far, most of the teams luckily are already making their way into that safe zone. Team BERSERK, though, they're too far out, and I don't think that is something they should really let be, because if they stay there for a while, then something will be wrong for Team BERSERK.
Well, hopefully they will get their butts moving on. It does seem like BERSERK is going to be rotating in towards the zone, essentially looking to ride that blue wave as it rushes on in. But I don't want to be in that southern side of the zone. It is looking pretty uncomfortable with the sheer volume of players currently situated there. Surprisingly enough, though, Yulin only sees one team in there, right? That is going to be the side of Temper. So Temper will have a great opportunity to really try and utilize Yulin to its full potential here, while the rest of the lobby, the rest of the teams are still going to look for that next position to move into. And of course, aside from Yulin, we do see Zhao Tin also being in play. So multiple opportunities, but none more for Zeus here, as they are going to be taken out next. Quickly, these teams are starting to fall, and we're not seeing any crazy revive strategies actually being utilized today.
Yeah, it's going to be a sad start for these teams. I'm not gonna lie. They are going to be feeling a lot of pain when they see a team getting 20 eliminations, 30 points just from Rondo. ASTRA Creatives here are also taking advantage of Slime 4KT. They have been able to support them. I am not sure why they're engaged in this early, but if they need the points, then they should definitely finish this fight. We do have a couple of casualties there. Quilla goes down as well. The grenade actually worked, and they might be looking at cooking another grenade. But you can see what's happening there. Some players are actually running away from this fight. And if you ask me, it might look like they're avoiding the fight, but that is the best strategy for now. If they're trying to survive and get as many points as possible along the way, running from this fight might just be the best thing for Slime 4KT.
Yeah, I mean, because survivability is going to be your main focus at this point, right? You don't want to get caught out. You want to try and make it all the way to the end of this game, because that's where the points lie, right? If you go out early like Rush and Zeus did here, the only points that you have is what you were able to secure with those eliminations. So if you are playing with a slightly different strategy, survivability is going to be your main focal point right here. And Neon and everybody else now just trying to get themselves in a little bit of a better setup here. BERSERK going to be feeling quite a bit of that pressure as they roll up on into quite a bit of a spray down. Yulin, not the best entry point, but that is at least the approach that they are going to be looking to take now. Wrath trying to survive here, and this is where BERSERK essentially now has to start licking their wounds.
Team BERSERK. I don't know about them licking their wounds, but it's not going well for this team. They already have 3 points so far, but they need to get more. We are not seeing teams really pushing towards, we need these points. But of course, it is game 1. I am not pressuring anyone, but of course, they do have a chance of giving us something happening here. But looking at that zone rotation and where the teams are going to, we still have people very comfortable staying outside that blue zone as they make their rotations. But for Team MVP, that will not be an easy turn there from Orange. He has already been knocked down for X-Force rejects. They're trying to make their rotations into the zone. They need to get that point confirmed, and actually it was, and they do have that 1 elimination in their bag. But most of the teams, they're finally crowding in, and they want to take on the fights. They do want the points, and they want to make sure everything happens. But DK, you have seen that grenade, and you know what's about to happen with that pre-nade that is being cooked to perfection.
Yeah, it is going to be right on the money here, as we do say goodbye to Temper 6 God. Quick, swift actions there from the side of Adrian. Let's see whether or not Leo can do something in response. Sends out a nade and says, you know what? Please don't come in my direction. Not yet. I'm not ready for you. I needed a little bit more ammo or, you know, something else to try and contest that engagement with. But he won't have too much time, right? As you can see, that blue zone is running on in as the little PUBG guy is heading to the edge of the screen. So that means stage 2, or rather stage 4, is about to hit, and that is going to be putting even more pressure on. I hope to some extent that we are going to be moving into Yulin, but unfortunately, we are heading slightly west, right? So, especially for those, I would say this is a beautiful setup that they have here.
Yeah, they are actually really safe in that zone. They do have neighbors right next to them, that is Fall and Ruthless. They seem to be buying land and they want to occupy that place right now. But as they do that, Neon Rising is creeping in as well on the northern side of the zone. We do have Astra Creatives, Slime 4KT. They're also getting their game up. They want to get closer, but someone will get hurt with this rotation. X-Force Rejects, they haven't decided where they want to be just yet. They're letting people move in the zone. They're letting people occupy homes, but it might be a risky move. If someone is a good housekeeper, there's no way you'll enter their home without them cleaning you out of their place. Easy.
Well, let's see who's going to be doing housekeeping and who is just going to be fluffing up some pillows over here. In the meantime, it is going to be go, go, go. At least on that northern edge, right? We've got 4KT, we've got those there. We've got Fallen also holding on to a bit of a position alongside Riz. So, slightly contentious position up north, but a lot more contention coming in over on towards the eastern front as MAZOR now needs to live up to the hype. Neon knocking on the door. And we do see Astra also just on that ridge, but unfortunately Neon can't hold on as they are going to be taken on down. Now the final 12 teams, they have quite a bit of responsibility ahead of them, right? They need to find a way to squeeze 44 players into this itty-bitty zone.
44 players? If they're not using the right device, someone is going to be hurt tonight. But of course, we do have grenades there coming in. We do have people looking for nice Kobe's nades from every single side. And MAZOR is in the middle of a red zone right now. The nades are not stopping. Their name is Grenade. It does take 2 players down for MAZOR. That would be Demonic and Crusher. And immediately, we can see Q's trying to go in for that push again. They do have a player that is really, really low. They are from getting a revive, but they have to be really careful right now. 4 strength is coming in, guns blazing, and they want to finish this before anything. But as you can see on that kill feed, we actually have a third party, that is Astra Creatives, taking on a chance, and they might just be able to get a lot of eliminations just from third party in this fight.
I mean, Balalal doing, you know, unsurprising things, right? We've seen that from Balalal before. Well, let's see, can Astra Creatives now come up with an even more creative way to seal their fate here? So far, so good. Finding the eliminations, finding the damage, finding 7 bits of carnage. They are just looking to lock on in. I mean, Astra Creatives definitely looking to capitalize on what Rondo is giving to them. But it's not going to be easily won, as there are still quite a bit of teams looking to contest here. MAZOR using this opportunity to get themselves back up onto their feet. So Federal and Atrox definitely have to plan this next push very, very careful, because I mean that Dorito is only going to last so long. The zone is going to shift up, and if they're not in it, well, they're going to have to just lock in on Astra.
And Astra is not budging at all. They have an agenda, and they'll make sure they get it finished before they decide to move from this place. They're trying to get as much cover as they can as they continue with this fight, but MAZOR is watching the fight from above. We have the fast player down, that will be Balalal. He gets knocked with a shotgun, and Melio is going in for that push as well, because they need to work on their feet. Otherwise, they will be going back to lobby without even knowing what really happened here. Grenades, mollies, everything. It has been launched towards them, and one person might just be a casualty. We do have one does go down. That would be Melio Federal. He's taking advantage of this. His shotgun in his hand, and he wants to finish off the team. The damage is good, but Pew Pew's play is just a little bit better. And that will be it for MAZOR Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, they had the right kind of cereal this morning because they chose violence when they stepped out onto the battlefield, just wiping another team to the wayside, already hitting the double-digit eliminations. They are going to try and push all the way through. Now it's going to be Pew Pew, looking to do exactly as the name suggests, right? Going to get ready to gun down a few of these plays, but you got to watch out for MVP over on the edge. We do see the players there from Elevate Esports also holding nice and steady. Fallen Ruthless, they've been a little bit quiet. Yes, they have been cooking up a few sprays, but not too many just yet. So 3 eliminations, they can definitely look to capitalize on a few more. But Elevate now looking to extend the utility damage all the way into the side of MVP. Unfortunately, is going to be favored to get picked on up, and MVP, they've got the solution, right? They've got the potion here. They are going to be looking to smoke it up and cover the ridge and hopefully get themselves securely up into the zone.
Yep, right before Elevate decides to move. Logic is on the crosshairs for potion, and he is not stopping till he sees him. He's just waiting, and he actually got some damage there while Logic was trying to get into that baggy, trying to change his position. That was not going to be an easy move anyway. Astra Creatives, unfortunately, they have been taken back to lobby. The teams are now closing in. The zone is smaller than before, and the damage is even higher. They need to figure out what are their next steps. For the Tribe Warriors, they do have Fallen Ruthless right in front of them, and I don't think they are planning on going back to lobby just yet. They do have a plan, and they need to make it work. Looking at RJC there, they do have one of the teammates, Baby, has been taken back to lobby, and that leaves only Shiva, one man standing, having to go against 7 teams by himself. We have seen this before, DK, but of course, it's not always an easy play.
Yep, it never really is, right? I mean, anything can change without even a notification coming through. Paradox gonna be the next one down here. We can see Logic just holding on the back end there. But I'm curious to see what is gonna come through from the side of Tempo, right? They've just been cautious. They are down to 2 players. They've not been able to secure themselves any eliminations, and now it is gonna be Slime getting closer and closer to them. But this is where things look to get quite interesting, because you can see one of the Tempo players just there on the edge of zone. So there is a bit of a surprise factor coming into play, as they could really look to leverage that angle now. But looking at Slime and knowing what Slime usually does, right, this is not going to be an easy battle, right? They're going to have to be very quick and decisive, because the moment Slime gets an eye on them, it is tickets for them. But now, X-Force, though, they've been having a pretty decent run here so far today as well, right? As you can see, Shiva still alive, 3 eliminations up, but the team is sitting on a very comfortable 9, and now it's going to come that push as Legend locks on in, picks off that Slime, but Slime comes over the top, down they go, and Tempo Yuri just narrowly surviving the play.
I mean, that was interesting. That's for Slime for KT. Where were you going to? Why were you flying? You shouldn't. Anyway, that was a very, very, very hard watch. But of course, there can only be one winner, and it all depends on how you handle fights. But so far, so good. You do have 5 teams remaining: Fallen Ruthless, Death Dose, Tribe Warriors, Team Temper, and then Elevate. All of them in the last zone. They are fighting for that chicken dinner in the first game of the night, the game that decides which team is having the upper hand. So far, I believe Astra Creatives, the 11 eliminations, might just be having a good time. But of course, DK, we do have RJC there with 9, and it is just one player that was standing. They would have gotten more, but unfortunately, that was not going to be an easy time.
Yeah, unfortunately, indeed, we do say goodbye to yet another squad. I believe that was the Tribe Warriors. But here we have it, though. Right, Death Dose, KENY, and the rest of the crew just locked on in. And this is an interesting setup coming from both Dose and the Fallen Ruthless, right? Both squads rolling up with a full team all the way to the very end. And I'm surprised to see them not really having insane amounts of eliminations, right? Those sitting on 8, that is very decent. And of course, now Fallen Ruthless just secured their 6th play. But Tempo, 2 eliminations, 2 players. Ooh, I hope for Tempo's sake, at least here, that Fallen and the side of Dose are going to start engaging with each other before turning their scopes down on towards that far edge where we can see Temper just holding that ridge.
I mean, Tampa has a good place where they are for now. They can stay there, just creep in slowly, let the two teams take each other on. I believe, okay, Deathers and Fallen Ruthless, same region. But of course, there can only be one winner. So they need to figure that out before anyone decides to come in. That is Temper. It's going to be a little bit confusing. Temper might just be able to get some third-party play happening in case they're distracted. So a lot is going to be coming in play here. And I cannot wait to see which team is going to be winning this fight. They do have to figure it out. They cannot stay here. They need to start running as fast as the man running, saying the circle is closing in 3, 2, 1. But why is he running to anyway? That's no, it's just a realization. But of course, DK, this game is coming to an end. I don't think there's anything else these teams can do. Only the placement points, a few elimination points along the way, but their chances of using up Rondo's luck is officially coming to an end.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we have on the battlefield right now is quite interesting, right? Especially with Fallen Ruthless, right? This so far is the best rondo that they've played. Their absolute best rondo to this point, right? Because previously the highest placement they got was 8th place. Now they're in the top 3, right? They had 10 points total across 2 rondos. They're currently sitting on, well, I would say at least 11, right? Because if they go out in 3rd place, they're going to walk away with currently 11 points total. So, I mean, big ups to Fallen Ruthless. They just were able to unlock that next phase. Dose, though, on the other hand, this is, again, not very surprising to see Dose make it to the stage, right? They are quite comfortable with getting themselves winner chicken dinners on this map in particular. So if there's any team here that could potentially have a good chance of securing themselves the victory, I would probably say Dose, right? It looks like they just have everything locked in. But it is going to rely quite heavily on what that zone does and, of course, what Temper is going to be bringing in as well. Because that slight factor could have a big impact on it. And, well, Glixie shows us firsthand exactly how cautious you need to be.
Anything you do, oh my God, is going to reflect on what is going to be happening to your team. Glixie there, he needs to be really careful. Fallen Ruthless, Shakid, one Kazos on the side, but Temper Yuri does get that knock on one, because that means just 2 more players remaining for Fallen Ruthless, and that will be it for them. So right now, they are in the middle of 2 teams. We have Rashiano there trying to focus on that revive. He wants to get 1Kiz back in the game. They need their numbers. For Death Dose, Shakid is holding them hostage there and saying there is no way you're moving because we need all your points. But Death Dose is also doing the same thing, and they're telling Shakid, you cannot come to our zone. Everybody has their own territory, and right there where they are, that is Dose territory. So there's no way Shakid is staying there. He's actually locked in.
Yeah. I mean, determination could eventually pay off for them. And as you said, right, Shakir is just going to try and hold on because currently that's realistically the only safe spot for him to be in. But let's see if Fallen Ruthless can get into that next phase. We do see Glixie starting to move up. So Shakir now having a pretty good idea of where not to go. The mollies are going to start to be thrown across the way. The utilities are going in full swing. But Temper, they just waiting back, right? I mean, it's almost like they've brought a lawn chair with them. They just big chilling on the edge of zone, waiting for Doze and Fallen to fight it out so they can swoop in and lay claim to that winner chicken dinner. That is going to be a potentially easy victory, but not so easy for Doze and Fallen Ruthless, right? Both squads still having a little bit of work to do here.
Yeah, they are very much in a tight position. That's true. Tempa is enjoying this. I mean, Tempa is by the zone. They do not have to go anywhere. They literally, if they want to move, they just have to move maybe their forehead a little bit inside. But I believe they're safe. But looking at FR here, Death Dose, Shakir is hanging on to dear life. But the zone, my friend, is never your friend. And that's how fallen Ruthless is just losing the run here for the victory in this first game of the night. Now we do have just two teams standing. Deathers, they do have the numbers. Temper, they do have the location. And right now, it's all a matter of how good are you when it comes to handling the last turn fights. Will you be able to take on a full team by yourselves as a duo, or we can just give it to Deathers and call it a night for Rondo?
Yeah, I mean we could, right? But that's no fun, right? We want to see the teams fight it out for the last few minutes left on the clock, and of course the answer is going to be 2.5 minutes. That is how much time we have remaining, and it's all going to be a full send opportunity. Those, they definitely have the numbers advantage, but Temper, they've just been cooking here, right? Yes, they don't have the same amount of eliminations. Yes, they don't have the same probability to get that victory. But let's see, is that going to be decided for them, or will they take control of the situation? Now it's going to be push time, and here we go. Temper trying to lock it in, already finding a little bit of damage, but this is where they need to play almost textbook perfect PUBG. I don't think there is such a textbook, but if there's ever one, a lot of teams will help contribute to that. Yuri is going to be picked up. Up comes Legend. Oh, and down they go. That is a sweep coming through from those. I mean, I said, but out of the teams that we have here, there's one team that's been very comfortable with getting those winner chicken dinners. And of course, well, we saw exactly who it was.
Yep, Death Does Kenya finally got the chicken dinner. Of course, DK is feeling good about this. He already made the prediction mid-game and said they're the ones who are comfortable, and it actually is as is. We do have the first chicken dinner going to none other than Death Does Kenya. Congratulations to you guys. And of course, for teams that have already made it to the top 3, next time, maybe you will get a chicken dinner. That is tomorrow, because there's no other day to try and take advantage of how Rondo works. But of course, teams like FR, their position was just not it. They did not have the right position. For Yuri, Temper, they did not have the numbers. And as soon as Glitch saw the first knock, he was like, okay, let's close this deal. We don't need to wait any longer. We are full month. Let's push it. And it actually worked out. And just like that, Death Does Kenya got their chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, of course, right? What you said there was important, right? Temper didn't have the numbers. But I think if Temper and Dose both had the same amount of players in, it could have been a different situation. But, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due. And Death Dose, well, they get their hands on our very first winner chicken dinner right here in the PMGO Africa Finals. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through on their end. And looking at the scores, it's looking pretty healthy as well, right? Double-digit elims, a decent amount of damage getting contributed in here as well. Those knockouts looking comfortable as well. So very good efficiency on their side, right? I mean, Glitch getting 4 knocks, 5 eliminations, pulling water out of rocks. Absolutely amazing stuff. Sema, William, and Glixie pretty consistent with their plays here as well. So I like what I saw. I mean, it was a pretty good performance.
Yeah, they actually made it work. Of course, it is the finale. We don't have, I'm not sorry to say, but we do not have the so-called weaker teams for people to fish eliminations. So getting to this point, they have actually pushed their limit, because it's a hard lobby. We have all the best teams together. So getting double-digit points just from eliminations is everything. So good stuff there for them for trying as much as they could. For total eliminations in this game, we do have 84, with the knocks being at 91. I expected a lot to happen in this game, but it seems like that was not the case, with only 20 revives and the damage at 17,121. Total headshots 13. Okay, for the first time it's going to be on 10. Longest elimination 285 meters. But I feel like once we go into other games, seeing that game 1 was a bit stressful. I know for some teams they were adjusting, trying to feel how they feel about the finals. I think now once you go into game 2, we might just be a little bit shocked with what will happen. We know that has happened before, DK. We know they can decide Erangel is their map, and then all of a sudden we have different teams dominating the lobby.
Don't even get me started on Erangel, right? We'll get to that. We'll get to that one in a bit, because boy, do I have some numbers for that one. Speaking about numbers though, here is a match summary. We got Pew Pew staying true to the name locking in the most eliminations. You can see, well, I see you all the way from 4KT, or rather just see you coming through with almost 1,000 damage and a widespread across the board, right? We don't have one single team sitting here with more than one player up. We've got Doris in here. Of course, we've got Tribe up there as well. Kairos with the longest elimination, 285. Surprising. And we normally see further hits coming through on a map like Erangel or Miramar sometimes, right? So you would think on Rondo, a map that is very open, that allows you to see a great distance, that those hits would be a little bit more range, but that explains as to what we were seeing, right? The teams necessarily didn't come in from far away. Everybody was pretty much kind of like migrating together across the map. So, hey, yo, if that's the longest hit, 285, I'll take it. It is a good one indeed. Speaking about migrations, Shakid proving my point, right? 12 kilometers traveled in this lovely map. So there's a lot of work that has been done here. We did see that nade finish coming through from Glitch as well. Now, that is only the game number first, right? We still have 5 more bits of action at least to come here today. And after this, we are going to be taking a look to see exactly what is going to be coming through with the match standings. How many points were our respective teams able to secure? And essentially, this is also our leaderboard all wrapped up in one.
Yep, I really need to know, with just this game, where do they stand? Which team is going to be giving people something to talk about? Because right now, we have to remember that ASTRA was also able to get 11 eliminations from this game. So there might just be something different happening with the overall ranking. And of course, once we are able to see that, we'll see where all these teams lie. Game 1 is always the determinant on how they're going to be moving on the next 5 games. Of course, we just finished Rondo. Anything could happen. Any team could be leading in terms of the overall points, and all it depends on is their placement and their elimination points throughout this game. And there we go, 16th place. Unfortunately, Riz and Rush Esports, they went out the game a little bit too early. They got only 1 and 2 points. RIZZESPORTS as well, 2 points. Team BERSERK getting a triple. Neon Outlaws at 12th with Slime 4KT at 11. The 2 teams as well went out a little bit early and they got themselves 5. Actually, Slime did not go too early. They didn't get any placement points. That's unfortunate for them. They only got 1, giving them 5 points there. MAZOR and 4 Strength tied at 6 points each. A lot here has been happening. They did not get placement points. They only got eliminations. Guys, everything comes to play. There's no way you'd win without enough placement points and enough elimination. Doesn't have to be a chicken dinner, but that 1 placement point could be your tiebreaker. And
yeah, it definitely could.
Yeah.
No, you were going on to something. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we have a triple tie here. That's what I was about to get shocked on. You can continue.
Yeah. 11 points, right? It looks pretty exciting. And yes, I did just purposefully say 11 because it looks exciting. But yeah, DevTours though, they also got 11, but that's eliminations, not total, right? They walk away with 21 points. So a very, very good performance there on their end. But this is where I was looking at the first page and it's like, I only see 1 Kenyan team over there. And well, if we look over onto this side, this is where we see the rest, right? All of them, of course, occupying a space over on this side. But speaking about occupying space, we have that comparison between DevTours and Fallen Ruthless. Both teams bringing in quite a heavy contribution with regards to the damage across the board. But that consistency, right, from DevTours, 10 knocks, 11 eliminations, looks almost as good as getting 4 knocks, but getting 6 eliminations out of that. So respectively, both these teams did really play a strong game here. But now we got to see how all of that kind of moves forward into the next match, right? How are they going to be able to translate all of this Rondo action into a little bit of that Erangel, right? Can they keep the same consistency true? That is where the challenge is going to lie for a lot of our squads here. And well, only time will tell. Speaking about which though, here's our MVP head-to-head.
Yep, we have Pew Pew and Glitch. These 2 names, we might be saying them a lot. that I can bet on it. The two have always been on a race for the MVP from the word go. 6 eliminations for PUP with glitch at 5. Damage almost the same, and knockouts are the same. 4 knockouts for PUP, 4 for glitch. They were able to confirm and get some eliminations along the way. Their survival time, though, we do have glitch surviving a little bit longer than PUP. And DK, looking at how MVPs are counted, they might be so close in terms of damage and eliminations, but survival time also plays a key role. So imagine if you have a lot of kills, but you were eliminated early in the game. My friend, where were you going? You know?
But then at the same time, just imagine if Pew Pew survived a little bit longer, right? That might have been a lot more than just 6. So there's always a lot of interesting things to look at as our teams make their way through our games here. And, well, that is the first one. We can tick it off, mark it as done. We only have 11 more to go, 5 of which are going to be happening here today, including our show match that is going to be coming through a little bit later on. So quite a bit still to look forward to. But, well, the map that allows teams to go a little bit crazy, to go a little bit out there and try strategies they wouldn't necessarily try on the other maps, it's now done, right? So it's all now down to how the teams are going to focus back into the maps that they are very familiar with, right? I mean, we saw this and you mentioned this in the regionals, that the teams don't necessarily always play Rondo all that much. Rondo or Miramar, right? They play a lot of Erangel. And I'm curious to see exactly how the teams are going to be looking to perform once we make it onto Erangel.
Yep, I mean, Erangel is their homeland. Everyone is familiar with Erangel. They might not be doing well in Rondo, but whatever happens in Erangel can be haram, because what they will do, some teams might be saying, this is our home now. Let's now show people what we can do. Rondo, it was warm-up. We were just trying to understand the game. So Erangel might be a little bit different, but of course, I cannot wait to see how these teams are going to be performing. But for now, guys, we'll be taking a very short break where DK is warming up his hands, and then we'll be right back after the break.
We will stay focused and give our best every game. Hello guys, I'm Slazy from ASTRA Creatives, representing the wildcard region. We finished second in PMNC wildcard, and now we are coming into PMG Africa finals with one goal, is give our best and fight for the crown. Our biggest challenge is ourselves. We will stay focused and give our best every game. Fans, join us on 9th and 10th May and bring the energy.
number one for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Welcome back to the PMGO Africa Finals. This is Season 1, and it's heating up a little bit, right? We are looking at some exciting games lying ahead of us. The first match, of course, done and dusted. We did see Death though step up, claim that victory, claim the very first winner chicken dinner. But I said to you earlier, Mitch, that don't get me started on Erangel because I've got some numbers right now. Those, surprisingly enough, or maybe unsurprisingly, is the strongest performing team that we've seen so far on Erangel. Out of
those,
all the Erangels that they've played. Yes, those. They were able to secure themselves 103 points on Erangel.
Oh, wow.
103. That
so
is
you mean
crazy.
So you mean that if we go into Erangel, we'll see the same thing that has happened in Rondo?
It's supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen. I mean, that's based on the statistics, right? So hopefully the teams prove me wrong, right? Hopefully we could see somebody else look to step up and, you know, just show us what they can bring on through. Because aside from those, we've got another team like 4KT, for instance, that have been able to secure themselves 76 on there, right? We've got ASTRA Creatives. They came in with 73, right? So there's some pretty strong contenders when it comes to who could potentially be stepping up, claiming that winner chicken dinners. But those, they set the standard here today, right? They got that very first victory, and they've been pretty consistent everywhere else. So we don't want to hype them up too much, but they've set the expectation. Now they have to live up to that, right? That is kind of part of, I would say, the repercussions of having a really good match. You now have to keep that going.
Yeah, they have a lot of I don't want to say fans in the comment section, but they do have a lot of people to show that they will play and show they deserve to make it to that next stage. But they have a lot of games to play because that was just game 1. They have 5 today and then 6 tomorrow, so they still have a lot to show. And of course there's also room for other teams to step up. The ones that went out of the game early, Rush, Riz, they have time to recover. But the fact that you're saying Doze was still dominating in Erangel, that is going to be a crazy second game. Oh my god, I'm going to be ready. I need to see this.
It's going to be exciting, right? But I mean, you're talking about Rush, for instance, now having to step it up. This is going to be their opportunity to do exactly that, right? Because Rush, they also performed quite well, right? They're actually the second highest performing team, more or less, right? From what I've been able to see so far. So that is 78 points that they've been able to bring on through. And I mean, essentially the whole entire top 10 is just littered with winner chicken dinners, right? So many squads have been able to step up and show that they know how to play the upcoming map, right? They know exactly how to play Erangel. But as we know, only one team can be awarded the winner chicken dinner in the next game, right? So whoever else doesn't get it, they're going to have to try again as we head into game 3 and game 4. But game 2, that is where it's going to be at. And this is now where we get to see kind of what the pacing is that the teams are going to be setting here today. Especially, as you've said, the teams finishing a little bit lower on the standings right out of the gate. This is their chance to bounce back and come back with a vengeance. Come back to prove a point, because you got to remember, end of tomorrow, the team who sits at the top is the team that advances. That's it.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, nobody else.
Yeah. The sad part is only 2 days. That's the sad part. Not even the number of games. It's only 2 days for you to prove your worth. After tomorrow, exactly, not midnight, but a few minutes after midnight, that will be it. Then now they'll have to decide, okay, So are we making it? Are we not making it? And they have a lot to prove to these teams. I honestly, some teams I've not seen them that much. I've not seen Tribe Warriors. Where is Tribe Warriors? Come on. I need to see them step up a little bit. I've not seen them dominate around Rondo. So I hope they have a plan for that. Otherwise, we might not see them that much on that leaderboard. And no one wants not to be seen. Even though there is money for everyone, but there is the limelight, you know, where you're all bright, your name is glowing on everyone's screen at home. That is a lot. So I think they should also put that in mind. But force strength has potential, but something is happening. I don't know what's happening to them. I think they have to do something as well, unless I'm seeing my own things. But I think force strength, they have good potential as well.
Yeah, I mean, 4KT also from the Nigeria region, they were the top performing team on that end, right? They finished with 76 points that they were able to accrue over on the map of Erangel. So there is quite a bit of hope coming through from them. Tribe, they sit on 67 points. So also they set a pretty good precedent, right? Now, all they got to do is come in and reign supreme. I mean, even if we look at, I believe, Pride also performed quite well. And so there's a lot of teams that have had a good opportunity to really show us what they can bring on through, who are going to be those ones to step up and bring a little bit of that dominance along with them. But as we know, only a few made it to this point, right? So it is going to be some pretty tough expectations across the board to see who can live up to their hype, who can keep their heads absolutely zoned in and locked in on the target. And I mean, even a team like Neon, right? They really have to let everything loose stepping out onto the battlefield, because they're not playing in their own region anymore, right? They're playing against everybody else from across the region, from across the sub-Saharan Africa area. So that is a very wide area, and many teams have all competed to make it to right here, and only the best will move on. But speaking about which, though, we are getting ready to hop over onto our first Erangel of the day. Now, Mr. Zero, I want to ask you, is there anywhere in particular that you want the players to go, or are you going to be okay with anywhere for the first match?
No, go to Pochinki. Go to Pochinki. Just land in the middle of Erangel and wait for it. Like, wait for the zone. At this point, there's nothing much to be done. The aggressive plays are not really paying out. So if you can land in a place like Pochinki, where most of the teams will definitely avoid and not want anything to do with Pochinki, get your loot up in case the zone decides to go away. It never goes far from Pochinki, ever. Even if it goes to the northern side, just small distance, you're there. If it goes to western, eastern, southern, you're very much close to that safe zone, if it's not in Pochinki. For the second place, I'd always pick is Severny. It is the most, actually the least loved landing spot. I don't see many teams taking it for reasons I don't know, but Severny also has really good potential. It's a place you can easily defend. The compounds are good. But of course, knowing the teams, who wants there? No one. They all want military base and other places.
Yeah. I mean, Millie is fun if you get to go there, but I pretty much just go for a spot that's closest to the flight path so I can get loot, right? The spot that's not going to be too heavily contested. So, yeah, you'd probably see me go to a position like Gatka or up into Severny, right? Azaki doesn't really receive a lot of love, but who knows? Maybe some of the teams here might decide to venture into that area here. But for the time being, it is going to be Astra heading straight over into their Malta region. A very widespread, and I mean, they can actually afford to do that, right? There's nobody there to contest them, at least not at the start of the game. So they can just go about their business, grab all the loot they need, and then start focusing on that zone positioning. Well, of course, if they have to do so. Those Fallen Ruthless right there over on towards the eastern side, trying to play for a little bit more of a split up approach here. So I want to see where these teams will have to move, right? Where is that zone going to be delivered? And of course, X-Force, they're going all the way up north, right? Pretty much our only team heading into Severny, and the zone does the lobby dirty. It pulls up and centers onto the western edge of the military island. I mean, Mitch, this is going to be an absolutely grueling match to play for.
Yeah. Why would the zone do this to the teams? I mean, a team like RJC right now will be nomads. They'll start moving around with vehicles, tents, as they make their way into the zone. They have to find a way of surviving throughout the road until they make it into that safe zone. No one even wanted to go to military base. I mean, no one, literally. So I'm really sorry, and I'm praying to the gods of PUBG Mobile that the last fight is by the water around Primorsk, maybe one warehouse, and then everyone else has to swim. That will be amazing. Or ferry pier just by the dock. If they can just hold there, that would be amazing. But of course, there is no way PUBG Mobile will listen to me giving this very interesting advice. But it's fine. But if you look at the teams right now, DK, at least someone listened to me. We have a team in Pochinki, and you see where the zone is. They don't have to hustle because they listen to Mitch. You see, Pochinki, best landing spot in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, Mitch knows it all, right? where are we going to drop? I don't know. Let's ask Mitch. Mitch, you land over there. Thank you very much. But another exciting bit that we're seeing as well is up in North George, right? We've got Tribe finding themselves in a bit of a hot drop, right? They are not alone. They have to share. And I'm not quite sure if they are going to be willing to do so. So excited to see what is going to be happening on that front. Meanwhile, Elevate, they're rolling through school, right? Making sure that all the textbooks are where they left them last time, and doesn't seem like anything is going to be disturbed, at least not for the time being. Neon just north of them, and I want to see what these rotational pathways are going to be, right? How are the teams going to look to get themselves repositioned back into this next phase? And one of the teams that have been a little bit more on the quiet side here, I would say, was the side there of Full Strength, right? We didn't see all too much come through from them. Yes, they secured themselves 6 eliminations in the previous game, but yeah, we didn't really get the opportunity to look at them play.
Yeah, they did not really show us what we know they can do. So I'm hoping now they do that because they have really cool hair. So they need to maximize on their visibility in this live. But so far, Rush Esports is losing numbers again. Remember, Rush Esports was the first team to get off the game in Rondo, and I don't think they should let that happen again. If they're losing numbers this early, that will be a really bad thing. But it seems like they're already getting some elimination points. One player has already been eliminated to their name. They have that player locked in, but they need to make their rotations as well. It's not really worth it to take on this early fight. It doesn't really help you if it's not worth it. We have not even looked at a team that is so far out in that almost the blue zone. I think they'll be coming to the zone. Team MVP. I mean, they're in Kameshki. They're all the way in Kameshki. That's a road trip to the zone. They're going to have a good time trying to make it literally into that safe zone.
Well, I hope they packed a good lunch, right? Because they are going to need it.
Yes.
I hope it is filled with nutrition so that they don't lose too much health. But I think more importantly, the earlier they can look to rotate up, the better it would be for them, right? You don't want to spend too much time out of the blue. On Erangel, you can afford to spend, I would say, the first, maybe second phase still in the blue, but you have to be close to the edge, right? You shouldn't be where you dropped, right? That is, if you're doing that, what are you doing, right? You are making a big mistake there. You need to be a lot more proactive in that regard. So we'll see how it is going to pan out for our squad. Speaking about proactive, though, a lot of teams are starting to move in, right? You can see Zeus starting to move up. Neon just making entry up in towards the zone. They are going to maybe go knock on the door there of Riz, and Riz, they have sent the zone to themselves. But speaking about a team that has a place to themselves, right? MAZOR, all the way on that Millie Island, all the way down south. They are so far south that we almost can't even see them on the map.
Wow, that's actually really good. How did MAZOR make their way there? I didn't see them land there. I believe they landed in Pochinki and took a vehicle and did a whole rotation, if I'm not wrong, because they were in Pochinki, but they were sneaky with that rotation. I mean, we did not see that coming. So good stuff to MAZOR. It might just be an advantage in case teams haven't really decided to come towards military base, or rather sneaky link as well coming from Novor. That could also make it really hard for them. But if they have no one on that southern side, MAZOR will be at the best position when it comes to this game in Erangel. But most of the teams right now, we have a clash there. Everyone is taking the rotation towards the military base bridge. Literally all the teams. If you look at the map right now, everyone is moving together towards the military base bridge. From FR, from Team BERSERK, Death Dose, Zeus, literally all the teams are here. And I can say finally we'll have some good violence tonight. Finally.
Well, speaking about violence, Astra Creatives are taking the exact opposite approach, right? They have gone for that rotation, as we can see them just trying to catch up with that blue zone. It's a very bold decision to make, but they are going to be bumping into a few teams along the way. Potentially MAZOR, right? Aside from that, I don't see anybody else really committing onto that southern side. And surprisingly to see, MVP are starting to roll through, but only 2 of their players, right? I don't know what Ogre is doing or what Potion is doing. Maybe they're looking for something. Hopefully they can find whatever it is that they're looking for, because they need to get up into zone. But speaking about zone though, the central point, that focal point, right where the Riz is situated, is going to be receiving quite a bit of pressure, right? We did see the players there from Neon also holding onto the bridge, and I hope they are ready for a crazy fight, because it is going to be quite heavily contested. And speaking about contention, it is Death Dose KENY now getting the shots fired upon them as they pull up into Ferry Pier. We got Elevate right here with them. Fabian looking like the cool cat that we saw with those shades on. Unfortunately, the shades just worked so well that he couldn't see the nade coming over towards him.
He needs to get them off, but we have Sema cooking up a grenade looking for Logic, but he will be lucky with that one. They're not really aware of his actual location, and they're still cooking up grenades looking for this one player. Death Dust is taking on an early fight, might be risky, but if they finish it off well, that would be 4 eliminations to their name. Thugger cooking up a grenade as well. We saw him taking on MVP, and he might just be able to get MVP again if he tries to survive a little bit longer. But the grenades from Death Deals, they're trying to scout for them. They're trying to track them down and glitch. Actually, Sports Thugger, a grenade must just be thrown towards him, and it will connect with the damage on Thugger. The grenade almost got the damage, but luckily for him, the container there was enough cover for this player. This fight needs to finish before anyone makes their way here, because as you can see with that zone, we might just be seeing teams trying to find their way where Death Dose is, because it looks like a cozy compound. I mean, who doesn't want to be in a place near the beach? As long as it's safe,
yeah,
everyone wants to be there.
Yeah, you better bring your umbrella with as well, because the sun is going to really heat things up over there. But for now, we look onto the lobby to see where these teams are going to choose to go for their engagements, right? Currently, obviously, still Dose Elevate keeping it nice and steady, but I'm looking at ASTRA, I'm looking at MAZOR. They came pretty close to each other, but decided to split up instead. Temper also just managing to get themselves ahead of that blue. Same going for the side there of the rejects. 4KT rolling through from the far western side, so they might actually be opting to go play over in towards Primorsk. I think that would be an interesting decision, especially with that hill just outside of Primorsk. That could definitely provide you some pretty good leverage and visibility over on towards the beach, where I assume a lot of the teams could maybe look to get themselves situated. But Tempo, they're taking a completely different strategy, right? Plus staying a little bit more up towards the north, making sure that they don't get caught out in any unnecessary engagements. And speaking about engagements, they are now starting to erupt, not only on screen, but also elsewhere, as Astra and MAZOR, they've bumped into each other on that small little island down south. Oh, but here we go. Let's see. Can Dose survive this? So far, Logic has been found on the side of Elevate, but look at Thugger just absolutely logging in with the S12K, going on a bit of a rampage here.
Wow, that was actually quite fast. He got 2 players ready. Death Dose is down numbers. That leaves only 1 player standing. That would be Sema. And his only hope right now is to finish Thugger, who for some reason is ready to take on the MVP title back from whoever has it right now. And he's going to try and cook. But guess what? Fallen Ruthless comes in from the back. I called it. The compound is too cozy to avoid it. And immediately Fallen Ruthless takes on the compound. Shakid takes on the last player from Death Dose, and that will be it for Death Dose. Kenya Thugger, thinking on his feet, takes on the vehicle. First instinct, get away from the fight and look for a safe compound. That was very unfortunate there for Death Dose. If they had thought this through, I believe they would have been able to survive if they decided to just avoid this fight.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you can only avoid so much. And speaking of which, Berserk can't avoid the confrontation here, as Goblin is going to be the last one left for the squad. Oh, the Molly's coming close, but not close enough. Cheeky hit downstairs. Looking to see if Riz are going to fully commit to the play here. And I mean, you were talking about how cozy this position is, right? It is just everybody trying to get themselves all crammed up in here. Would you say goodbye to Slime as they make their way out? Not a single point to their name. That is indeed a big what. Not quite sure how that happened, but hey yo, here we go. 14 squads remain. Berserk makes that now 13 as the numbers really start to crumble. Yeah, maybe we should start hyping up these teams. Maybe they'll start surviving into placement point territory.
Oh, every single team we mentioned is out. Slime, Berserk, Death Deuce. Guys, it is DK, not me. DK said, you guys are the best. And then it jinxed this game. I promise you. I'm so sorry. Okay, next time I'll mention. But no, it's just the game was like that. 50-50. Of course, it is unfortunate we have lost these teams. Placement points not there. Eliminations, not even there. So that is going to be GG's for the teams. For Neon Rising and Astra Creatives, very much close to each other. They are waiting for the opportunity to get on a fight, and if they see it, Beekeeper is about to get them bees moving. He wants to get someone stung, and it might just be Astra Creatives who are really close to him. They're trying to creep in on RIZZESPORTS. The thing they don't know is that Neon Outlaws are actually watching them move, and they're waiting for them to make a mistake. I love it when people are this sneaky. It just makes sense. No one said you need to push. If you can just hold, my friend, you're doing great. No one is going to ask you for being a strategic compound holder. Not even me or DK. You're doing great.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that name though, Final Boss, right? That kind of just sets up the whole play, right? They've got the Beekeeper there to lay down the honey, to draw all the players in, draw the squads in, and then the Final Boss steps forward. But with a name like that, I hope that it's going to be one of our contenders for that MVP position. Now it's going to be Haki, though, opening up the jar here as that guy gets fired upon. But it's a very difficult position to contest against Neon here, right? Both squads really relying on the cover they have. But I like what Astra Creators are doing as well. Situated over on towards the beach. And they're going to be looking to pick up any of that run over, right? Anybody else that maybe stays open for a little bit too long is going to get fired upon, and that could be a good opportunity for Astra Creators to try and capitalize. Now, the Nox have been able to find their way in, but Neon not going to be all too phased. We do, however, see Elevate getting taken out here as well. And now comes the pressure play, right? The lobby slowly starting to advance. Zeus and another squad still held up all the way on the side here. Both teams are getting ready for a bit of a rush, right? They have to push as the zone is down south. And I'm not quite sure if Rush is going to be able to get out of this one.
They are... wow. They have been held very tight in that compound. We have Temper. They have been pushed to one player, knocked and tossed immediately. Yuri is the last player standing. He needs to go against Astra Creatives, and I'm not sure if they know of his location. He's not moving. He exposes himself, and Yuri holding that. Was he in the vehicle? Yes, he was. Gets knocked and thirsted immediately, and that gives Astra Creatives easy eliminations. They went in for that push, and it actually paid out. They were able to get the 2 eliminations easy peasy, and our MVP as well, they get third party. I think I've seen at least 2 teams getting eliminations just from Team MVP. Right now, DK, I'm happy. Look at the zone. Even though it's not where I want it to be, it's by the dock in Ferry Pier. It is there. Thank you, PUBG Mobile. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you got to thank one of our viewers as well, because they made that prediction in the chat, right? They said that the final zone is going to be at Ferry Pier. We're already in stage 4, and Ferry Pier looks to be our main focal point at this stage. So, yeah, pretty good prediction. Well done. Now, however, it is going to be a bit of a standoff, right? We have a little bit of an opportunity for the teams to try and reassess the situation here. Well, Rush still look to rotate up, and interesting to see RJC. They are just hugging the edge of zone, right? They are not going to be dipping into the zone just yet. They are waiting for the chaos to kind of unfold. And only, I believe, once quite a few casualties have been brought to the battlefield, they might decide to move a little bit closer. Now, I've got to say, that is a very interesting tactic, and it could actually be quite beneficial for them. As you can see, Reverb and the rest of the team now starting to slowly advance again, just maintaining their position well out of reach. And speaking about ridge, that's where they are situated, right? They have that beautiful elevated position, and that could be a golden ticket for them.
This movement from the teams is giving me a headache, but it is true. It could be a golden position for them. I really need to know if that's how they think, but I can't. So I hope they have the same level of IQ as DK, because that would be a really good play. But so far, it's true, eh? It's true. Don't worry. All these players are very sharp. I'm envious of how they play the game. But of course, sometimes you panic and you tend to forget what the plan was initially. So I hope they keep their cool. But so far, the zone is moving. Teams like Rush Esports, not even Rush, Fallen Ruthless and Rush, they're not in the zone. We can see they might be seeing some encounter between the two teams. FR and Rush, they might encounter each other depending on what the IGL decides to do on that rotation. But those two teams need to figure out their next move. For RJC, the Devil is still chilling in that compound. He's not really moving. In case the whole team is eliminated, I believe he's going to be the scapegoat and try and survive throughout the game before even getting the chicken dinner is needed. But so far, so good. I think they're making the right calls. 10 teams still surviving. Last game, we had 44 players. This time around, we have 33 in that small zone, and they seem to be handling it quite well.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right? Teams looking comfortable, looking confident when moving into what this game is throwing at them. And, I mean, this is going to be quite a predicament now here for Slazy, as for strength just on the opposing side. You can see Little Boy and everybody just quickly falling back. Tribe also taking a very interesting position right there out on the beach. I mean, it does provide them a bit of safety, especially when they can clean it up behind them. But that is not where they find themselves currently, right? They still see the players there from Fallen Ruthless as well as Rush, all trying to cram on through. RJC still going to be patrolling the territory towards the northern side. The zone has shifted a little bit further down onto the southern edges here. But Pew Pew, very reluctant, right? Not going to be looking to get taken out anytime soon. Wants to play for that long game, and unfortunately for full strength, the utilities aren't quite going to be able to reach onto them just yet. But now, Fallen Ruthless feeling that pressure, that mobility, that activity coming through from RJC Shiva, rather. Now, really resulting into some good plays. But, Milio, yeah, don't tempt fate. That is going to be a very tough one to play if that nade locks on in. But at the same time, right, we are still looking at Zeus. We're looking at MAZOR trying to do exactly what we see happening over on this eastern side, on this western side rather, but attempting that play over on towards the eastern front, right? It's a lot more quiet over there, a lot more positions to try and tactfully move up.
Yeah, they might just be having a lot of teams blocking their way with that rotation. Neon might support them. Riz is a little bit safe. They are literally in the center of this zone. They can't cook there for a while. They can't stay there and maybe move later. But they have a lot of calls to make right now as they make their rotations. MAZOR, unfortunately, they have been taken back to lobby. And that leaves just 8 teams still standing. Zeus is still trying to go into that safe zone slowly, avoiding all the fights just to make sure they survive till the end. RJC's plan seems to be working. They did not have anyone taken out just yet. Baby T again, he goes far out, takes on the fast player from Tribe Warriors, and they'll be trying to go in for that push, trying to smoke up the area to have enough cover to move in for that push. The Tribe Warriors, though, they need to finish this revive. If they want to take it now, they need to get moving. But on this other side, 4 Strength taking on ASTRA Creatives. You can see the nades are being cooked. The only issue is none is connecting and no one is getting knocked just yet. But for RJC, they're actually getting third party.
Yeah, that's a good good sign to see though. And see whether or not Speed can maintain that focus. 4 eliminations already under the belt here for Riz. Let's see, can they Riz their way into even more? RJC, though, they've been cooking, right? They've got 6 eliminations, but not as much as 4 strength has been, right? They've got 8 eliminations currently, our aggression leaders, but those nades are looking pretty good. Now it's going to be Final Boss having to prove himself, right? Will he live up to the hype of his name? Is he going to be able to claim a few of these players out on the battlefield? Rizz's position still looking pretty strong. It is going to be smack dab center zone, so I hope they're ready for a rather difficult angle as all these teams will come rushing on forward. Zone closing up, so in the next 2 minutes, Zone 7 will be revealed. Neon, though, oh, not quite safe, but also not in the worst position here. I mean, Baby has been found. Now it's going to be big Final Boss rather also getting taken on down. But this is Zeus Morris now trying to really pick up the momentum here, right? Trying to capitalize on the knocks they've been able to secure so far. 5 eliminations. They could be looking to capitalize even more now.
Yeah, they might be looking for more, and just like that, I believe they have been able to confirm their eliminations there for Neon. They need to move. They are losing numbers, and that guy, he better be that guy that gives the team a chicken dinner. Otherwise, my friend, your team is laying all their eggs on you. You just have to make sure it works out. So for now, we again have lost a team. 7 teams still starting. RJC still creeping in on the team that is Neon and RIZZESPORTS. Shiva and Devil, they will be holding where they are. They seem to be quite comfortable with that angle. They do not have anyone behind them. They literally came in with the zone, so they know if anyone is there or not. And Baby T just decided to do some mechanical work here for their vehicles so that they can easily move around. I mean, the game mechanics are getting better by the day, and just because they carried that, they now have a good vehicle. Initially it was fully destroyed, but now it's going to be enough for them to make their rotations. Most of the teams are not moving right now. It is a matter of holding. Tribe Warriors, they're waiting on RJC is waiting on RIZZESPORTS. So I mean, no one is safe. Everyone knows where the other team is.
Yeah, no, that's exactly correct. So you have pretty much all the information you need. Now you just have to try and capitalize upon that, and hopefully that results in you finding the necessary success here. But one thing that I'm interested in seeing is just how RJC are going to look to play through, especially stage 7 and stage 8, because as we know, they've progressed quite far with regards to that professional scene of PUBG, right? They've been able to rub shoulders against quite a few big teams. So I want to see if they've been able to bring any of that information home with them, right? So far, it does seem like they are really capitalizing on what the zone is doing, really reading where all these shifts are going. As we can see, they've pretty much secured the northern half of zone. That belongs to them. If anybody else on the southern side is going to look to maybe contest that, they might be in for quite a bit of a surprise. You know, they've essentially just been focusing in on each other, right? ASTRA Creatives, they are pretty determined to get that play over onto the western front, right? They want to try and secure that southern side and know that they have a comfortable position to fight from, pushing up if the zone is requiring that from them. And of course, based on that shift, it might very well be.
Right now, it is time for teams to move, and for strength, they try to make their way towards Tribe Warriors. One player being knocked off the vehicle, tasted immediately, but they do have Tribe Warriors watching, and just like that, they were wiped off the game as they were trying to make their rotation into that safe zone. For Tribe Warriors, though, their location is compromised as well. RIZZESPORTS very much aware, they're waiting on them. RJC, I'm not seeing that much movement coming from them. ASTRA Creatives, they're also playing it safe. They're trying to engage, but they're thinking it through. Zeus Morris very much close to them. Grenades! A Kobe from Devil, and it'll be taking Mikey down, and he's cooking up the second one. Probably another Kobe, but as they try to get on that revive, we do have third parties, and that'll be RIZZESPORTS getting that elimination from RJC, and that makes it hard for RJC to get their points happening there. Zeus Morris, they are making their move. They're trying to go towards RJC, but Shiva, he's all eyes, and he sees the fast player, taking him out immediately, and that will be the first call for Zeus Morris to rethink their decision on trying to steal someone's food.
Oh, well, Let's see, are they going to be able to take the plate and run with it? We'll find out pretty soon. But now, Riz holding here, just trying to maintain their position. But Astra Creatives, they have another plan in mind, right? They want the compound for themselves. And I think at this point, you don't necessarily want to get caught in a compound, right? Those nades, if well placed, that could definitely be the quickest way to get yourself eliminated. Looking at a team like RJC, though, for instance, right? That's exactly what they're doing. They're not getting caught up in the compounds. They make sure that they have that mobility, that flexibility to reposition should the zone force their hand. But now it's going to be Kevin and that guy. Here they go. Boom, easy. Claps coming through from Kevin, making it look near effortless. Just one hit. That's all that was required. And with that hit, of course, we are down to our final 5 teams. The odds are leaning quite heavily in favor of RJC here. As you can see, they sit with a 27% chance of laying their hands on that winner chicken dinner. But of course, that is going to require them not getting caught out by the blue zone. Meanwhile, oh, Tribe, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold on, get swept away. And this is where I'm really pretty much convinced that RJC, this could be their match to win, right? They've just been, as you said, right? We've not seen much from them, but that's exactly the strategy, right? They are like a silent wave. They just sneak up, and right before you know it, they hit, and it just sweeps you away. So I like this kind of approach that they are taking coming into these final few stages.
Yeah, it's actually paying off. They're not going into that fight, not that in, but they're watching it, and any opportunity they get, the good thing is it doesn't pass them. They will finish what they started, and it's going quite well for them right now. The zone, though, is giving them some pressure. Devil is getting damaged by that blue zone. They're trying to make their rotation into that safe zone. They do have all the 4 teams. 2 of them already have a compound. We have seen Balalal comfortable hiding just beneath the house. If he decides to go down because of the grenades, he might just be crushed with the building. But he's lucky no one is able to do that just yet. But RJC grenades are getting cooked there towards Astra Creatives. And Melio will be spotted, and the damage will be there enough for him to move and avoid the same location. But it seems like now, DK, the last 2 teams have finally been decided.
Yeah, they definitely have, and it's going to be showtime as it is Riz, Astra, and of course RJC. But up comes RJC now, looking to just send a full barrage of utility down on the teams ahead of them. I mean, this could be that dominating position. Riz, though, still having a bit of a safe position, right, locked into the compound. But those nades could definitely find their way in, and this is Astra getting caught out in the open. Not really knowing which way to run, because it is an absolute bombardment from all angles. RJC, though, is still holding steady here with the 2-piece. This could be Shiva's opportunity now to go in for that res. And now this is going to force the hand here for Riz. They have to push forward. The blue is going to be forcing everything out of them. Clutch, the last one, to try and pick up that victory. But as you can see, Shiva just absolutely determined to get that winner chicken dinner. And this is where the experience pays off, right? Really coming in full circle here for the side of, well, X-Force Rejects.
Wow, that was an amazing play. We've talked about experience, and we have seen it from the word go. From Severny, they came in, made very slow rotations. They were not hasty with their move, actually. They did not even say, okay, let's try push a team. They didn't engage. From the word go, they played it safe. And actually playing it that way finally paid off for RJC as they came into this last fight again, because no one was coming from the back, and they were able to maintain their position. With that opportunity, we had Baby T basically finishing a whole team by himself, and he did not even sweat it. It was an easy spray, and that was it. And then he had Shiva, last player there from RIZZESPORTS, encountering Shiva himself, and he made sure that that chicken dinner was going home. And just like that, they got 14 eliminations from Erangel. I mean, DK, this is becoming a pattern for Erangel and Rondo. Seems like Erangel is where people cook more than Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, but I think Rondo especially is a map where teams don't necessarily play it too aggressively, right? They use it as kind of just like a warm-up. But once we get into this triple dose of air angle, that is where they really get cooking, right? And that's exactly what it seems X-Force Rejects have been doing right here. And I mean, the strategy paying off here, right? They moved up, not in a reactive way, right? Not reacting to what the zone is throwing them in. Instead, they are trying to make the zone work in their favor, right? So I'd say it really worked out quite well here for them. And of course, if you look at the figures that they were able to bring to the table, I mean, Shiva was just absolutely cooking it up. 8 eliminations, a very, very strong finish. That puts them quite comfortably on what, that was what, 14 eliminations? Yeah.
Yeah, 14 eliminations, locked in, packed very well in their bags, and they are very happy with that. I'm sure the last game there was not as good, even though they had enough eliminations. But I think just from this game, you might just be seeing RGC going up that leaderboard. It will be a very big turn, but let's just wait and see how that plays out. But good work coming up from the whole players, from all the players in the team. They have all helped in one way or another. One player only got eliminated at that last fight, Revamp, but other than that, they all survived throughout the game. 60 eliminations and 61 knocks. All eliminations were confirmed. So good stuff there to all the players with 17 revives, 12 headshots, 1 down from Rondo. The damage 13,026, again cannot outdo Rondo, seeing that Rondo is a big map, and the longest elimination distance at 259 meters. It is going to be a very interesting day here for us, honestly. But looking at the match summary, the most eliminations goes to RGC Shiva 8, highest damage RGC Shiva 949, grenade elimination Baby T with 1, longest elimination Shiva again 259 meters, and then the top traveler MVP Orge, because they came all the way from Kameshki to that safe zone. 13 kilometers makes sense at this point, almost 14.
Yeah, I mean, had he just stayed in the car 2 milliseconds longer, it would have been 14 kilometers. So very exciting indeed. But this was an X-Force domination. As you can see, they really capitalized on the strategies here. And speaking about strategies, here we take a look at the teams that maybe struggle a little bit with adapting to the insanity that was our first Erangel that we just witnessed. But I mean, Elevate Esports still walking away with decent points, getting those 2 eliminations under their belt. Unfortunately, Mazor, Tempo, and Slime all going to be sent back empty-handed. Nothing to show for our first Erangel, but they're going to have to come back much, much stronger in game 3 and 4.
Yeah, they really need to do more in the next games. It's not really looking good, if I'm being honest. They can do a lot, but RJC 24 points, I think this sets them for that first place. But we'll see if that's going to be the case or not. RIZZESPORTS, a big jump from the previous game. They're from last place to second place and 14 points at it. Good stuff there for RIZZESPORTS. ZUSPOR is at third with 11, ASTRA fourth, 10, tied with 4 strength at 5th, Tri-Barriers 6 to 5, Neon Outlaws and Fallen Ruthless at 4 points each. Now this is where everything starts changing, because we saw how game 1 was. Game 2 completely different. I think game 3 will even be worse than what you've seen for the first 2 games. We'll be shocked, DK.
Yeah, I mean, will we be fully shocked? Maybe right? I mean, we're still looking to see the teams rise up. I'm still waiting for Slime and Tempo to bring something onto the battlefield. Right, 2 of the squads that we've been talking about. We are yet to see them do something crazy right here. But speaking about crazy, here we have a comparison between RIZZESPORTS and X-Force Rejects. 16 eliminations versus the 8 there. Both teams hitting in excess of 2,000 damage. I mean, Riz, though, they hit 2016, right? That was just the other day. So good to them, but 2280 coming through there for X-Force. Again, right, the strategy, they just know how to move up, but I think we could potentially be looking at a little bit more aggression coming through from X-Force Rejects in especially the next 2 maps, right? Because they've already shown they are here and they mean business.
My only question is, will the teams maintain the same rotation? That's the only thing I need to know. But we wait and see. Player of the match, we have Shiva. 8 eliminations and 949 damage, 4 knockouts, and a survive time of 30 minutes and 22 seconds. That is, of course, after watching their play rotations of the game. They made it work, and Shiva was there to ensure that is the case. So good stuff there from you, Shiva, getting the player of the match. And all I need to know is the MVP lineup, because it's going to be a good one, honestly. We have Q's going head-to-head with Shiva. 4 eliminations for him, a damage of 8 to 9, almost close to where Shiva was. 5 knockouts, but he was only able to confirm 4. Shiva is, of course, able to confirm his knocks and getting eliminations along the way, but it is nice to see 4 strength. Even though they did not get a chicken dinner, they do have at least one player shining here right now, getting to be almost at the same level with RJC Shiva. So good stuff, honestly, from 4 strength. I'm just hoping to see more of them.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we will see a little bit more of that. But of course, now we are going to hop over onto our MVP list here, as it is currently Shiva sitting right at the top of the board. We got Baby Dude also coming through there in that 3rd place. So this is the entrance of X-Force Rejects right here into the MVP board. We still see Pew Pew maintaining a strong position there as well. But Q's looking to knock on the door, right? I like this. This is gonna be an exciting day, right? It's gonna be quite the sweaty bit of work that everybody needs to bring in for the remainder of it.
Yep, and of course, as they look at this MVP list, we might be seeing other people joining, because we've seen other players getting eliminations, but probably survival time and damage was not that good. So far, these are common names on the MVP battle. We've always seen Pew Pew, Shiva, Staga, and Q's Baby T. Baby T as well has been on that run before. So this part might be a little bit confused for the first day, but I know someone here might just maintain that, because as long as the person leading is way off the charts, getting to him is a hustle. Only way you can get to the person leading is if they go back to lobby early. Otherwise, it's not as easy as it sounds. But of course, for the overall rankings, you have Team BERSERK there getting 16th place with 4 points. Rush Esports 4 points as well at 15. Quite unfortunate for the 2 teams. 14th you have Slime Pocket T5. 13th you have MAZOR with 6. 12th you have Team MVP tied with Neo Rising, who are 11 with 8 points each. Temper at 10th with 10 points. And then at 9th place we have Tribe Warriors with 12. I think the table is not looking good, DK, at this point. It is not pleasing at all.
I mean, it's not that bad, right? Taking into consideration that 8th place is only 13 points, right? And you got 12 points in 9th. It's not too much of a thing. And of course, also, we've only had 2 games cooking just so far. So, expecting to see quite a bit of a change up in this. And speaking about changes, though, Zeus, they've jumped up 7 slots all the way into that 7th position. Riz, that was 11 slots that they jumped in one game. It sounds quite impressive, but we've only had 2 games, right? So it is still going to change up quite a bit. I mean, for strength, they also moved up 5 positions into that 4th place. X-Force, they climbed up 2 positions to get themselves into pole position. And that could still quite easily happen for any of our teams on this board here, right? Any of them can capitalize on the remaining games here today to try and bring in as many points. But I would say if there's ever a day to just go as hard as you can, would probably be today, right? Because that sets you up so beautifully coming into tomorrow, because tomorrow you only have 6 more games to try and rectify whatever might have been able to slip through your fingers. And for some, it might be quite a bit of a big gap, right? So better give yourself a bit of a head start, right? Make things a little bit easier on future you.
Yep, correct. I hope they have a plan on that. The future is next game. The future is here. So they know that. But of course, it is just 2 games down, and they still have a chance to get back their points from the remaining 4 games. But for now, guys, we'll be taking a very short break, and then we'll be right back to enjoy some more games coming in PMGO finals.
believe we are stronger. This finals is ours. Hi, I'm taking my in-game role is Predator. I represented in Team Detos from Kenya. My teammates are Pleasy, Selma, William, and Bleach. And we faced PMLC Kenya #1 and top 1. We believe we are stronger. We are prepared than the other teams. We are not here only to compete. We are here to win these finals. This finals is ours. Fans, join us on 9 and 10 May and come support us. We are ready to take on all teams and become #1 in African team.
#1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into game number next, aka match number 3, right? It is coming in hot. It is going to be our second and middle angle here for our teams to show us what they can bring on through. But after this match, we do have that lovely bit of TDM action that's going to be coming in as well, just to keep all the surprises rolling on through. It's not a surprise anymore, though, right? It would have been a nice surprise if I said, next up, TDM. But either which way, it is going to be time now to get a bit of a better look at what the teams will be doing in response to game number 2, right? I mean, beautiful step up there coming through from X-Force. They just ran away with that lobby. But this is where the rest of the lobby, I think, here, Mitch, needs to respond in kind, right? Need to see, can they best X-Force, right? Can they come up with a strategy to contest them? Because if you leave them uncontested, they're just going to have a super easy day, and we don't necessarily want that, right? We want as many teams as possible to show us what they can do and why they are deserving of the top spot on the leaderboard.
Yep, that is actually correct. I really hope they'll give RJC a hard time, because that game felt okay. You know, it felt like they knew what they wanted. They just came from one side to the other, and they got their chicken. No hassle at all. You know, they didn't get anyone along the way. They just went with it and got it. So, like you said, I really hope some teams can give them that feeling like, you know, this time around it's not going to be easy, because we also want to make it there. So we're going to be working for it. But of course, I also feel like they have an advantage. No one knows what RJC's plan is. They haven't seen them play. So,
right. So they've got a great opportunity to come through with one major surprise. And of course, no more surprises, at least for now, as we are going to be heading into the match to see where the flight path is taking us and where the teams will look to get situated as we take a look at that glorious Infinix device, right? But here we have it, the Note 60 carrying us into the next round as we come through from Zaki this time around, right? So just turning the plane around, right? It flew from the east to the west before. Now we just turn it around, comes back all the way. But I'm curious to see where that Zord is going to go, because that crazy sudden shift that we had, that was a pretty tough one for a lot of the squads in this lobby.
Yep, it was like a hustle or a gamble, because the teams all went towards the northern side, but the game said come back to me on this southern side. So if that happens again, that's it. They have to again make another rotation. But I was asking this same question: were the teams going to choose the same landing spots over and over again? For RJC, they're back in Severny, and no one went to take on RJC. I really wish someone would do that, DK. I mean, they know RJC is landing in Severny. Let's try and contend them. Let's see if we can, take them out from their home and then come and try fight the others later. Because I do know some teams can feel the pressure with RJC, but if they can try and contend them early, that's the only way you can maybe try cripple their performance.
Well, Severny is not necessarily a central position in this current zone, so if teams are going to rotate, they would have to be deliberately to go, try and have a bit of a fight, right? That's the only way that realistically I would see teams rotating into that position. But so far, I think the zone is actually pretty decent for the teams, right? We can see 4 strength, 4 KT, all situated over in towards that South George position. So the teams now, this time around, not having to move that much, right? Not having to rotate as far this time around, so it will allow them to play a little bit more of a strategic game. Right now they can show us how they rotate, how they maneuver, and how they shift from compound to compound, town to town, and of course through those respective phases as well. But speaking about towns though, you were asking for squads to drop or lob themselves into Pachinki, and here we have it, right? MAZOR and Rush both stepping up to your challenge.
Yes, sir. And they are going to be taking on a very sweet start of the game. I mean, the moment you start active, your blood is running through your veins. You become fast and confident. But of course, I don't know if that's true. Sometimes you panic and you cannot play anymore. But so far, Rush Esports, honestly, I will advise them to start on this early fight, seeing that they have not really had a good game so far. If they could really avoid this, even though I'm vouching for a Pachinki fight, for Rush Esports, this is a little bit too early for them. They do have MAZOR. They seem quite aggressive. They're trying to really push on to Rush Esports, but we have someone stopping them as well. There's someone getting some damage, trying to reverse the push. But if they're not careful, then we might actually see Rush Esports or MAZOR going back to lobby this early, which honestly is not good.
Yeah, I mean, you should initially, I would say, avoid the confrontations as much as you can in the very early stage, unless a team is posing a threat to your immediate location, right? I mean, this is Pachinki. There's enough place here for both squads to get looted up, and then afterwards go like, you know what? I don't like it that you took my M4. Come here, right? And then they have a bit of a discussion, right?
Yeah.
Of course, with their fingers on the trigger, and then they do the whole pew, 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 pew thing, right? That's the discussion that I'm talking about. I'm not saying they're going to be amicable about it and stand there out in the field and go like, well, the other day... No, right? We're not here for that. We want to see the action. But I think realistically, the teams, if you're going to get aggressive, right? Push, rush, clean it up, move on. Other than that, yeah, I think a few warning shots is maybe not the worst thing, but... If you are in Pachinki, you can't stay here for too long and do nothing, right? Either stay here, loot up, move out, or go and get aggressive.
Yep. Well, if you believe yourself, guys, do as DK is saying. just go on with it, you know, just get on with the fight, attack, and just get your points early. But I'm not seeing that happening yet. Rush Esports and Mazor is like they're telling each other stories, but they're running away while talking. They're like, oh yeah, you also like Pochinki. Oh, same, bro, same. But the waves are far away. They're just going, no one is stopping. But it's fine.
Yeah.
If they want to do that, please do it. You don't really have to take on a fight if it's not really worth it.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if there's no need, don't do it, right? That's the important takeaway, I would say, in that one. But what I am going to be looking at, though, is Rizz's rotation, right? Ragnar is going to be heading for Everest. That is going to be, I think, a good start. But more importantly, I'm going to be looking at MVP. Can they get ahead of the blue this time around, right? They've got, how much is that? About just over 2 minutes left on the clock. So I hope they can find vehicles soon enough to get themselves a little bit better situated. I mean, RJC though, right? They've looted up everything that they wanted to get. Now they move forward into the next position. And I'm curious to see if they actually going to go for that compound just over the hill as you rotate out of the shooting range area. It does seem like that is exactly where they're going for. And that is going to be, at least for the time being, on their side, a really good position to try and lay claim to. Alright, but here we are. We are going to be looking at our next few bits as, well, everybody now still needs to find that exact position they want to rotate up into towards, right? We got the Fallen Ruthless team rotating up alongside Dose there. ASTRA Creatives are still keeping a very distant position. They are moving up, but they don't seem to be rushing too much. So that could be a very tactful approach on their end. Meanwhile, Rush here and Temper fighting each other as both teams look to move further and further in towards that center zone. And we are potentially looking at a bit of contention now coming through on towards the Chopsticks area, that Batka region, the fields out there. Could be an interesting angle to take occupancy off, but of course it is going to rely quite heavily on what that next zone is going to be doing. But we're essentially just waiting to see where the teams are going to look to lock into. Yes, we might have a few drive-by altercations as Mazor and Elevate do exactly that. But it doesn't seem like anybody is necessarily posing too much of a threat to each other just yet. Elevate right here on the foothills of Everest, right on that plateau, looking for a nice setup in the compounds. But Mitch, I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to maybe contest from there, right? They do have a few teams rolling up behind them. It doesn't seem like anybody's necessarily too honed in on their position just yet.
All right. Sorry about that, my good people. Well, honestly, I gotta wait to see what they do with their rotations. It seems like most of the teams are not really sure of where they want to be just yet with that zone rotating. We do have some of them. Last game, we had people who were comfortable drinking that blue juice. I don't know if they want to do the same here. But MVP, they love it. It's like their daily dose. They enjoy that sip, you know, take a chill by the edge there, come back later, decide, all right, is this worth it or not? And honestly, it's not. There's nothing you're gaining from that blue zone at all. There's not even a single point that will be added, but it's fine. Let's just see how that plays out for them. But with the zone shifting, we have really good calls from these teams. RIZZESPORTS this time around, I can say they have a good place, and RJC seems like they've changed their plan. They actually are inside the zone, and they're ready to take on anyone. That is if they decide to push them.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting change up in the strategy here, but I do believe that they feel a lot more confident in their location right now. It does seem like they know what they're doing. That's why they've decided to move up a little bit earlier. Another team that has shown that they know what they're doing, of course, is the side of BERSERK right here, right? We are yet to see them showcase all of those strategies, as they've only been able to secure themselves 4 points in the past 2 games. But maybe game number 3 could be that potential turning point. And I gotta say, I love what this minimap is showing. It is just absolute insanity. We've got two central points of focus here where the teams are looking to get themselves kind of squared up into. 4KT though being an absolute menace all the way from that container yard. Just laying into the side of Temper, and I like the spacing. This is what I've been waiting for at least to the side of 4KT, right? I've been waiting for them to start playing like that again.
Yeah, I mean, they are finally living up to their name. They're trying to get as many points as they can, just, you know, holding this position in judge pool by the crane. They're waiting. They can see what they've done to Temper. Already 2 players are down, and we already have Yuri trying to go in for that push, but not Yuri, sorry. Yuri having Quilla trying to go on with that push for him, and a grenade was in his hand. He kind of rethinked his situation and stopped cooking that grenade. But if I were him, that grenade should have been out a long time ago before the whole team makes their way here, because finally backup is here and Quilla is no longer alone. That means Yuri is the only player here who can do something for his team.
Well, a lot of pressure riding on his shoulders. Legend a little bit further away. Leo currently just in a very difficult position. But I like this for Kage, right? I said I love to see Slime 4KT play like this. When they do this, I'm in my happy place, right? This is what I like from the 4KT side. Looking at them just play so effortlessly. But now they got to live up to that hype. Let's see whether or not Quilla is going to be able to get that nade placed accurately. A good attempt though, but it is not going to do anything to the cool-witted Yuri over here, right? Very unfazed, just chilling, sitting back, having an energy drink. It's like, you know what, it's fine. I'll just work on my health and make sure that everything is ready once we get the go-ahead. But meanwhile, the rest of the teams, though, they've started to move a little bit further up north, right? ASTRA, they've gone for a setup right there in the center of the zone, actually taking a position that I thought RJC was going to be looking to rotate in towards, but either which way, that is going to be a very decent spot to try and work from. Now, 4KT focusing all their efforts forward here onto Yuri as they have a little bit of that backup, right? You can see Faker on that far side, but the rest of the crew just holding the angle. Step up, they clean it out, and now they can focus their attention back onto rotating up here. But this is where things get interesting, because the moment they cross that bridge, the moment they go over the water, that's where they could potentially fall victim to the other half of Temper, or the other two-thirds of Temper, as well as Riz and Zeus already set up ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, Riz position is actually good. They can easily take on either 4KT if they try to go towards them. The only problem will be securing that compound in case there are third parties like RGC that can hear the fight and decide to actually have a look on what is happening there. But let's just see how this plays out for RIZZESPORTS. So far, the previous game gave them a whole jump from 16th to 5th place. So, of course, it means they are finally making the right calls for their team coming into these games. But so far so good. Team MVP, they finally left Kamishki, and they're here just by Severny. They're trying to find the best compound to hold, but with the rotation that is happening on that northern side, I think they're about to encounter some very intense fights. They have Elevate and they have Death Dose, and Fallen Ruthless is there as well. Honestly, these guys need to cook. They need to make us really wonder who's gonna win these games.
Yeah, well, let's see who's got their aprons on and who's sitting at the dinner table. Now, it is going to be still a hard push for a lot of the squads out on the edges of the zone. Those, decent compound here. I'm not quite sure if Fallen Ruthless is fully aware of their exact whereabouts, but, you know, those smokes make things quite easy to figure out. And it is going to be go, go, go. Rashiano looking to smoke it up. Really good utilizing that smoke launcher there, just setting up a beautiful wall, but that wall is not impenetrable as Rashiano gets taken right on down. Death Dose now getting ready to strike. The first team has fallen. Neon getting their ticket punch, but here we go. Fallen Ruthless now looking to live up to the Ruthless part of their name. Can they just aggress now onto the bumper car showdown? Beautiful strategy here. Oh, but Dose just rolling through the bunches. 2 players are left here on the Ruthless side. I like the spacing coming through from Dose though, right? They seem to be a little bit more docile, but instead, it was all a strategy. It was all a surprise. William, gonna get his hand caught with that nade. Fly getting dropped as well, and Shakid, the last one left, going up against Glitch, and Glitch was very narrowly surviving, or not surviving rather, as Shakid ran him right over. I mean, this is Fallen Ruthless just narrowly surviving and still managing to hold on to at least 3 players here.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that is unexpected, honestly. That push, if I'm being honest, they were not even sure if they're going to be winning it. But unfortunately for Death's Kenya, they will be going back to lobby with that fight. And as they do that, we do have RJC. They are joining the party and they want to take on a fight right next to them. But we'll wait and see how that goes. But Slime 4KT already, one of their teammates is down. And see you, he can actually see you trying to eliminate his team, and he takes him down there. He does have a chance of getting maybe one player up, but Strength is not letting that happen. Q's with that push, and we have CU amazingly done there. The damage is good, but his teammate from 4 Strength will be sporting him, and that will be Q's being saved by Lil Boy.
Yeah, well, I liked what we saw there from 4KT, even though it might have been short-lived. It was still exciting to witness either which way. But MVP, though, here we go, right? They have now started to push forward. They got themselves a quick little cheeky knock. That does help them alleviate a little bit of that pressure so they can focus on getting themselves situated. But Temper is still going to be situated right up ahead of them. Rush, though, down to only 1 remaining hopeful here. Not going to be an easy one to play through. Gonna have to take a lot more of a reserved approach here, but this could be that opportunity for MVP now to try and bounce back, reclaim a little bit of their position in those rankings. But they're gonna have to claw their way through. Temper as Legend comes through with beautiful jump shot, but fortunately Fly is there to lend a helping hand. And it is now just chaos here from the side of Fallen Ruthless.
I mean, this is not looking good, but Fallen Ruthless, they seem to be trying to get composed throughout every single fight. They're trying their level best to keep their heads in the game and don't let anything come their way. But for Temper, this might just be the end of the road for them in Game 3. That is Erangel. Right now, the team MVP is ready to cook, and they're doing a good job because they are going in for their fights head on without thinking about it at all. Fallen Ruthless with that rotation there, they're avoiding the fights. They do know that there's a team here. They have to be really careful with this. Rosciano, Kensport team MVP, he might just be looking for that entry knock. The thing they're not seeing is that one player from team MVP is all the way in that shack, and if they decide to push without thinking about it, Fallen Ruthless will be at a very, very bad spot just by trying this push.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best play that they could have made at this point, but you know what? They got to try and do everything they can think of here. And MAZOR also finding themselves in quite of a predicament, right? They've got 2 players up. Atrox is going to be down, looking for the change there. In the meantime, the zone is going to take us further onto the eastern edge. And again, RJC with a phenomenal read on the zone, still managing to kind of just keep their distance, right? Even though it seemed that they were pushing straight into the hot mess that we've been looking at so far, with all the teams essentially just looking to converge into that very centralized region. Somehow they still miraculously managed to keep their cool and, you know, just sit there as a third-party spectator, right? Just waiting on the edges to see what the lobby is going to be doing. In the meantime, we do say goodbye to 4 Strength as, well, they didn't have enough spinach and they can't carry themselves forward here. BERSERK, I also like what they've been doing so far here today, right? Really slowly starting to ramp up the overall play. 3 eliminations already under their bag, and so it is looking pretty good on that. And let's see whether or not Zane and Goblin here can really find the angles as ASTRA, is going to pose the plays to them. But meanwhile, Fallen Ruthless now really trying to play the upset here. Is going to be bringing down BERSERK to just that 3-piece, but it's not going to be too much of a turning point just yet. ASTRA, though, they're going to have to be cautious here, Mitch, I would say, because, you know, looking at them only having those 2 players up, they are essentially pincered right in between everybody else. So not quite sure how they're hoping to get out of this, but it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, Astra Creatives, they need to start thinking about what is their next strategy. Whatever their plan was initially, no. That is not going to be working this time around. But of course, we do have the Fallen Ruthless. They are taking out a fight. Already a casualty is in. That will be Shakid. And immediately Rashiano goes in for the revive. We can see Fly trying to be the scout here, trying to distract the teams just to make sure the revive happens. We do have Elevate. We have Team MVP surrounding Fallen Ruthless, and if they're not careful, they might be the next Fallen Soldiers in this team or rather in this game if they do not think about their next steps. They do have the edge of the zone though. They can't stay here for a while. But when it shifts, there is no way they're going to be making an easy rotation. They do have teams on their northern side. There's a team on their eastern side. On their western side, let's see which team is there. Oh, they're actually lucky. Team BERSERK is not even aware, or rather, they are. They can hear the shots, but I don't think they're that close to Fallen Ruthless right now. Astra Creatives and MVP. It's either Slazy and Balalal just make a run for it and risk it, but they will be in the middle of at least 3 teams before they can even decide what to do next.
Yeah, I think especially looking at where they are fighting right now, being downhill is
Yeah.
not necessarily going to be the best spot to be in, right? I mean, you don't want an uphill battle, right? You want to be on more even ground, like this plateau up here, for instance, right? It's not the best base,
Yes.
but it is far better than getting caught out all the way down in that shooting range position. I mean, Fallen Ruthless, right? They've got a good setup as well, just on the edge. So whomever's situated ahead of them trying to climb that hill is going to be easy pickings. But let's see where the zone goes. Yep, it pulls a little bit more towards the north. So MVP, this is the opportunity to bounce back, right? Get out of shooting range itself and start advancing up that hillside. Otherwise, a team like Elevate coming through over on that side position is going to make things quite challenging for you. And still at the same time, IJC, they just out there enjoying the sun, right? Sitting back, kicking their feet up, relaxing. Going like, it's fine, it's fine. You just do what you gotta do. We'll come in, we'll clean it up. Don't you worry. We know exactly what to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably having a good time. They can hear the sprays. They can see people getting knocked on the kill feed, and they're happy it's not them, so they'll keep on relaxing with that. But MAZOR, they land literally at the side of RJC. They can see them clearly, and MAZOR has been put at a tight position. The spray is coming from RJC. We have some damage on them, and immediately they might be forced to change their location. For Elevate, they're not anywhere close to this fight. Baby immediately taking on his vehicle, is the only player that is going towards the team. I believe he's either trying to scout or he's just risking it for the team to understand what is really happening right in front of them. For Elevate here, I think their position is also compromised. How will they move from here without FR, Astra, or Team MVP supporting them? I think they need to do RJC style here and just get one player to move around the vehicle and get to understand what the teams are doing and where are they in the first place.
Yeah, information is king right here, right? You need as much as you can gather. So Paradox's position, not a bad spot for it, right? Can see a good fair bit over into towards that lower position, but unfortunately doesn't have X-ray vision, so you can't see over the hill, right? Doesn't know what is waiting just on the other side. X-Force though, again, now starting to tighten the grip a little bit more so. We did see Reverb getting taken out, but that is not going to be too much of a deterrent now for the side there of RJC. Meanwhile, MAZOR rather, they will get shifted onto the wayside as we are down to our final 6 squads. The zone is going to tighten up very, very soon. We've got just under a minute left to see where everybody will have to try and cram themselves into. Astra Creatives, though, tough position. All they have essentially is going to be the wall and their vehicles to provide them that cover. And that's not going to be a very safe spot to be in for much longer. The zone is going to pop, show us where it will go. I'm low-key hoping that it's going to be moving a little bit more towards that southern side, just to put even more emphasis on the teams caught up in shooting range, right? They need to get themselves removed from that area. They need to move onto these hills and try and find a better location to fight from. I know that the cover is quite limited. We can see that. But, yeah, that is going to be a thing that might come back and bite you in the butt.
Yep. The zone here is not going to be good at all. Shooting range seems okay, But the teams on that high ground, like you're saying, they have even better view at this point. For the teams FR, I think the only thing they can know right now is Elevate is on the right side. I don't think they know Goblin is there, RJC is there. They're not aware of all that. For RJC, I believe they do have some intel on what's really happening around them. So let's see if that actually pays out. But so far, with the 6 teams remaining, 16 players are still in the game. I cannot wait to see what their plan actually is. What will RJC do? What will Team BERSERK do? What will FR do? All these teams, what are their next steps? We talked about ASTRA Creatives. For some reason, they're still surviving. I want to know what their plan is. How are they still surviving? And no one is even engaging with them, right? Balalal is lying down, chilling, talking to his teammate, probably telling stories right now, and saying, don't move. Let's just talk for a while. So I guess it's actually okay that they're surviving for now. But once we see this zone rotation, I think they can no longer survive. FR is here.
Yeah. I mean, and this is exactly what I was saying about FR earlier, right? They have a little bit of an elevated position over on towards the eastern side, and now they are looking to capitalize on that. But it's a very tough spot here for ASTRA Creatives, and I would even extend it to MVP, right? I mean, there's no way of them gaining good ground here. It is going to be quite the bit of an uphill fight, almost quite literally, as we have Elevate up on the hill. We've got RJC over there, and then of course you guys still got to keep a very watchful eye over onto the players there from Fallen Ruthless coming through on that eastern approach. But I like what Potion is doing, keeping an eye on the hillside, not wanting to get caught out. And Balalal though, trying to turn the tables on ASTRA, on Fallen Ruthless rather. Slam dunk. There we go. We are in the top 5. And MVP now swooping in to contest a very, very hot ASTRA Creative side. And they have one team. They had a team because they are all out of this lobby. And this is where I think MVP now really needs to find a good way to sneak themselves back into the zone, because at least for them, the fact that Elevate is over on towards their edge there is going to be distracting X-Force and of course potentially even BERSERK, but they can't rely on that, right? They have to find that push. They have to find that angle to get in.
Yeah, I mean, they need to start moving. They are a bit lucky, I can say. They not lucky in terms of zone, but on their right side, if they decide to use that side, Elevate has only one player that might cause trouble. So the earlier they finish their fight with Elevate, Paradox, the easier it will be for them to make their rotation. They might be able to get RJC as they're distracted trying to get onto Team BERSERK. But if they just focus on the right side and try to see if they can use that side, they might be lucky with the rotation and survive along the way. But let's see what their plan will be at the end of the day. For RJC, Team BERSERK is distracted and they're focusing on Team MVP right now. They do know RJC is there, but for some reason, they wanted to focus more on the MVP team instead of the RJC team. But of course, might be their plan. They seem to have split through it. We have seen some casualties there on Team MVP from Team BERSERK. And Wraith, immediately, once they got the knock, we can see them trying to go in for that push. But RJC Devil is aware that they're trying to move, but somebody sprays on Devil. The damage is good. But unfortunately for them, Potion comes in from the back, gets the first knock, but his teammate comes in with that save. And we have Sphinxy coming in to get the deed done. And last player, that will be Adrian, trying to get closer. Sphinxy getting damaged. And Team MVP takes on the second team again from that same ridge.
Yeah, well, you gotta give some respect over to the side there of BERSERK. They tried, but unfortunately they can only try so much, right? RJC though, they are gonna be the one to reign supreme again with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. They are looking to steal the show, and this is just where it shows you that experience goes a long way, right? The cool heads prevail at the end of the day, and they were able to just read the zone and make sure that they get to where they need to be. I mean, that was a phenomenal showcase on their end. But yeah, like I said, want to give a bit of respect over to the teams that tried in that final zone. MVP, they held up far longer than I thought they were going to hold. But at the end of the day, getting caught down here, not the best place to get stuck in.
Yeah, I mean, they tried. But like you said, that position was just not good. It was not good. Unfortunately, they cannot hear us, and that did cost them that chicken dinner, giving it easily to X-Force Rejects. That is, of course, an easy win. They actually, we cannot say easy, but the fact that they were patient with that fight, they let people eliminate each other and come in later, that made it easy for RJC. So 10 eliminations to their name with a chicken dinner, 20 points locked in from the second game, their second 20-point mark, and they're still going in strong there. So good stuff there for RJC. Damage at 1,735, 4 knockouts, good survival time. I believe for RJC, they're happy with this. I don't think they need any more stories past that. We got our chicken, we got the kills. I think they're happy. That's all they need.
Yeah, they don't need more than that, right? And again, a very consistent performance coming through on their end. And I think it's quite reflected on the strategy that they use, right? They're not a team that is out there to get aggressive, right? They will defend their position, trying to ward off any other teams from pushing them. But when it comes to the late stage, they just clean up, right? They just move in. They go like, oh, you're weak. Don't worry. We'll help you. We know exactly how to make you feel better. The lobby. That's where you're going to feel at your best, right? And speaking about the lobby itself, we did see 58 knocks and 57 eliminations coming through from this game. So very consistent. Again, I like how the teams have been able to keep on kind of just keeping the numbers pretty close, right? We don't see an excessive amount of knocks in comparison with the amount of eliminations. 16 revives though being pulled off, and 12,000 damage getting secured across the way. And of course, 375 meters. What an insane range. That is really ridiculous. For those watching that don't really know why we're going so crazy about 375 meters from Q's, is because it is a pixel size pretty much on your phone, right? That's very close to the edge of render. You have to be so accurate to ensure that you get that. Like, the thing that you're pointing at, right, is smaller than the dot on your scope.
Oh my god, they just need to tell us which scope they used. That's all I need to know. Which scope, which gun. That's all I need to know.
Not a red dot. I hope not. If that was with the red dot color, me quite impressed. But speaking about impressed though, I'm impressed with Slime. Not very much, but I like the fact that they're starting to up the ante here, right? They are trying to bring in a little bit more heat, right? I want to see more of that Slime 4KT spice getting thrown out on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm sure they can do more. Probably they're just trying to adjust. Let's give them time. They have at least 9 more games to adjust. I don't know how long they'll adjust, but they have 9 more games. So Slime 4KT, you need to give DK what he's asking for, otherwise he will not be happy. Okay, do it. He needs it, right? But I mean, there's room for everything right now. They have room for improvement and all that. They just have to make sure they take it. But with RJC, they're leading with 20 points. Oh, that's going to be a big margin again being created. See that the team that was really close to them, that was Death Dose, but we cannot even see them here in the top 8. So of course that changes where they might be. But Fallen Ruthless, either Fallen Ruthless or Team MVP, with the points they've gotten, we might see them going into 2nd or 3rd place. But that is just me making my own speculation, seeing that these two teams might be making a run for the 1st place. Just might be.
I mean, MVP, like the points MVP just secured is gonna sit quite comfortably with them, but also take into account they had 8 points to start the match off with, right? So they're not necessarily going to be jumping up that much. Yes, they are going to be jumping up quite a bit. It is going to look quite impressive and all that. But catching up to X-Force at this point, I think it's going to be quite difficult if they don't replicate that yet again coming into the next match, right? They have to keep that same kind of consistency flowing if they want to contest against X-Force Rejects. I mean, Death Dose, yes, they were the closest team to them, but they were 12 points behind at the start of this match, right? Death Dose, they only picked up 1. X-Force, they picked up 20, and now the difference between 1 and 20, it's a bit, but you know, MVP Adrian definitely definitely contributing quite a bit to his team's performance in this game. Of course, securing more than half of the eliminations that they were able to bring to the table.
Yeah, Adrian seems to have done his level best to make sure the team actually survived the ditch, because I saw a lot of him throughout the game. We saw grenades being launched, we saw him getting knocks. Even though he wasn't able to confirm some of them, he at least got 6 eliminations with this game, while Shiva, who's already leading that MVP title, is at 4 eliminations. The damage though on Shiva is really high, 679, not that far from Adrian, but the two players, for some reason, they were able to survive the same exact time. They were just there looking at each other. They're like, one of us has to go, my friend. The question is who? And okay, Adrian still on that road. He literally moved Pew Pew from 2nd to 4th. And Adrian goes all the way to 2nd. And he might be looking to get into that race for the MVP against Shiva. But I keep on saying it. As long as the person leading has created a big margin, there is no way you'd close that easily. It becomes so hard to, close that gap. It's so hard, especially if their damage is really high every single game.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not only Shiva that you need to worry about, right? It's the rest of the RJC team, right? You can see Baby T also coming through into that 3rd place, still pretty much unchanged from what we've seen in the previous match or the previous round, right? We did see Shiva being our MVP and holding quite steadily for his squad there. I mean, a little bit of a shift as to be expected, right? Pew Pew moved from 2nd down in towards the 4th place. We did see Q's also then getting moved from 4th place down into 5th, but Baby T still same spot. And Adrian, just that one single match just elevated and catapulted him up into 2nd place. So if he keeps that consistency, right, he might be able to get closer to Shiva. And then hope, of course, that tomorrow he just goes in full beast mode, right? It's just like, here I come. I want those $300. It's going to be mine. But only time will tell. Speaking of which, though, we need to take a look and see how everything has panned out. And we'll be getting into that in a bit. As well, we need to count all the scores up and make sure that everything is as accurate as we can get them. But this game coming through from RJC, there was a gap. I think that gap is now considerably larger.
Of course. I mean, if you see what they actually have been able to do just from 2 games, that of course makes the margin bigger and bigger, makes it hard for teams to close in. But of course, we can never say never. Anything could happen. We just have to wait and see how that goes. Seeing that most of the teams, even being honest, they had a chance of making it better, but for some reason, it just did not go as they had planned. So, I mean, there's always a next time. If they want to go ahead and try and camp and get some points, then why not? I mean, we'll be there to support that at the end of the day.
But I don't necessarily think it's camping, right? It's a strategic delayed rotation. Right?
Oh, wow.
A very clever way to say camping, right? But I mean, I think there's a difference between camping and using it as a tactical advantage, right? Sitting in a position where you know teams are going to be moving fast, right? Where camping is, you kind of just hide, right? You try not to be found. You sit there and wait, you go like, please don't see me, please don't see me. And sometimes, well, that doesn't really work out, right? People still manage to find you. But speaking about finding, let's find ourselves into those overall standings to see exactly where the teams are after our previous game, right? Match number 3 done and dusted. That marks the halfway point of today, which means well, the points are about to be rolled out onto the screen. Drumroll, please, as we are going to be heading straight into that. You can see right here on the front page some beautiful phones there, and of course 13 points to start off the 9th place, right? So we got 13s and a whole bunch of other ones right on there. Nothing major really happening over here, right? We did see BERSERK. That game, it helped, right? It moved them up. In fact, it moved them up 5 positions all the way up into 11th. Again, these numbers, they sound impressive, but looking at the total points the teams have, they have the opportunity to really try and increase that overall standing. So if BERSERK wants to do even more, they're going to have to up the ante. And even though Slime got 3 points in the last game, they are still pretty much there in towards that 15th place, right? They've moved from 14th down into 15th, so we want to see them bounce back up. Only 2 squads didn't move. MAZOR and the Tribe Warriors, right? Neither of these squads moved an inch. They are exactly in the same place we saw them last time. But who's not in the same place we saw them last time is MVP. They've jumped 9 positions all the way up into 3rd place.
Wow, the jump is huge. And Astra is still there as well. They made their jump as well all the way to 2nd place. And I know they feel great about that. But looking at Death Dudes, they started off quite well. But since they made a whole drop from 2nd to 4th, actually from 1st all the way to 4th, that is quite unfortunate for them. Esports, I was gunning for them. I mean, they were able to get points from the previous 2nd game. But this third game did not give them that much. So seeing them going down, I think it's going to be a risky move if they don't fix this. If they don't this will make it better, just like game 2, we might be seeing them leaving even the first page of the overall rankings, which can be painful sometimes to watch.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit painful indeed, but the teams are still in a position where they can look to repair that, right? They don't have to go out and go get, plasters and all those things just yet. They can still fix it. It's not too drastic just yet, but the sooner the teams start to act, the easier it will be for them to try and recover. So want to see who is going to look to close off our final Erangel with a big statement, right? Who's going to be the one potentially looking to contest the side there of RJC, because they've just been dominating, right? They've just been really playing a phenomenal strategy. Now, the lobby, they've been shown what they need to do, but can they hold up?
Oh, it refreshed. Okay. All right. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I mean, I was talking to DK, but in another dimension. I mean, it's just that cool. He could hear me. He's just, DK. But it is finally that time. Oh, it's the beard. Okay, guys, grow your beards. Grow them. They'll help you. But of course, the time we've all been waiting for. I mean, you guys have been waiting. And it's finally here. We are going into a solo creator show match where we'll be having 2 creators, that is Real Shroud and IE Umi, facing off against each other in TDM. Now, here's the thing. The first person to reach the kill target wins. So let's see how this goes. I mean, it was supposed to be me and DK, but I told you I won even before I began. But here we are, so let's give other people a chance. Let's not ruin it for DK, and then you won't listen to his advice.
Yeah, please, Mitch, don't scare me like that. I mean, I want to be able to, at least play some PUBG at some point. But yeah, we are going to be looking firstly at Yumi and the Real Shroud, right? Shroud getting ready to move in from the opposing edge here. It's always interesting to look at the loadouts that they have here, right? So we've got the M4 and the Scorpion over on Yumi. Who do we have? I wonder what the loadout is that Shroud is going to be locking for here. Of course, everybody knows how the TDM works, right? But for a select few who might not know, the goal is to hit 40 or close to it, right? Whoever has the highest score when the timer runs out or hits 40 first, that is the one who wins, right? So that is the objective here. And of course, once you get eliminated, you just spawn right back where you started. You can change your loadout if you have that saved. And so far, the M4 is looking pretty interesting. I mean, I would go for the M4 here as well, right? I know I've seen some people play with like Rosas, and they play with AKs and play with barrels and a whole variety of things like that. I like the M4. Why? Because it hits targets.
Wow, that more than the AKM? I doubt
I don't know. Just like it hit a target for me the first time. I was like, yep, that's the one I'm playing with.
I see. So you only played M416, but what is happening in this match? Seems like Omi is giving Shroud a hard time. honestly, I tend to envy people who know how to play TDMs. What is the secret to becoming a good TDM player like these two players? Like Shroud, like Umi. What is the secret, DK? What do I need to do to have these crazy picks coming from these two players?
Step 1, have a phone. Step 2, do it a lot. Do it a lot, right? You need to... TDM is sweaty, right? You gotta play it a lot. You can't just go once. You gotta go over and over and over, right? That is how they got to this point, right? Exactly like the teams that we're looking at on the battlefield as well, right? They are here and they just know exactly how to play through this. But Shroud is trying to go for that sneaky approach, right? Still having to bounce back, sitting now with 2 points on the board, looking to try and close the gaps here. And it does so far seem that it is a very even spread, right? Neither player necessarily having too much of an upper hand. As Shroud comes through with a beautiful hit onto Yumi yet again. But I like it, right? M4s, either which side, I can respect that. Double M4, in fact, coming through from Shroud. Now, see, Shroud is just asking for extra praise, right? Double M4 here for Yumi as well. Yeah, I like it. You can just keep on going. Who's going to win, though? The one with the M4.
But they... but they all have M4. You know?
Exactly.
Who's going to win? The one with the Scorpion is going to win. What is it?
The one with the helmet on.
But honestly, this is impressive. I like how their shots are hitting the targets, and you don't see anyone, and it's not even lasting. Once they start spraying, that's it. The spray just connects, and you see the player getting eliminated. You can see the damage on Shroud. Immediately, he moved just a small part of his body was exposed, and Umi was able to get all that damage. So I feel like this is like a good skill for even the players playing right now to have, you know, for close quarter fights. Ooh, but oof, seems like the one with the M416 is actually winning.
Yeah, I see. I'm really good at making predictions when it comes to TDMs, right? I just know things. What are those things? I don't know, but I know them. Right, so we'll see what the players are gonna do right here. And what I like about this, about the TDMs, right, is it's really good for training you for close quarter engagements, right? Especially like coming into the late stages of the match, right? When that circle gets really small and you find yourself in some pretty sticky situations. TDMs, a really good place to practice, especially that part of the game, right? Because as you can see, you need to be so quick with your reactions. You need to be able to kind of just do a full 180, maybe even sometimes a 270 if you spot an opponent coming through from the opposing side. And usually we look at about 4 players participating here, right? So having the 1v1 showdown, this is now just, you know, them competing for some bragging rights.
Yeah. And if they do well, we'll have to get them to train you, seeing that I won the game even before it started. You need to get some lessons from these two players, which is actually cool to see. This Shroud there with 6 and Umi with 5. And for some reason, Shroud is now going in on that aggressive side. Initially, he was not, but look at the damage on Shroud from Umi, who finishes that off with the Scorpion, by the way. Like I said, the player with the Scorpion will win. I just didn't know which one that was.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at damage numbers, right, Shroud definitely so far packing in quite a bit of a punch already. What, 1600 damage, where Yumi is only on 1300. Oh, there we go. The numbers now starting to trade on up. It is going to be Yumi leading the charge with regards to the damage, but Shroud is going to be the one sitting at the front here. 7 points under their belt. Can they get even more? We've got 4 minutes left on the clock. The timer is ticking, and very soon only one of these two players will be crowned the victor. I've actually never really seen a tie in TDMs, right? So if you were to ask me what happens if the numbers are the same, your guess is as good as mine. But Yumi gonna go out with a broom, not the kind of broom that Yumi was hoping for.
I mean, you asked a very good question. I also don't know how that works. But of course, for these two players, I don't think it's going to be easy for one to create a big margin from the other. Umi seems to be doing a really good job. The damage Umi gets every time they go in for that push seems to be taking Shroud. Almost all his HP is down and he's still trying to go in for that push. So at this point, our predictions are correct. But I really want to know from the chat as well. I'm sure they know the two players who they think is going to be winning this TDM.
That is a good question, and we'll have the answer to that. I mean, either which way, however this unfolds, I still made the right prediction, right? Because that is just the way it goes. Shroud, though, pushing up, doesn't seem to have too much with regards to vest and things. He's going to be risking it all. Yumi, very cautious, quick to fall back into the hot cover. But can he find those last bits of damage? Oh, down he goes. Yumi now getting that lead. Look, it's only a 2-point lead, but if Yumi keeps this up, it is going to be really difficult for Shroud to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Oh my good lord. I don't know why people play, or not that, I mean, like, playing TDM is wrong, but once you realize you're not good at TDM, you should look for these two players. I'm actually scared for Shroud right now because Umi, oh wow, why? How would you know there's a space to shoot there? Why and when? When did you even discover that? But of course, that is the skill of playing TDM time and time again. Just a question. There's a time people will do a debate on are the TDMs really important when you're playing PUBG Mobile. What do you think the answer was for that debate?
It depends on how you ask the question, right? I don't know. It's difficult to really decide what is. Okay, Yumi is trying to log a complaint, right? That's what we saw that just there, right? That's where the logbook is. Let's see whether or not Yumi is going to be able to do anything with that though as the push comes through. Shroud trying to regain a bit of territory, but has only got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Has to be super quick, and unfortunately, I think Yumi is going to be the one to take it, right? I don't see Shroud bouncing back in the next minute. It is going to be really difficult for Shroud to lock in. Oh, but maybe he might still be able to surprise us. Yumi just so relentless with his spray down.
I mean, this is a good watch. This is a good watch. Seeing how actually Umi's push is really good. As soon as the damage is there on Shroud, immediately Umi goes in for that push because I mean, you know that the player will have some kind of HP restored after a while, so making sure you push on time saves the whole hassle. But we'll see how this goes because Shroud is also trying to be on the aggressive side. He's trying to go in for that push, but somehow it's not really paying off. Umi is the one getting to have a lot of damage prior to even Shroud making it there. Look at those. Ooh, honestly, this is impressive. Hip fires are hard, you know. Hip fires are not easy.
I mean, like, and this is part of what makes it so good, right? Is you just have to be absolutely relentless, right? And Yumi showcasing that perfectly. You just keep on pushing. Once you get the opportunity, it is gonna be quite difficult for your opponent to bounce back from that. So big respect going out there to Yumi. Absolutely exciting show match, and that is again a good place if you want to go practice for the late stages of the game, right? When things get hot and sweaty, fall back to what you would do in TDM. Just embrace and go like, if I was a TDM, what would I do? Right? Play through that. Is that your best decision? Not always, because it's PUBG, right? Anything can happen. You can find yourself with quite a bit of space coming into those late few stages. So, yeah, always got to try and be creative, right? Find the different strategies. And whatever you do, be super relentless with that. So, yeah, let's see. But, of course, speaking about let's see, there's something else that's going to be happening here. Myself and Mitch, we are going to be leaving you for today as we are going to be handing over to Youngblood and Priest that are going to be stepping in to close out the day. It is going to be quite exciting as they'll be taking you through the final Erangel and, of course, the upcoming 2 Miramars as well. So really looking forward to seeing what they are going to be bringing in. Mitch, it's time for us to move. Guys, we'll see you all back again tomorrow. But don't go anywhere because the games are continuing.
2026 PUBG Mobile Africa Esports ecosystem will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. In 2026, PUBG Mobile will be upgraded to 2026 PMGO qualifier region, opening a new path to the global stage for African teams. Divided into two seasons S1 and S2, with one champion team determined in each season to advance to the top-tier global tournament PMGO. After the tournament officially launches, it will start with online qualifiers. Successfully qualified teams will proceed to their respective countries' standalone PMNC. Through the 2026 Africa PMNC, teams will advance to the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals. The champion of the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 1. The champion of the PMGO Africa Finals Season 2 will qualify for the 2026 PMGO Season 2. So which team will advance to the 2026 PMWC and 2026 PMGC? This depends on the ranking points earned by the teams across the year. The team with the highest total points in the PMGO Season 1 will qualify for the 2026 PMWC, while the team with the highest total points across the PMWC and 2 seasons of PMGO will qualify for the 2026 PMGC. The entire world will jointly witness this thrilling moment. Let's wait and witness.
Number 1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Showtime, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the party. It is the PUBG Mobile Global Open. It is Africa's Season 1. It is the grand finals, and the top 1 team gets to represent Africa at the Global Open. But enough about me, enough about us. It is all about the action. It is Priest on the mic, and I'm here with Youngblood PTK. How are you feeling? You've seen some amazing greatness, but how are you feeling right now coming into this final?
One word, excited! I didn't believe that these guys can pull what they're pulling, but the RJCs are incredible and bringing that spice to the meal. These guys are bringing some new taste to this wonderful festival. And it's crazy, man. I'm excited about everything that is happening. Seeing the underdogs coming up, trying their best to get that piece of the cake. You know, PMGO. You know, we need that global open, man, for Africa, and everyone is trying to clinch that spot. And not just that spot. You know, we have a lot of money on the line, and that is that motivator. No. Esports, finally, man, at least it's paying off. You know, as Africa, we've not had our moment, we've not had our time, but at least this time round, our time to shine. And
yes, sir.
I just feel good about that, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. It has been breathtaking watching some of these performances. You know, Death Dose, Fully Ruthless, RJC. 3 games down though, and now we're hopping in for the final 3. Erangel is where we're kicking off match number 4, our final Erangel of the night. before we head into Miramar, a double dose. Now, expectations, we've seen a little bit of something, we've seen a team do a back-to-back. We've seen it already on day one. It's a little bit interesting here, but it is time to leave your mark. Who will be the one? Well, we are about to find out. Erangel is up for grabs right now. And ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime for match number 4. PTK, we've seen a little bit of something, right? Do you have any different expectations going into this game?
Honestly, expectations are still the same, but a little bit, not too much, like 60% expecting the lobby to behave as it behaved. The first game, you saw the dead dose. They took the chicken dinner. Second game, they were not that fortunate. That game, not that fortunate. But second and that game, the RJCs, this is their time. This is where they bounce back, got the chicken dinner. And right now, I just have one question. Are they really going to get a trio chicken dinner? Can they get like that chicken dinner today? If they can be able to do that, they will be setting up one of the biggest records ever, not just for the teams, but for South Africa itself. As the RJCs, we've seen Shiva. He does not cover. He does not cover in fights. This man motivated in every fight that they take. But I don't understand, please. Like, what is this patience with the X-Force rejects? Because we've seen the second game, the third game. These guys are not approaching fights aggressively. They're just waiting for that moment. How are they even doing this?
I would think it's more about the level of experience, right? I mean, RJC, whatever we gotta say, right? RJC is a PMGC team. When I was doing my analysis about this team and how they would play, this is exactly what I expected from them. Now, this is a team that has had a lot of time, right? They've had a lot of time to watch all of the PMNCs. They've watched every single one. They understood the strengths and the weaknesses of every single team. But none of these teams were prepared for RJC to come through. And that is what we find ourselves in right now. A team with a literal golem of experience, showing exactly why they are one of the best. And they are showing it in clear-cut fashion. But now, PTK, I think... if you can look at how RJC has played so far, like you said, they've been playing it slow, they've been always positioning themselves. Do you think now that all of these teams have understood this and they are ready to counter this strategy?
Honestly, it will be hard for them to counter the strategy because the team that is dominating the most, that is the team that that is the team that you should avoid the most, honestly speaking. If you're a team that is trying to get points, don't approach the team that is dominating because they're in their best form. So try approaching the game otherwise. Don't try to like forge and foil their plans. Try to approach your game differently because if you go for them, one thing might lead to the other, and the lobby is calling. RJCs, they've been shaped by PMGC, they've been shaped by PMAC. Right now, trying to get the PMGO global is going to be hard for them, but I think they're well prepared for it. But it's the fourth game, and it's very, very hard to like try and assume that they already have the game in the bag, as the zone is shifting towards the western parts. Look at Gatka. This will be hard. This will be hard. Like half of the zone, almost half of the zone is in the water. And the water is no man's land. So the teams, they need to like get to the play zone very, very early and capture the best spots. Otherwise, it will be a game over for most of these teams. Because as you've seen in the game 1, game 2, game 3, it's all about positioning, Priest.
You're absolutely right. Positioning is key. I mean, we do have a couple of teams in a central position for strength. I think RIZZESPORTS also in that central area, and I think we also got 4KT in there. There's a whole lot of teams having the same ideas, having the same strategies. But then you take a look, at the other side, on the eastern side of the zone, you've got MVP, Zeus Esports, and I think Team BERSERK. They haven't made their rotations just yet, so those teams are going to have a little bit of a very tricky movement to make to get themselves into the zone. Even the southern side, very, very interesting to see who's going to navigate there. But right now, At this stage of the zone, do you think it's ideal to be in the center, or do you think it's okay to just play outside of the zone and just hang around to see what the rest of the teams are doing?
Playing center will make you encounter a lot of teams. You need to like avoid teams getting or surrounding you. Otherwise, if you're at the epicenter of all these fights, you will stand a chance of going back to the lobby, because let's say you fight against one team, they draw all those nades, they draw all those draw, but they soften you up. And 2 teams, 3 teams, you are out. So just play by the edge of the zone, and hopefully pray that you will be able to dominate from that position, because it's a 50-by-50 chance. You may try to play towards that edge of the zone, then get eliminated by the play zone itself, because we've seen teams, the play zone shifts and they have a hard time trying to get to the play zone. So just play by the zone. I think you'll have an advantage, but still a 50-by-50 as we are seeing these fights elevate, trying to elevate the lobby as they are taking down the MAZOR team. And this is a major fight. If MAZOR loses these would be a bummer for them. And taking these early fights, I don't know if it is a good strategy or a bad strategy, because we've seen teams losing. We saw Rush losing, there's those losing. I don't know if MAZOR, this is a good point for them. If they lose this game, how is this going to impact their results?
It's a valid thought, but they will be losing out. Federal has gone federal. He's back to the lobby to reconvene with the rest of his teammates. Elevate, though, looking very strong. It's a good start for them. Currently sitting in the top 3. But I think it's just one of those things where some of these teams, they know they have to take risks, and now is the best time to take risks because the game hasn't gotten away from them just yet. The gap between, you know, first place, second place, third place, it's significant, but it is still achievable right now. For strength, though, trying to make quick work of the guys from 4KTs. A battle of fools now. Faker charging a grenade onto the corner. Namey almost getting an angle drop through, but Quilla goes down, and that might be the third. Namey might go for a four-piece here. A fantastic grenade launch onto the corner there, but Kage goes down. Faker tries to trade off another corner. Namey, 4-piece on 4KT, 4 strength. Their strength is too much for 4KT.
Name him. A 1v3 successful. How did he do that? Well, I think we just watched the action unfold, but Namey, that was pretty cool. He made the push and did get that elimination. But that aid from the teammates, that is what made him be able to get the fight on, because he was very, very low. They were trying to nade him up, but fortunately enough for them, they were able to win. And the first strength in full strength and in full squad, as they are pushing 4 eliminations already for the 4S, for the first strength, and the Elevate already coming into the zone. Has not even closed, but they already have the 4 eliminations. So these might be a promising game for them. And the RJCs are still trying to get to the play zone, get the good spots as they are approaching the Gatka area. And Ashiva, Baby, we saw him with the MG3. What is with Baby and the MG3? All the time, Baby has the MG3. How is he even getting these MG3s? Because we saw in the first game, he got 3 eliminations with the MG3. Right now, he still has the MG3.
You know, I'm curious, but I think he picked it up from an airdrop, you know, and I realized that has been, you know, that has been a strategy for RJC. They've been picking up a lot of great weapons. We saw that earlier. Shiva did the exact same thing, you know, and Baby as well. And I think it's part of the strategy, trying to put themselves into those positions, maneuvering the airdrops, maneuvering the angles, maneuvering every single position that they can get themselves into a little bit of an advantage here. And I think that puts them into a very, very solid position. On the other hand, Temper, I'm still yet to figure out what their strategy is. They're playing pretty much how they played in, you know, PMNC South Africa. They play it slow, feeling out the opponent, but I don't think that strategy is going to work here. I think you have to go very, very efficient and effective. I take a look at that. BERSERK are not wasting any opportunities here. They take one for the other, but MVP will have something for them, and Wraith unfortunately will not be able to find his way through. His teammates on the other hand, not so lucky. They will lose out, but MVP back to full strength with 1 elimination on the board. PTK.
Yeah, that was some MVP stuff. They almost lost to BERSERK. You know, you have to be looking at the real fraggers for the team MVP. We have Adrian. That man is not joking. Most of the fights that Adrian has taken, whether alone or in a squad, that man wins those fights. And fighting against BERSERK, one of the best team from the southern part of Africa. That was a clean strike. You know, I saw clips and I remembered how he performed versus Elevate. You remember the one before? That was quite crazy. And I think these teams, they fear that man. You know, putting a 1v4, that was quite a show. As we have the AST versus Temper. And Temper setting up the tempo as the AST Astra creatives trying to create some good game and trying to get some good shots, good eliminations as they are trying to dominate these western parts. Because if they are able to dominate and take control of these western region, they will have can I say a big part, a big portion of the play zone, because the play zone just shifted to the western part and they are all going to be at this point as Balal is trying to rotate RJC reverbing, fighting against the dead those. So these are the chicken dinner winners, and this fight will be very, very crucial, please, because if the dead those can win this, they will be reducing the gap between them and the RJCs. But if the RJCs are able to shake off the dead those, they increase the gap a little bit further.
And it's all about increasing that gap, right? If they can't keep that distance between themselves and the rest of the opposition, not allowing them to catch up. RJC did get a little bit of a trade-off there. I think one of them got knocked away, but I believe he has been picked all the way back up. And that's the thing about RJC. It's very difficult to separate them out. You know, it's very difficult to isolate one of them. That keeps things into very interesting perspective, because you can see them holding that northern side. Just in front of them, they've got Tribe Warriors, and to their eastern side, Temper. There's a whole lot of teams here with a whole lot of energy, with a whole lot of experience in holding the edges of the circles. Now you can see Giorgio still pretty empty. There's still a team that can play from the eastern side, and I think MVP might have that idea. Riz as well in a very good split, but Team BERSERK, I'm not sure about this one. PTK, you can see them all the way out there to the northern side. They're not in the zone, and they've taken a lot of blue zone damage. Do you think that this strategy is ideal for them, because they're going to spend a lot of utilities getting into the next phase of the zone?
The strategy might be ideal for the team BERSERK because they are hoping to take a third party. If the RGCs, the one that are controlling the northern part towards the Georgia Pool area, if they can be able to get into a fight and then BERSERK goes for the third party, they will have that advantage, because the RGCs, they think that they are the last people on that edge of the play zone. But the MVP is taking that eastern approach towards that Georgia Pool Hills, but they will be approaching the Riz squad, which is not something to be joking around. That team is well formed, well coordinated, and these might be one of the biggest fights that we might be seeing as the Neon take the southern part towards the Hayfam. We have the Zeus Morris taking the southern part of the edge of the play zone. RIZZESPORTS have not been that lucky, but they still survive in full force as Elevate is trying to hold that central part together with the Dead Doors. And the game are still not that aggressive, as all the teams know what they are expecting, what they are trying to get. But the RIZZESPORTS, I don't know if this is a good spot for them, because I think they might have been spotted already. Yeah, this is one of the best spots when it comes to holding, but one of the worst spots when it comes to defending. And I hope they know that. RIZZESPORTS, will they set up pace? Will they keep up the tempo? Yeah, but it's too early to judge, Priest. You know, we've seen the Tribe Warriors also. They have been very, very good, although they lost one critical player. I don't know how these will be towards their game motivation, but you know, everyone is game and all of us is game. Let's continue the game as we see the Tempers. You know, it's quite crazy, Priest. Temper, they still not got their footing. You know, Temper is one of the best squads from South Africa, but still not able to clinch those eliminations and those chicken dinner. How is this happening for the team Temper?
It's a valid thought, right? The way they have been playing, again, it's pretty similar to how they did play in PMNC South Africa, especially in the finals. You know, they were tied in fourth and fifth with another team, but they did do significantly better on placements, and that just pushed them over the edge. But that's something that I think was a valid strategy working inside of PMNC South Africa. But here, the PMGO is just a different ball game. It's just a different type of energy. You are facing the best of the best from the region. You have to step up to the plate. You have to turn things around. You have to make sure that your strategy is going to be a little bit of both. You have to be a little bit conservative, but you also have to be very dangerous. And right now, Temper are not feeling that dangerous. You know, sitting all the way down there in 10th place, still racking up few eliminations, still not finding themselves in the final third. But we will see if that strategy will work out for them. But right now, MVP setting their sights onto the guys from RJT, baby, launching a beautiful grenade over the top, and here comes that MG3. He's looking comfortable again. Reverb gets the angle with the AUG, and here comes RJC. Now they smell blood in the water. Another grenade launched over the top. Devil is about to send them to hell. One by one, they're falling away. MVP in trouble right now. They feel it. Ogre trying to escape the danger, but no luck for him as he will be eliminated. It is South Africa on South Africa action, but RJC will come out on top as that guy from Neon Outlaws will snatch the last one away, and MVP unfortunately will be sent back to the DMV.
That is quite some great push coming from the RJC. You remember we talked about that position. It is very, very good when it comes to holding, but quite bad when it comes to defending, because you saw the barrage of nades as the RJCs. They only needed that opening knock and they set carnage to the game. But that was quite awesome to see and be part of as the RJCs continue to assert dominance in the game. And if that is not a good litmus test of how good the form of the RJC is, I don't know what is, but that was brilliant as they take this fight calmly, precisely, and coordinated. As the team Temper 6 score, they're trying to make that rotation. On the other end, we have the Rush team getting rushed back to the lobby. Team BERSERK knocked by the Blue Zone. And we talked about BERSERK earlier in the game. They were playing more in that Blue Zone. And right now, the enemy to Team BERSERK is the Blue Zone itself. As the RJCs, bro, what are the RJCs feeding on? How are they this good? They are taking the fights, they are winning these fights. What are they feeding?
And that's a valid thought, right? Because the way they have been playing, it's like they have no fear in the world. And right now, Rush probably going to have the same mentality because they need to deal with the guys from Zeus Morris breaching into their position. Tingleton playing out behind with the rest of his teammates. Jogo has pulled up to the scene as well. There's a lot of pressure being mounted from this southern position. It's a matter of where the play zone moves again. And where that play zone decides to settle in, it is going to be a very, very valid position to force these teams into very uncomfortable positions. Clutch had no idea that he was lurking in the shadows. Immediately gets the first one knocked away. There's Zeus had no clue that there was ops in the building, and now they've learned the hard way. Tomas getting knocked away there. Kevin playing behind. His teammates have to pull up to the scene. Tao is looking for a way inside, and now they will have the opportunity to just play this a little bit slower. Jogo and the rest of the team, they're trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, Kevin is getting burned away there. Molotov straight to the chin there and almost sends him away, and that is a danger. His teammate is the one that will be his undoing. The pressure is on right now. Clutch and the rest of the guys from Rush Esports, they can feel this one. They're about to wrap it all the way up. Tao has been spotted. That grenade is perfectly cooked for him. It will be launched perfectly, and that will be a job well done. Clutch is through. Rush will escort Zeus back to Olympus.
You blink for 1 second and Rush Esports already take control of the fight. That was crazy. Rush clutch, rushing indeed and clutching. As the RIZZESPORTS on the other end are still trying to find a footing as Haki, the only player remaining from the RIZZESPORTS, still trying to get a name for the team. Elevate Esports as the tempo is elevating. As the tempo is elevating, all of them trying to get the best spots, all of them trying to get those eliminations at the death of Sema with a word to say. And he does get the Tribe Warrior topic, who has something to talk about today as the death those are still taking the northern part. Tribe Warriors getting battered and bruised by only one player, Hader. Oh my word, what was that reflex? He was almost eliminated, but reflex action, and he takes the Doze Sema down. And the Death Doze, they were on the winning hand, and only one player remaining. Tribe Warriors, they are driving in, but they gave that position, they gave out that location. The Tribe Warriors Crusaders still trying to crusade around those BC with the S12K. One shot down and only one player remaining. William with no one to say, and the Tribe Warriors. Hail the Tribe Warriors as they dominate the Death Doze from Kenya.
Death Dose dealt a deadly dose of their own medicine. They lose out there to Tribe Warriors. And that is how things are starting to look very, very proactive for them. If they can get into a better position in that zone coming in from that northern side, the Nigerian team trying to keep Nigeria in the conversations here. They're looking very confident. 6 eliminations so far. But ASTRA Creatives, they've been falling off a little bit too hard as they are trying to add some more points, but they're losing out one after the other. And it looks like Neon Outlaws now setting their sights onto the guys from RJC. Tribe Warriors also trying to hold the hillside from this northern position, and they might decide to take it upon themselves. But here comes Rush as well. RJC into the open season. And here comes Neon Outlaws. They're taking it now to the champions, and they will eliminate them immediately as well. But Clutch pulls up into the scene. He wants to reap where he did not sow, but he will feel the heat this time around, immediately getting swept aside by Neon Outlaws, and the points are starting to trail all the way up. And that is a beautiful way to hold on to the zone there. Fortunately for Neon Outlaws, they will just hang on and keep all of their players up, PTK.
Oh my word, Neon Outlaws fought against 2 teams. RJC is eliminated. And they were able to maintain their cool and get those eliminations popping. 7 eliminations in a matter of a few seconds. That was crazy from the Neon as they are rising to the challenge. For strength, we saw them getting the 1v3 here. They won, and they've not even shifted their lanes. They've been here for as long as we have been able to spectate them. But do they have enough loot? That is the question, as Haki is still trying to put the Riz Esports in the game. Neon Outlaws, they have been good, they have been vicious, they have been amazing. But I think Haki has been spotted. You know, Haki in Kenya means justice. But I don't know if they will be giving him the justice today. And the Tribe Warriors towards that northern part of the area. And the team that is currently holding the central part, we have the Neon and the Elevate. I don't know if these will work out in their favor, because if they will be clashing, these are 2 good teams on form that will be participating in that banter as the first trend. The fight has been brought to them. The Tribe Warriors, Hader with 6 eliminations and the only player remaining, but still surviving. I don't know, but I think this game, Tribe Warriors, they are playing a little bit too confident, and I don't think that this is not overconfidence. This is just the right amount of confidence, Priest.
Yes, sir. Too confident. Very confident. I mean, Hader has been putting in a masterclass performance so far. He has been very proactive. He has been holding all the right angles, shooting all the right enemies. But right now, it is a matter of play zone. What does the play zone decide? Because it's going to be a very, very key factor. 4 strength down to a solo player. It is going to be Onyx that is setting sights there. Bilal now making quick work of Haki. He will find justice, but at the end of that AUG, courtesy of ASTRA Creatives, Melio and Bilal, the last 2 left, and Jogo's vehicle goes up in flames there, courtesy of a couple more sprays onto his corner. But it's Baby that puts the final screws to him. Neon Outlaws are they're feeling it now. They're trying to add more and more. They're up to 9 eliminations. Currently the number 1 on the lobby. All they have to do now is see this through and get a chicken dinner to put themselves inside of those conversations. But right now, Elevate trying to hold this building all by themselves. They know it's going to be a very, very difficult encounter. It is going to take a lot from them, but they have to lock in, and the sprays immediately come through. Baby gets caught out. A big mistake from Neon Outlaws, and they will be hurt in the process of making that. Thugger makes quick work of them, and right now it is going to be Elevate that has 4 players up, PTK.
True. It's a numbers game. And with 5 teams remaining, Elevate, they have the full squad. We have the Neon Rising with 3, Astra with 2 players, TBU, the Tribe Warriors, 2 players, and finally we have the 4 strength, not in full strength, with only 1 person. But can the solo be able to outdo the duos, be able to outdo the trio, be able to outdo the full squad from the team Elevate? And Elevate have the game in their bag, but can they take it back to the lobby? Can they go back to the lobby with a win? That is a good spray, double headshots, and the Neon Beekeeper are keeping quite some lead in his head as they are getting pushed by the Astra creatives, as they are trying to create some good gameplay, as they are trying to create a good rotation. They are going for the push, but Astra creatives, balalal bala, woo, happened. And the Neon Outlaws, they still shake off. This is that squad that they are doing these two. Neon Outlaws, they are smelling that chicken dinner. Are they really going to get that chicken as the Neon, that guy, trying to be that guy, getting pushed from every single direction? Elevating Neon Outlaws back and safely, calmly back to the lobby. Team Elevate, they know that they are in full strength. They know that this is their moment. They know that they have the numbers, but can they be able to use the numbers to their full strength? Priest, this is the moment. Are we going to see some new chicken dinner holders?
It might be the time, PTK, might be the time. Onyx still holding that building by his lonesome. It's going to be a very, very interesting final third. Tribe Warriors, there's only 2 of them left. Elevate, they can feel it now. That chicken dinner is only a couple of bullets away for them to snatch it from the jaws of Tribe Warriors, or even this last player from 4 strength. Again, all they have to do is just hold the zone by the scruff of the neck and not let go. Onyx, ideally, probably going to allow the zone to take him and not give the points away. That would be the smarter play. But again, to each his own. There's different strategies, different strokes for different folks, everybody with a plan of their own. Everybody's looking for a way to capitalize on the opposition. Tribe will be trying their best to hold on to that position right now. It is all about the right calls at this stage. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. You have to be very, very locked in. And every single position that Tribe Warriors can play out of right now, Elevate most likely have it covered. So it's only a matter of the play zone, but the play zone has shifted away and it has prioritized Elevate and it has moved towards their position. If Tribe Warriors, if they know what is good for them, I think they should just tank the blue zone and reduce the opportunity for Elevate to add more points to the tally. I believe the same thing for Onyx. They do not have the numbers. They can just capitalize. I mean, this is a hillside position for Logic right now. If they peak, if they come out of the house, they will be getting cooked. The only way this goes differently is if Elevate will press up to that position and try to take that warehouse away from Tribe Warriors. But that is a very, very high risk play because it is not in the play zone. So it is a matter of waiting them out and just hoping that they do not, you know, tank the points and go back into the blue zone.
True. The best thing for Elevate, just hold your position, wait for the play zone to do its work. It's going to be shrinking in just a couple of few seconds. So for them, just wait. It will just push every single player. It will push the Tribe Warriors. It will pull the 4 strength towards their position. You know, they can't use their vehicles because if they try to get into their vehicles already compromised, they will be eliminated. Logic went for the push, but I don't know if that is a good strategy for him because he will be receiving nades from every single direction. And for the 4 strength, they are out of the game and only 2 squads remaining. The Elevate versus the TB Hater. Tribe Warriors getting cooked by a barrage of nades, and Elevate, they want the win and they want it right now as the team Tribe Warriors are taken down, and he did give the zone that elimination. But you know what? Elevation, and they got that chicken dinner. You know, they came in, they saw, and they conquered. You know, the chicken dinner, it smells nice. The chicken dinner is quite sweet for the team Elevate.
What a showdown. I mean, Tribe Warriors did exactly what I said they should. They tanked the points. They knew that taking, you know, Elevate head on was never going to be in their best interest. They just didn't have the utilities for that, and they made the right call. They took the points away from them, making sure the gap between them and Elevate is not significantly moved along. So that is something you love to see. But nonetheless, Elevate stepping up into the plate and now adding themselves into that conversation. Neon Outlaws as well, Tribe Warriors, even Force Strength. All of these teams put in a major shift, and it is a well-deserved time for them to do that. No better time to do this than this particular time, and you can see Thugger, Fabian, Logic, and Paradox putting in that shift as expected. 2 eliminations for Thugger, 3 eliminations for Thugger, 3 for Fabian as well, 2 for Logic, and Paradox was there just to give them the bullets, the medkits, and all the other stuff they needed to make sure they brought that chicken dinner home. So shout out to Paradox for staying in the game as well.
Yeah, Elevate Esports continuing to rise above the competition with complete confidence. This squad is taking the game to another level. You know, Elevate Esports absolutely dominated that lobby, and that game has been brutal. 56 total eliminations. That's insane. 208 draws used. I think that is like the peak of the draws that are used in one game. But the total headshots 19 increasing, and for the longest distance eliminations 377. I believe these might be one. If this does not make it to the top 1, it will make it to the top 2 in these longest eliminations distance for the day number 1. But that was crazy, watching how the Tribe Warriors were playing. The Tribe Warriors played very nicely, but Team Elevate, the position favored them, the zone favored them, and they took on the fight. I think they had like that instinct, like they knew what the Tribe Warriors are going to do, although they did not do it like fast enough to be able to stop it. But the TB Hader, 6 eliminations, that has been the MVP. Also with the highest damage, you have the Force Strength accused with 1 grenade elimination. Neon, that guy, they've had a very good game. And that's why that longest elimination has come towards their way, and the MVP potion, the top traveler in that game. But for the Tribe Warriors, Priest, you know, I think they did the best thing ever. Giving the eliminations to the Blue Zone, I think that is the that was the best thing to do. Because if they gave the Team Elevate that point, I think that would quite mean a lot when it comes to the overall table. And giving it to the Blue Zone, that was quite instinctive for them, Priest.
Yeah, too instinctive. They made the right call, and nonetheless. But Elevate, chicken dinner, well deserved. Again, that conversation is now on in full swing, and that's what we love to see. Neon Outlaws also looking very confident, 15 points to the good. Tribe Warriors also putting 14, the rise of the Nigerians going into this particular game. Pretty sure the head I was casting, and they decided to buckle up, except for Slime 4KT. Hopefully they will buckle up in the last 2 games. They do love them some Miramar, but RIZZESPORTS, Death Dose, Temper, Fallen Ruthless, and Team MVP all sharing 2 points apiece. It is just a 2-pointer all across the board. And Zeus Morris unfortunately got sent back earlier on, and Slime 4KT, MAZOR, no points on the board for them. Expect a whole lot of expectations, but we have, you know, come to the end of Erangel tonight. We just packed up our last Erangel. We're heading straight into Miramar, and that is going to be a very different game, a very different type of competition, a very different type of concept for some of these teams. They're going to try something different, so we'll see how that pans out. But Elevate and Neon, I mean, if on paper Neon were balling, they were absolutely balling in this game. Best game they've had so far, and it happens to come in the last Erangel of the day. That should tell you that, you know, some of these teams, they've started to wake up. PTK, they've started to wake up.
True, they've started to wake up. As the Neon Outlaws, they won the fight, but Team Elevate, they won the game. And for the TB Hader, the man with the most eliminations, but I think, they tied. Him and that guy, they tied 6 eliminations apiece. But when it comes to that damage, Hader was the man that was calling all those shots with 5 total knocks and 4 for that guy. I think Neon Outlaws, that man has been on cleanup duty with 2 eliminations, not accounted for in the knockouts. That man has just done what is needed to be done. But for the overall top players, I think we have a change where the RJC baby has just made it to that number 2. We have Shiva still maintaining that top 1. You know, that's where the money is. You know, if you can't if you can't take it as a team, try to take it as an MVP, as a solo. But they're trying to take it in both ends. They don't want to lose anything. And Shiva with the 19, the number 1, Baby with the number 2. But the 4 strengths, they are still trying to come in full strength. Neon Dark Guy, also quite a good competitor with 6 eliminations that just made him towards that top table. And the TB Hader also with the 9 eliminations. So for that game, Dark Guy and the Hader, they had 3 eliminations coming towards the 4th game. But with 6 eliminations apiece, they made it to the top 5. That just gives you a summary of the game. Like, anything can happen at any given point. You can be the top 1, but then get eliminated and your throne taken away by players who become exceptional in some games. So there is no time for lacking about, there is no time for laughing, it's just time for business. And you have seen, I think, Priest, they all mean business.
They absolutely all mean business. I mean, Neon Outlaws, that performance puts them back into the top level conversations. 23 points, still a little bit of a way to go, but I think they may have just found their footing. Now they need to go use that momentum and press even harder, press even further. RIZZESPORTS, Team BERSERK, Temper, they still yet to find their footing in the right sense. You know, Temper still playing it slow, and this is not the time to be playing it slow. You need to have your strengths at this stage. But 4KT, you would be surprised, they're sitting in last place with 8 points from 4 games, so they're basically averaging 2 points per game. It is just it's just interesting that this is the team that won PMNC Nigeria, but take a look at where they're sitting. Uncomfortable conversations. But RJC still top of the food chain, 22 points clear of Elevate in second place. That chicken dinner for that Elevate just secured puts them into a nice little spot. And then AST are also chasing the game, still yet to secure a chicken dinner just yet, but for strength also in the mix. Tribe Warriors, that performance now puts them into that echelon, but again, they are still far away. They need to have a better solid performance to get into that top 3 position. MVP, Death Dose, even Falling Ruthless as well, they need to step into the plate and make something special happen.
Quite crazy from one country as the 4S Elevate, they all are in the top 4. It's quite crazy, and that country will have something to be smiling about. But the RJC is still holding that top spot, and I think they're just setting the pace. You know, they want everyone to know that we are here for the crown. We're not joking around. We want everything. If it's the MVP, we want it. If the top spot, we want that PMGO global position. Whether you like it or not, we are doing whatever we can so that we may be able to take that spot. You know, I don't know if all these other teams, they still have the questions. And if they have the questions, maybe they will be answered in the coming games. But you know, guys, we are done with the wrangle. Right now, we are going to the land of the dust, the land of the dry bones, and my favorite map when it comes to those long-range weapons. But before we get to that action, I'll see you after some few seconds because we're coming back rolling in.
We're against the best. Every team in these finals is strong. Hello everyone, I am Paradox representing Elevate Esports from Mauritius, together with my teammates Logic, Tugger, Fabian and Lucifer. We finished 3rd place in the PMNC Africa wildcard, and now we're against the best. Every team in these finals is strong, but we believe in our gameplay, our teamwork and our preparation. To our fans, join us on May 9th and 10th and show your support. Our goal is clear, to become the #1 team in Africa.
number 1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
Warm up!
My bad. Oh, my bad. Okay, I think my mic is back on now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PMGO Africa Finals. It is season 1, and what a time to be back. We're rubbing our hands because we know it's about to get hot. PTK, you know it's about to get hot.
Exactly.
We're heading into the desert. Miramar, what are you expecting? We're done with Erangel now. Strategy is going to change. Strategy is going to be different now. What are you expecting going into this game?
One thing. Snipers! Mini 14 SKS. That is what I'm expecting. But I don't know who will be lethal enough to be the first to use these weapons. You know, I've seen Miramar. I've seen how these people play. These players utilize these kind of weapons. Are we going to have a new record when it comes to the longest distance? Because at the moment, the previous game we had 377. I am expecting to see someone break that one. I am expecting to see that. That is my expectation. When it comes to the wins, when it comes to the chicken dinner, I'm still expecting a new chicken dinner holder. Because we've seen the game, we've seen the way the teams are ambitious. But why are you looking at me like that? I think we might have a new chicken dinner winner. You know, Elevate might not win these. Maybe RJCs might not win these. Maybe Death those. Maybe we have like some contenders.
Okay. Well, PTK is telling you guys to expect something different in Miramar. I personally think somebody's going to win another chicken dinner. A team that has won a chicken dinner is going to win again, you know. And I think I remember the last time PTK and I were on, we had this little back and forth about who was going to win chicken dinner, and I won every single time. So you guys know I know ball, right? Everyone knows I know ball. Fair
okay,
enough.
Let's do this.
But nonetheless, okay, but no, nonetheless, right? Okay, Miramar is here, match number 5. I think the stakes are getting a little bit higher, but I know that knowing a team like RJC, this is the kind of momentum they like, right? They want to put the gap even farther between themselves and Elevate. They see that Elevate, you know, have just climbed a little bit closer than they would like, and I think they'll use this opportunity to just extend the gap even further and dominate. That is what I'm expecting, because, you know, we talked about their strategy during the break. You know, we talked and we saw what RJC is doing and how they're getting away with it. But now Miramar is going to be a very, very different ball game, you know, because the trucks are different, the routes are different, everything is different in Miramar now. So you have to adjust, you know, and see if you are going to play, you know, edge of the circle, central, or something along those lines.
You know, Priest, someone called Simon just wrote in the comment section. I was looking at the comments and he said that whenever we talk about the RJCs, they lose. So I'm not quite sure. Because Priest just talk about the RJCs. Are they going to lose this? If they're going to lose these guys, we know the problem. We know the problem. And the problem is not the RJCs. It's the casters.
Chat. If RJC bottle this, Fez is on me. Is on me. If they bottle this one, is on me. I'll take that one. But if they don't, then you know that I know ball, and nobody is going to come for me again. But nonetheless, it has been exciting to watch so far. It has been so fun. Miramar, match number 5. The playing path is predetermined. It is predestined, and the plane is in the air. It is now time to make your mark. It is now time to leave your mark as well to see who will be the one.
Exactly. It's time for action, guys, and once again, lock in on those screens. Strap yourselves on those seats. Keep your arms inside of that vehicle, because we are going into those dry pastures that come before us, and that is Miramar. And that is quite some good plain path yeah, good in quotes, moving from the western part towards that southern eastern part of Miramar towards the Puerto Paraíso. We've seen the Deaths taking Puerto Paraíso a lot of times, but today changing the landing location. We have the MAZOR trying to make that rotation. We have Pecado with the RJCs, and it's quite appealing. You know, the RJCs, they are fast and they are still going to the hot drops, because as we all know, San Martin and Pecado, those are the key hot drops when it comes to this map, Miramar. But the RJCs, they still have that patient approach to approach and move towards Pecado. And the play zone just shifted. And guess what? We have 3 teams not in the play zone, but the RJCs will be smiling. But for the Tribe Warriors, they will be smiling even more, Priest.
Yeah, absolutely. They will be smiling for sure. But I mean, take a look at this zone though, PTK, in the south, and then you have a couple of teams in the western side. We've got Neon Outlaws, we've got 4KT, we've got MAZOR. Those 3 teams are out of the zone at the beginning of the game. Do you think this is going to impact how this game plays out? Because it's one of 2 things that's going to happen, right? These 3 teams are probably going to, one of them is going to run into each other before the 3rd phase of the zone, you know, and they probably will not even get an opportunity to get inside of the play zone before they run into each other. And again, their rotation into the play zone is going to be hindered with the fact that they have to make a really, really long, tedious journey. I think Neon Outlaws have a better chance, but for KT and MAZOR, I mean, these 2 teams fighting head to head this early in the game, there's a big chance that happens, and 4KT cannot afford to lose out at this stage because they're currently sitting at the bottom of the barrel right now.
Honestly, oh my word, I told you, did you see that? Riz speed with the mini 14 action. I was expecting to see such a thing happening, and you know how crazy that was? He got a man that was on a motorbike. That guy was on a motorbike, and he still got the elimination. That was crazy. As Potion is also getting a portion of the fight from the Tribe Warriors. But that knock was just epic. It was catastrophic. Riz speed, that was quite some speed coming from him, and that was crazy, in fact. And we were expecting these kind of gameplays, you know, these teams using those long-range weapons. But Priest, you asked me something. I think I forgot. Because of that great sniper, I think I forgot about the question, because we were talking about something.
Oh yeah. I was talking about, awesome, you know, I was talking about the position, you know, that 4KT is at, and they might run into MAZOR. So yeah.
Now I remember. If the 4KTs lose towards they lose the fight to MAZOR, I think 4KTs will be having a very, very big hurdle when it comes to the second day. 4KTs, they have 8 points. We have MAZOR. They were the first team to get eliminated by Team Elevate in the previous game. So these 2 teams, they have a lot of game to push, as the Rush Esports Clash is still clutching. You know, we saw the fight, Clutch fighting against the Zeus Esports. He got the eliminations right, and they're fighting against the Tribe Warriors. They were the second team in the previous game, but they are facing the Rush Jogo, and Jogo in Swahili means can I say the male hen, the one that crows. Yeah, Jogo is trying to crow about. They are trying to take the Tribe Warriors, and they are doing it successfully. And with only 2 players remaining, Tribe Warriors might be looking at the lobby quite a bit earlier than expected. They had the numbers, they did not have the position, and the Rush Esports, they are rushing. And Crusader are getting quite a crusade of the Rush Esports, as only 2 players remaining from the Rush Esports. But they just gave them a breather, and they made that revive. But the Tribe Warriors, they don't have enough utilities. And from the top, Rush nowadays, and showing them how they do nowadays.
Rough, too rough for Tribe, unfortunately for them. Again, This is what we were expecting. Teams getting caught out, and that is the risk when you play Miramar, when you don't have all of the intel that you need, all of the information, at your disposal, as opposed to the other teams that have done a little bit of due diligence. You can tell Rush already have. They were expecting to run into Tribe Warriors there, and they set themselves up quite nicely to take that engagement. That is why they survived that without losing a single player and put themselves into pole position, adding some more points on the board for themselves, and also lifting themselves out of the bottom on the other side of the leaderboard. So things are looking up for them, but can they be consistent? This is the best time to be consistent. This is the best opportunity for them to put something on the board. But right now, if you take a look at the zone, right, all of those teams that we talked about earlier on, Neon Outlaws, MAZOR, 4KT, all of them making their moves into the zone, and the western side of the zone is all up for grabs. It is all a matter of who gets there first. But PTK, I do have a thought though. When you have a zone like this, and do you think it's more about getting there first? Do you think the team that gets there first has the advantage over the other teams that haven't made it there? Or do you think getting there first puts you at risk and you might get crashed on, or you might lose players, to teams that are making a play, moving past your position? Or do you think, first come, first serve? If you're there first, then you have the advantage. Do you think getting to a position inside of the zone, maybe playing in from the edge, do you think that gives an advantage to any of those teams that plays that way?
When it comes to Miramar, I think it's a whole different ballgame because we don't have the lush pastures, we only have dry land. So camping becomes very, very difficult. For Miramar, the thing that I would advise is the teams, they need to try to get to those hilltops as soon as possible. Holding houses has that advantage. You cannot get spotted very, very easily. And if you have the houses, you can be able to see teams trying to push you because, it's Miramar and it's very, very open. But if you play the game using those hillsides, using the ridges, using those highlands, you have a very, very big advantage. One, if you are knocked, they cannot make a rush very, very easily. Two, if you can be able to get to see teams that are trying to approach you from different directions. And three, taking fights while you are holding that hillside area, you have a very, very big advantage because those throwables, you will be making them connect easily. Not just the throwables, even those shots. Hillside, you have a very big added advantage because if you try to fight against someone that is on a high area, his shots will connect faster than yours. Because as for you, you have to try and look up, but the shots will connect towards that edge. But for him, his shots will be very, very accurate, and he will be hitting headshots because that is the only part he can see. As for you, you are trying to gamble. You'll be hitting the limbs. And that is not what you want. You need to hit the shots that will be taking the enemy player home. And I think that is basically it, Priest. That is what I think and what can give you the advantage when it comes to Miramar.
You're absolutely right. There's so many ways it could go. It really boils down to the tactics at the end of the day, right? And the plans and the executions and how the players actually follow what they have planned to do. And so far, RJC have been sticking to their gut. They've been doing everything right. But it's now a matter of who is going to make the right calls and who is going to execute exactly what they have planned to perfection. Because right now, RJC, once again, they've started to add some points on the board. Right now, they've set their sights onto the guys from Fallen Ruthless. You can see, as usual, they play from the angles and they've started to dismantle them. Rosciano going to be the next victim there. Reverb almost getting pulled out of his vehicle there. Had to be very careful with the way he transitioned into that open space, but it looks like it will be working. And now RJC, there they come. They smell the blood and they're about to wrap this up. One cuz with a grenade in hand, he launches it perfectly there. Reverb had to be very careful, dodges it just in case. Shiva is going to charge a grenade of his own as well, but Devil almost getting sent back to hell there. Trade-off is good, but Reverb skedaddles all the way to the left-hand side, makes his way in, and that's two bodies caught right now for RJC. Reverb falls and unfortunately he will succumb to his own Molotov, and that's a bad push. RJC losing players, not what they were expecting at this stage, as Devil has been sent back into the lobby, but Shiva continues to apply some more pressure as the guys from Fallen Ruthless, will they fall today? Will they fall to the champions RJC? X-Force Rejects, they can feel the weight lifting off of their shoulders, and they're about to put it onto the guys from Fallen Ruthless. For Strength, on the other hand, lurking in the shadows, looking for a way inside, and they might decide to break open the silence, but Baby T's about to pack things up. They're about to get an angle into the corner. First shot is good, but no, sways to the left and right, but the Molotov is there, and the Uzi will clap this time around. Baby T goes down, and a trade-off again. Shiva, the cavalry, is there to pack things up, and that will be the end of the road for Fallen Ruthless. But lest we forget, For Strength and Death Dose are in the vicinity, PTK.
Oh my word, the RGCs, they have this game at their throat. That was crazy watching as the RGCs almost lost that fight towards the Ruthless, but the Fallen Ruthless falling ruthlessly. But the Death Dose, they have the angles and they are trying to take on the fight. They are trying to get the third party in on the RGCs, but I think it's a little bit too late. If they were to go for the third party, I think it would have been better. Where at the point where the Fallen Ruthless, they had a couple of players up. That was one was full strength, and then the other was, I think, one shot. I think if they approached the game at that point, they would have really won and set an impact to their scores, but they didn't. They just held their position. Maybe they were thinking, if we take the fight, maybe these teams will turn on to us, and one of us might get eliminated. And they need to keep up their numbers. They need to survive if they are to get the maximum points in this game. As we are seeing, MAZOR Crusher just picked up an airdrop, and having the gas to pick up an airdrop is just crazy. You know, these airdrops, they have the red smoke and everyone just sees them. So going for an airdrop is quite an insane feature, as the Dead Those, they went for the third party, but Reverb with an answer, and those taken back to the lobby. Look at the Dead Those. They just found themselves at the epicenter of attraction, and Elevate are clamping up the heat, and the Dead Those with only, is it 2 players? With only 2 players remaining. They had the numbers, but at the moment they don't have the position because they are at the center of everyone. RJCs and the team Elevate. Are they really going to win this fight?
It looks like they might. Looks like everything is falling into their favor there. Shiva and RJC have decided to happen upon this position. First spray comes through. Fabian peaked a little bit too long there, and he felt a little taste of Shiva's aura as he peeked out the window there. He will think twice about peeking again, but Elevated on the other side. Still looking good. 4 players up. Fabian has been picked up. Logic with the only elimination of the team so far, but they are sitting in a nice position, just trying to keep it central towards that western side. But again, the play zone is not too favorable for them. Remember, in the southern side, 4KT and Neon Outlaws, there is still a chance that those 2 teams will lock in and run into each other. But the best performance is going to be the best of who comes out on top in this entire area. But so far right now, RJC 5 eliminations, and it looks like Neon Outlaws and 4KT, they've started to trade blows, and Neon are in a better spot. They have to keep 4KT at bay. Here's a good angle, a good spot into a grenade over to the top side, and Kage has to be careful. The grenade lands and takes 2 away, but Beekeeper had no idea that the ops were in the vicinity. They get him dropped away, but the angles are too tight, and Neon Outlaws will capitalize on this. They can keep their numbers in. Faker gets caught, almost getting blown away there by that guy. And stage 4 of the zone, though, Neon, I believe they can pick Beekeeper up and get themselves back up to full strength, PTK.
Yeah, the zone is not that hurtful, so they have that chance of picking up that play. At the Dead Dose, they are still trying to inflict that dose, but the dose of action coming to them as elevating. They are bringing the pressure to the Dead Dose as Glix is trying to be as patient as he can. He takes one, trying to get the second one very, very low with the S12K, but down on his knees. And the Dose there, Sema, they have just been eliminated. You know, Sema was the last player with the Guardian Angel and Devil on his shoulders. Both of them lied to him. They said, you can win this. But the team Elevate responded, not today, brother, not today.
Valid thoughts, though, the way they have been transitioning so far. Full strength, unfortunately, losing out on Nami and Kus. We saw Nami put up a masterclass against 4KT in the previous game, but unfortunately, he will not have such luck in the subsequent game to follow. But they will try again to keep the pressure off. There, that's a fantastic grenade getting launched through by Sphinxy. BERSERK are trying to keep themselves at bay here, but they do have a lot of teams in the vicinity. Zeus and Force Strength in and around these parts trying to take that position away from them, but it is all about what the play zone does next. It is going to be very, very difficult for them to keep things at bay, but we will see who wants it more at this stage, because Zeus, they need to make a play and they need to make it fast. The play zone is hot on their heels. They might force things into a very interesting dynamic there as Sphinxy launches yet another grenade into Lil Boy's position, and this one will hurt a little bit more than the last one, but Zeus are pressing forward. They can see that there's a little bit of a skirmish going on between the guys from Force Strength and BERSERK, and they want in on the action. They want to see if they can pack this up and take this position, PTK.
Oh my word, but Thomas sent back packing. Tom and Jerry action. As the Zeus Morris, they were pushing, but at the moment they are becoming prey to their own strategy as Onyx is taken down by quite a beautiful nade from Mikey. And with only one player remaining, Lil Boy has to be a man right now. Pushing against Mikey. Lil Boy is trying to survive because he's fighting against two teams. ASTRA creating from one end, and Lil Boy the only person surviving, but the nades are coming, the barrage of nades. What are you doing? Lying down? No worry, let me take you to the lobby. Lying down. He tried to survive, but the 4S, that was quite a hefty fight. You know, fighting against two fronts, that was crazy. Team BERSERK on one end, AST on the other, and finally the Zeus Morris taking that southern part. That was a hard fight for them, honestly speaking, Priest.
Yeah, absolutely right. Could have gone so many different ways, but it is something that we've seen them do time and time again. Zeus know how to hold the lines, especially by the edge of the circle, but the play zone has shifted away there, so we'll force them to play a little bit closer to the opposition, play a little bit closer to Team BERSERK, and they've got RJC behind them. It's a big chance that that could cause some trouble for them, but MVP now trying to hold the lines against RIZZESPORTS. Is Clutch trying to find a way through there, plays a little bit towards the left-hand side. It is UMP against UMP, but whose gun is sharper? It looks like Clutch's own will be sharper with a jump shot over to the left, and that will be the end of the road for MVP. Sent back once again to the DMV to check their license. It might be expired as Riz Esports continuously add more and more onto the board. But take a look at that. The top three teams, PTK, are still alive. The top three from 4th to 7th have been packed in, and now we have from 10th all the way down to 16th still very much in the conversation.
Honestly, we have the top three, so we know who wants the chicken dinner more. But you know, we have the team number 4 up to number 7 getting eliminated quite early, so these has just opened the door for the Neon Outlaws. They can be able to perform in this game. They can be able to bridge the gap between them number 3, because 4S, they have 34 points. Neon Outlaws, they have 26 points. So that is not quite some gap, because 8 points is something that they can be able to get if they're able to get like good placement points and a couple of more eliminations. They can be able to close in the gap, and closing the gap means a huge difference when it comes to that prize money, and that is what you need to do. That is what you need to know. That is what you need to have. That shifting up the USD, you know, the money is what is important at this point. Although we have teams chasing that global position, as the Shiva with the 1 elimination. Reverb has been quite terrific. 4 eliminations already. We have 11 teams remaining, and the Elevate team with a 4-man army. Astra Creative with a 4-man army. We have the Rush team and Temper. Those are the only teams with a full squad, and hopefully we'll be able to put a full send in this game. As we are looking at the map, you know, we have the teams We have the 4KT Faker still surviving as the only man. We have the Neon final boss, Neon Outlaws. The southern part is quite secured for them. So I think Priest, if they can be able to play it a little bit longer, they can be able to survive up until the top 8 where the placement points do really count. But the RJCs, these will be a point of reckoning for them as they are taking the zone centrally. I don't know if this will be a very, very good strategy for the RJCs because they've been really patient playing towards the edge of the zone. But will playing central be able to put a very, very big difference for them?
So it's a smart play. It is a very smart play. If it pans out the way if it pans out the way they plan, there's a big chance that it could be the best decision they could make at this stage. But the play zone is closing out, and it closes out quite centrally again. RJC will be in the middle of all of the action in a 2-2 split, or rather a 2-1 split, trying to gather all of the intel from themselves onto that western side on towards the east as well. But now you can see 4KT with their last surviving player coming in from the southern side. I believe that is Faker trying to make his way into the final phase of the zone. We're still down to 10 teams here, 29 players all in the mix, and there's so many different ways this could go because we've still got teams outside of the zone all trying to make their way through. You've got Astra Creatives on the northwestern side also making a dash forward. Zeus just up ahead from their position. Temper also looking very, very confident in the way they are trying to hold their position. Again, this is a perfect opportunity, you know, PTK, for those teams that are sitting at the bottom or the lower side of the leaderboard to add some more flesh, to add some more points, to climb up. And now it's a big opportunity for them. They cannot afford to waste it, you know, PTK, at this stage. They just cannot afford to waste any opportunities.
True. Don't waste any opportunity because you never know when you will get like such an opportunity again. We have 12 maps to be played already. We've played 4. We are in the 5th one. Miramar is quite hot. So if an opportunity rises right now, just try to take it. But the Zeus Esports are not heeding to our callers, elevating the pressure and trying to take on the Zeus Esports. But Astra Creative might go for the third party because they are at a very, very good spot, and they do go for the third party. Oh my goodness. Melio taking the final Zeus player out, and Zeus out of the game in the game number 5 with only 2 eliminations to their scoreboard. I don't think that will be enough to elevate the Zeus Esports up the table. Currently sitting at 12th place as Astra Creative trying to be creative with those shots. Very, very long range. But I don't know, why is the M416... why does the M416 impact a lot of damage than most snipers? Because I think if you're fighting with someone that in these long range situations, if the person has a sniper, it will take like a couple of shots for him to knock you out. But if a person has that M416, like a couple of shots and you are always taken down.
I mean, it depends on what sniper it is, right? It depends on if it's a DMR or if it's you know, a bolt action, or if it's something in between. But it's going to be always very, very interesting, right? Astra looking very confident. These are the types of positions they do love to play because they're currently sitting in 3rd place. So every single point they accrue from this stage going forward is going to be very, very vital. They cannot afford any slip-ups. Lazy immediately getting pulled out of his car. If he's not careful enough there, he would have felt the brunt. He would have felt the hit immediately from RJC. Xbox Rejects, they're capitalizing, but they are in a dip. It is going to be very difficult for them to play out of this dip because of the amount of teams that are surrounding them. But I think RJC's plan here is to hope that these teams take care of themselves instead, where they can snatch one away. And Slazy gets caught by Reverb. He will be sent back into the lobby. AUG up in arms yet again. 556 is flying all across the map there, and he hurts immediately. Mazor, the only team I believe to come in with a 3-man. I'm not sure what happened to their last player, unfortunately, but hopefully it will not repeat itself, because coming in as 3 is a big disadvantage. Neon Outlaws, on the other hand, trying to assert their dominance coming in through from this southern side. They do have a little bit of a chaos brewing in front of them. It is the last player from 4KT, Faker. And interesting enough, PTK, he was the last one to escape from the clutches of Neon Outlaws earlier on when they met each other.
He was the last one to escape, but he's still going for the fight. Who is this man? I think he's the superhuman in this game. I think he was trying to get like good position, good loot, so that he can try to avenge his teammates. And like a sword, the man is sharp enough. The man is relentless. The man does not fear any man. Because he's not just any man. He is Faker. Faking everything. But not the fight, not the bravery, as the RJCs continue to fire those lead into the heads of the Team Elevate Paradox with a story trying to make that parody. RJCs, a shiver, not shivering. Elevate have to play it good. Now they got the chicken dinner, and if they are to get another chicken dinner, they have to try their best to shake off the RJCs. And this team is so dominant. As the final boss has been rushed back to the lobby, this team is looking fresh. And they're trying to get a chicken dinner as the RJC Reverb. What is with Reverb? Reverb is taking those eliminations by storm. 6 eliminations already for Reverb. Who is this man?
Oh, trade-off. Oh, not what they were expecting, but RJC putting Elevate to the sword, and that will be the end of the road for Elevate as well. They will not be elevating any further as Shiva will pack them in one after the other. Reverb did get knocked away in that exchange, but that will not be the end of the road for him. His teammates are in the vicinity. They will try to pick him up. MAZOR, on the other hand, now pressing forward. And here we come with the MG3s again. It looks like it is a crowd favorite, the MG3, the way these players have been utilizing any chance they get. Mini 14 as well from Demonic is trying to keep the pressure on there. His teammates also trying to add some more pressure onto the other side, but Baby is going to be the last one left, I believe, for Neon Outlaws. Hopefully he will try to find a way into the next phase of the zone. Balal is also adding more and more pressure. Crasher, unfortunately, not going to be so lucky as Federal plays in behind him, but can't seem to pick him up. Pew Pew shots over to the other side, will get the job done as well. Faker continues to peek out. He has been discovered, he has been spotted. If he's not careful, he will be swept back into the lobby. Federal trying to make his way through as well, but looks like there will be no space. RJC now centrally. Now they have deviated to the northern side of the zone, and they are trying to keep all of these teams at bay and trying to force them out into the open, and it is starting to work. But Astra, they have it in their hands. 4KT also in a lot of danger. Demonic getting caught out. Baby, end of the road for him. Rush will put him back and send him back into the lobby. RJC now onto the receiving end. I believe Reverb could be in a lot of trouble here, but Rush playing off onto that northern side. They might be getting caught out. PTK, they might be getting discovered here. Baby T almost getting swept away into the other side, but he's taking hits. He had no idea that there was cover, and AST will be sent back into the lobby by RJC.
RJCs are still surviving. Although one of their players has been eliminated, these guys are quite a force with double digits, 12 eliminations already, but one of the players is down. Baby, the only player surviving. You know, he needs to get Shiva. If they are to win the game, they have to win the game as a team, as a duo, as the Rush team with their best game yet. 8 eliminations already, and with 4 complete players. And it's a game, a trio, a 1v1v1 Rush versus the X-Force Rejects versus MAZOR. Game in MAZOR was almost eliminated, coming towards the first zone, but at the moment with only 1 person remaining, they still have a chance of winning the game, although the chances are very, very minimal. Rush Esports, they need to take these. They need to clock in as Baby takes down the MAZOR Demonic. Oh my one, Shiva, no shivering, making the Rush Esports have a rush of blood towards their bones. And they are Rush Esports with only 1 player remaining. How is the game turning? From
oh my god. Oh my god.
2v0. What was that? From desperation, but the reject to huge elation. One of the greats. No wonder these players are so brilliant to watch. That was crazy. That was a mark of a man. That was a mark of a team. instant reaction, one to take, one to kill, bang bang, Xforce rejecting the lobby and surprising everyone. That was a good mark and that was a good game for them.
Wow, RJC, my goodness, absolutely tearing through the opposition. And what did I say, PTK?
No!
What did I say? This is the type of game they use to give a gap to the opposition. This, a back-to-back, well, not back-to-back-to-back, but still on still. I said it. This is the type of game they win. I know how RJC plays these games. I know exactly what they do. I know exactly how they think. I know exactly what goes through their minds when they play like this. I'm not even glazing. I knew this. Reverb, he loves him some Miramar. He loves him some Miramar. 19. Is that 19 or 13? 19, I think that's 19 eliminations and a chicken dinner. It doesn't get any better than this, PTK.
Priest, you are just lucky. You are just lucky. And I believe if there was someone who was the most tense coming towards the last stages of the game, is Priest. Yeah, he's the man. He was so tense because he was trying to show us that he knows ball. And guys, I think I have to give it to him today, man. That was fantastic. I was not even expecting the RJCs to win the game, but you know, they had one guy that believed, and that was Priest. And with everyone that is in the comment section, just type Priest because that was amazing. But you know, we have to cling on to the glory of the RJCs as they take the game number 3. And if you're South African watching the game or a huge fan of the RJCs, just do this thing. Type RJCs or type the flag in the comment section because that was amazing. A 4v2 turned into a 2v0. How it happened, you know what? Just rewind the stream and you will get the whole idea. But that was amazing as the RJC Reverb was the best man in the game with 8 total eliminations, baby. Was a man in the game with 1100 damage. That was awesome. Nowadays, we saw him reacting in that first fight towards while they were fighting against the tribe warriors, and guess what? He was the warrior. He made the tribe warriors warriors because they were worrying about the lobby. They were worrying about the nowadays, but that is just how they do it nowadays. Shiva, that man is cold. That man is bringing the shivers. Just ask the Rush Esports and they will tell you what they just identified in the game with 337 meters. I thought that they are going to break this record. How on earth was a Reverb's knock not that far? I think that was amazing. What? How is that not the farthest, Priest? I thought that was like, I didn't even see the guy on the motorbike, but Reverb was able to connect the shots, the Mini 14. How did he not get the longest elimination?
I know, right? I was thinking it was going to be longest as well, but you know, it is what it is. Tribe Warriors, unfortunately, no points on the board. Well, 1 point on the board for them, but it might as well be nothing, right? Death Dose and Fallen Ruthless. I mean, Hideous Twins from Kenya. Surprising performance from them in the first Miramar of the night. They can do so much better. But Xforce Rejects adding insult to injury yet again. 27 points on the board with 14 points getting followed by Rush Esports in second place. And let's not forget MAZOR and ASTRA putting in points on the board as well for themselves. Time for KT, arguably their best performance so far, 5 points on the board. Elevate with 6. Neon Outlaws also adding some points on the board for themselves as well as Riz Esports. It is going to be down to the wire for some of these teams, you know, where they finish, how much of that prize pool they actually get a part of, and lest we forget the MVP race, the MVP conversations. But we will see how that pans out into the rest of the games and the rest of these teams, you know.
True. And funny thing, we thought that MAZOR would get eliminated quite early with only one player remaining. That player, I think that player, he should be the MVP because he survived for as long as like 20 minutes as a solo. So big up to the player from MAZOR Gaming. As the X-Force rejects, they were the better team with 17 eliminations head to head with the Rush Esports. That is more than 9 points. More than 9 points separating these two teams. And these were the better teams with 3,000 damage for the X-Force rejects. You just know who was calling the real shots. But for Rush Esports with 8 eliminations and 2,000, more than 2,000 damage, I think those guys were, I think that's quite better. Because 1,000 damage separating them, 1,000 for 9 eliminations. Okay, I think Rush Esports was better at the damage, although the most damage was inflicted by the X-Force reject with 19 total knocks by the X-Force reject. Amazing, superb. And 10 total knocks for the Rush Esports. But for the Rush Esports, this has been their best game. And I think they're getting their footing of how the PMGO finals are. You know, it's still quite early for them. And if they're able to maintain this form, make it consistent, they can be able to get to those top slots. And this is crazy, Priest. Head to head, we are comparing two players from the same team, Reverb and Shiva.
I mean, the MVP race, man. The MVP race. The MVP race. The MVP race being between two players is absolutely diabolical, but that is what we love in PUBG Mobile. The competitiveness, it goes all the way through within teams, within players. And take a look at that. Oh, there are 3 of them in there now?
Wait.
Oh, it's 3.
How? No. This is haram. This is haram. Same team, only one player has not made it. How is the player feeling? No way. But the gap by Shiva, 24 eliminations. Baby has 14. They're in the same team and 10 points separating them. But Reverb with the 8 eliminations in that game set him up to the top 3. For the Astra, Pew Pew are quite good in that game, although most of his knocks were not registered. And Neon Dagger is still maintaining that top 5. But for the RJC's Priest, I think you know where this is heading. This is how they performed in the PMAC. In the day number 1, they put up quite a gap. And coming to the day number 2, it was quite difficult for teams to even catch them.
I mean, you know, it's just one of those things. Like I said, that's a PMGC team right there, put in the PMGO lobby. So it's what you just gotta expect the best performance coming out from them. I mean, they've done their due diligence. You can tell it from the way they carry themselves, with the way they play. It is just very evident that this is a team that has adapted and have learned exactly what they need to do. 89 points to the good. Basically almost double of Elevate's points in second place. Astra, that performance also puts them into the nice spot, 44 points, 34 for 4 strength. I mean, 4 strength is 55 points away from RJC. Man, it is rough. Tribe Warriors, Neon Outlaws tied at 28 apiece in 5th and 6th place. MVP with 28 points as well. Death Dose with 26. Death Dose, interestingly enough, they're the only team here with 1 chicken dinner that potentially might be moved, you know, onto the second page of that leaderboard.
Oof. Priest, you know, it's the game number 5, but it feels like this is the final day because the RJCs, that gap is massive. 89 and 46. I know you've done your maths right. You are almost becoming a maths teacher. That is how many points? Priest? Well, Caster's math? This is quite difficult. It is so huge even for us to be able to calculate it with our minds. But I believe that is more than 40 points. That is exactly 43 points separating the team number 1 and the team number 2. Are we getting a remake of the PMAC 2025 in the PMGO? Is this really happening? Are the RJCs going to do what they did? The cream de la cream in the PMAC 2025? Are they going to get this? Priest!
Help me fathom this.
Hey, yo, I raise my hands and say, man, I mean, like you said, we've watched every single PMNC. We were a part of every single one, from the wild card to Nigeria's, to Kenya's, to South Africa's. We saw all of these teams and how they performed, right? But now RJC also saw how all of these teams performed, and they have adapted their play style to fit into this lobby. Is exactly what that is, a champion mentality. That is what champions do, and they did it to perfection. 89 points and still a match to play. They probably want to do 100 points today. That is their target. I'm pretty sure that is their plan. They want to get 100 points by the end of today and basically kill the morale of every other team at this stage. But it is something that we'd love to see, and again, it is all about performing, under the lights. And speaking of lights, you got to show your style and lift off your performance. Pro, suit up and get yourself an Infinix Note 60 with all of the FPS you ever need to perform excellently in PUBG Mobile. But that's what we love, ladies and gentlemen. More action, more device power, and more into the game. It is the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa. It is the Grand Finals Season 1, 5 games down and 1 more to go. We just had our first Miramar, a little bit of a difference, but still a bit more of the same, if you catch my drift. And then we'll wrap things up and then go into a break. We'll be right back after the action to bring you the last Miramar of the night.
We are not here to compete, we are here to win. I am Offset, I represent for Strength from Wildcard region. My teammates are Kus, Lil Boy, Moon, Nemi, and Onyx. We finished top 4 in PMNC Wildcard. We believe we are stronger and more prepared than other teams. We are not here to compete, we are here to win. The final is ours. Fans, join us on 9th and 10th May and support us. We are here to become the #1 team in Africa.
#1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.
By the start of the game number 5, we were doing this. Right now, we are doing this because it is heating up. You know, we saw the game number 5 and we have a team that got 3 chicken dinners. 1, 2, 3. How are they doing this? Can they get a final chicken dinner? If they get 4 chicken dinners, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'll just go eat chili sauce with bread. That is the thing that I'm going to do. Because how do you get 4 chicken dinners? RJCs, how are you even doing this? These ain't fun rooms. Hey, but this is crazy, Priest. Honestly speaking, these guys are doing the Lord's work for their country. And to grab that PMGO global ticket, I think these guys, they've been really training.
Absolutely. I mean, they have been super consistent. They have done an amazing job. They have adapted. They've gotten significantly better over time, you know, compared to last year's performance. This is even a step further to how they performed. So that is what I'm absolutely loving. I've loved every single minute of watching their performance, and they've done everything right at this stage. All they have to do now is keep it consistent, and they shouldn't let it get to their heads at this stage. But you know, it is the PUBG Mobile Global Open. It is still anyone's game. All they have to do is level up to the playing field. You know, RJC have taken it a step further. It is all about the rest of the teams now to catch up to them and take it a step further themselves.
Game number 6. Teams have had 5 efforts already, and this is the last game for the day. Will they be able to show us, like Priest, they know ball? Or are they going to fumble and tumble as the pressure increases? And it's increased by the RJCs. You know, they want that chicken, and not just the chicken. They want that global spot, and not that global spot. They want all the money. Exports, rejects. They are loved by all and rejected by none. And we are beginning with, this is the most beautiful plane path ever. I have not seen this today, but this is a perfect cutting across the Miramar map directly vertical, like a slice of a katana. Which one of these teams will be sharp enough in this game to take the tournament home? And Priest, you know, we've done this before, and I have a question. Where do you think the first zone is going to go? Is it the northern, the southern, the eastern, all the compass directions, northwestern, south, all of them? Where do you think the first circle is going to appear?
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, it's going to be very interesting, but I think he's going to circle up quite nicely in the central position, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, this is game number 6. You know, the zone tends to be a little bit calmer, tends to be a little bit more quiet. It tends to bring most of the teams in together. Like we saw in the last game, you know, most of the teams were in the zone, but we had only like 3 outlying teams, and that was just the beginning of their downfall. None of those teams were able to do much. Like I said, you know, it's a little bit calm, a little bit central. So all of those teams now that are not in the zone, it's going to be very difficult for them to make those rotations to get into the right spot. But right now, I believe Tempa have a very, very nice position inside of that zone, that southern side, you know.
True. But the zone did not go towards the Priest direction. I don't know why he did not mention that, saying that the zone will take a central approach, but it just took a southern approach, and these will be quite sweet for the Deados. Puerto Paraíso. This was the point that I was talking about in the previous Miramar game, because I was expecting the Deados to take Puerto Paraíso. They didn't do that, but right now, they have just taken Puerto Paraíso, and all the games that Deados have taken Puerto Paraíso, they have dominated. Either gotten the chicken or either gotten the number 2. We saw that in the group stages, we saw that in the qualifiers, and hopefully that will be the case in this game for KT's at a very, very good spot with no teams contesting that position. We have the Astra towards the central part, but the RJC is still taking that hot drop. But the hot drop is not a hot drop anymore because they're the only team there. And the hot drop is so hot when you have everyone Triborius towards the northern part of Miramar. And I believe that might be the best spot if they are to get the loot, but the worst spot because we have more than 5 teams towards the northern part of the map. And coming to this game, I have a question. You know, I've been really like wanting to ask this question. Priest, this is for you. I hope you're listening.
Yes, sir.
Are you here? So, out of all the players that we've been watching, I know we've seen players taking clutches from MVPs, from RJCs, from RIZZESPORTS. All these players, they've been doing some good things. But who do you think has been the best player in the day number 1?
I mean, it's Shiva for sure. You know, Shiva has been absolutely incredible. He has been a solid player. But, you know, it is the game. You know, he has been very consistent. Again, I believe he was MVP in PMAC 2025 as well. So that should give you context of his abilities, his ceiling. His ceiling is so high. And that is just what we expect from a player of his caliber. He hasn't disappointed. He has stood up to the plate and he has delivered his team yet another W. So that's just what we see. You know, it's just one of those things that it's just one of those things that we understand, right? This is a player that understands the mechanics. Reverb is another player that has been absolutely phenomenal for them. The IGL, he leads with distinction and he has been very consistent. But right now, for me, I think it's more about the other players, right? Let us keep our eyes on the other players and the other teams now to understand what is going through their heads, right? What do they have planned to combat a player like Shiva, to combat a player like Baby, you know, to combat a player like Reverb? What do these other players have in store? What are they thinking? Because right now they cannot afford, teams like Elevate and AST, they cannot afford to let this game slip further away.
True. But trying to contain Shiva is like trying to contain a ticking time bomb. If you can't cut off the wires, it's just going to explode in your face. And Shiva knows that. And I think the rejects, they know that. That's why they have to protect Shiva. But Shiva doesn't even need protection. He's the one doing the protecting. But for the RJCs, I don't know if they can be able to pull up a 4th chicken dinner today as the Zeus Esports fighting against Haki, who has been the final player surviving most of the times that we have been spectating the real esports today. And they're trying to get the rotation against the Zeus Maurice. As Maurice, players are coming towards this location. They're trying to counter the Zeus Esports. Ragnar does take Mikey down and Mikey eliminated. For Zeus Maurice, I believe that they are losing players quite easily. Is this the same Zeus that we saw in PMAC? Because they were so lethal, but at the moment they're getting battered easily. I don't know if this is the same team, Priest, or maybe they made a couple of changes towards their roster.
Well, it's going to be. I mean, have they made changes though?
I'm not even sure.
You know, I think it's more of an adaptation thing. You know, it's more about getting. It's more about getting, you know, synergy among the players and understanding how to get the best out of the lineup, you know, that comes into a competition like this right now. Because I'm looking at the likes of Elevate, you know, ASTRA Creatives, 4 Strength, and the likes. It really boils down to how confident and how solid, you know, they can make their performance going into this last game and what they have in store, you know, because at this stage you have to do something unorthodox, you have to do something different, you have to do something over the edge to just give yourself a fighting chance, to give yourself an opportunity. You know, Esports, I think they will have a set their sightlines onto the guys from Zeus here. They're pressing forward. Kevin did get knocked away in that exchange. The smoke doing its job, just keeping them a little bit of at arm's length, but the rest of the team has pulled up to the mix here. So Esports going up against Zeus now, and it might be a job well done to pack them all the way up, as Tomas and Kevin going to be the last two left. Grenades getting charged up, and the job is about to be done here. Gets the angle right, but it doesn't work, as Ragnar is going to be knocked away. Kevin goes down for the second time, but Speed is going to trade off into the corner, and that will be a wrap. Riz with the speed, packing the guys from Zeus back into the lobby, and they will go back again to the underworld to greet Hades. End of the road for them. End of the road for them for tonight. Hopefully they will come back stronger tomorrow, but 14th place PTK, not what I expected from Zeus.
Yeah, that is also not what I was expecting, but for the RIZZESPORTS are pushing together with confidence, fast on the entry and flawless on the cleanup. That's a full blitz from them right now. But are they going to maintain the tempo? But for Zeus Esports, that was quite painful. This was the last play as Thomas got the first player. I tried his best, tried to take the speed, but the speed at which the Esports was approaching him was quite insane. But he got 2 knocks. Although he didn't get the flash, he tried. You know, as a warrior, you have to fight till the last end. And Temper Yuri tampering around with the team Elevate as he takes one down. Paradox is in their vicinity trying to get that Molotov in. Paradox has to be careful because the mollies will be wrapping up, and he's trying to survive as Paradox is trying to look at all his lefts and rights, because we have the team Temper. They're trying to get him from the northern part, but also getting like a Logic at a good position. He's trying to provide the cover fire so that they may be able to maintain the numbers, and the Yuri playing it safe for this first time. And I believe the RJCs, they are getting a whooping of a lifetime as the 4S4 strength, they have just taken 2 of their players down, Priest.
Whew. Well, not what we were expecting to see at this stage, but I mean, if you give me, I will absolutely take it. 4 strength, not looking that strong, but they do have 1 elimination under their belt. On the other hand, Elevate losing out. Again, this is not something you would want, right? This is not something you would want at this stage, but it looks like the lobby is starting to get a little bit closer to RJC and their shenanigans. They will lose 2 in that quick succession. Again, Baby getting pulled out of his car immediately as well, and they know it's him, and they will send him back into the lobby. Neon Outlaws will take vengeance into their own hands and outlaw them, but Shiva is going to be the last one left for RJC, but even him being alive is still a threat. Melio is about to get pulled out of his vehicle there, but Shiva took a couple too many shots there, and that will be the end of the road for him, but not without bagging 1 elimination and getting the 90 points they needed.
But 90 points is not 100 as Priest was saying, but that is enough for them to stay at number 1. So at the moment, if Team Elevate can be able to wrap up a couple of points and try to close the gap, it will be very, very nice for their second day. But Team Elevate losing a player. We also have the ASTRA Creatives losing 1 player. So 1 player each are lost by these top 3 teams. Except for the RJCs who just lost a full squad. As the circle is closing, we have the Tribe Warriors still approaching the zone from the eastern end. They will be clashing again with the Rush Esports. And the Rush Esports are the worst team for you to be approaching if you are a Tribe Warrior fan, because nowadays was the one that inflicted the final damage on the Tribe Warriors as they did those Esports. Glitch is down with 1 elimination. Glixie also eliminated, and they are getting full rush, full push by the MVPs, and the MVP clips just clip the dead dose, and dead dose with a dose of action, dead dose with a dose to their body, and that was the death dose for them, and on their toes running back to the lobby. That was quite a very, very confident push from the MVPs, and that was fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic work from MVP. I mean, it was basically delivered onto their doorsteps, right? They worked really hard to put themselves into that position, and it worked out in their favor. But now all they have to do is capitalize and put that in. But take a look at that potion, just getting on the right side of the guys from Death Dose, just clearing them out with the UMP and clips, making quick work of that one as well. But Team BERSERK getting caught out by Hader from what a distance. What a spray that was. And again with the M4, just like PTK said in previous game, the M4 doing damage across the world and far away. But Team BERSERK, it looks like they want a piece of this action as well. Zane pulling up into the mix there. He sees the smoke trail, he sees the smoke path, but unfortunately for him, it is too far out for him to cause any sort of damage or cause any form of chaos. But Tribe Warriors, they've sensed that there's some action going up in here, and they want a piece of that as well. Kyrios driving a little bit too close for comfort there, almost getting swept aside. Grenade is good from Hader, launches that first one onto Sphinx's position, almost sending him back into the lobby. But fortunately for them, they will make the wise choice and will get out of dodge, but they will not get out quick enough. Crusader with a grenade and a half puts MVP back out into the lobby, and that will be the end of the road for them. Team BERSERK, being on the receiving end of this, they will get out of dodge just in time and escape with at least 3 players.
Full send from the Tribe Warriors, ruining the third party from Team BERSERK, but they were able to get 2 good eliminations. And the MVPs, I was looking at them and they are frowning at the moment because they had a moment of a lifetime. They are currently the team number 5. If they could have won that fight, that means that they would have closed the gap between them and the 4S and ultimately get to that number 3. But that is a dream not come true for them. That's in fact a nightmare. The teams are all trying to get a good spot in the play zone. Tribe Warriors very confident. Giants from Nigeria, Elevate, are trying to take the western part of Los Leones. And the 4KTs towards the northern part. We have the Neon Outlaws at the epicenter of action, but they will be facing, and they might be facing the fight right now from the RIZZESPORTS, who are blitzing around that area. But the Fallen Ruthless, we've not seen much of them, Priest. You know, Fallen Ruthless, we know that they are good at the game. Aika is one of their top players, but I don't know what is happening to them coming to this day number 1. They've not been quite ruthless, but they have a good spot. You know, they are at position 10, although that is not good for them with 26 points. I don't think that cuts it. You know, they had some good games, but they've had a lot of bad games.
Exactly. You know, they've had a lot of bad games as well, and it's something I think they could improve on and just get a level of consistency that is going to be very significant. But right now, as it stands, RJC have made way. Big opportunity for Elevate, Astra, Force Strength, Tribe Warriors, Neon, and Riz to close that gap just a little bit further. I mean, it is still an interesting, it's still a crazy gap, but it can still be closed. You know, RJC are still very much touchable, but now is a big opportunity for Elevate to do something special. MAZOR now setting your sights onto the guys from Force Strength, and again, Force Strength cannot afford to be losing out at this stage of the game. This is not the stage you want to be losing out on. And Team BERSERK getting caught out there by Temper finally putting work in, finally getting their things together and adding some points on the board. 4 eliminations for them. This might actually be the first time I'm seeing them get up to 4 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken. And I think finally they've started to, you know, add a little bit more pressure to the rest of these teams. Tribe Warriors, on the other hand, still yet to make their way into the zone on the other side, but they are playing it closer to the edge of the circle there. It's a good strategy for them. If Team BERSERK are going to play this, it is going to be very high risk, because there's a chance they run into the guys from Tribe Warriors, and we might get ourselves a very nasty clash here, PTK.
True, we might get a very nasty clash, but that is for the zone to decide and for the player rotation to give us a glimpse of what might be happening. And only one player from the team BERSERK is surviving, and as Sphinxy unfortunately jinxed by me, not surviving at all and taken back to the lobby. And the Tribe Warriors quite confident with 4 eliminations right now. They are trying to clinch this chicken dinner, and if they can be able to do that, I think we might just get the statement that the game is just beginning. And with 6 games remaining, and not counting this one, you need as many points as you can, because that is the motivation coming into the game, into the day number 2. As the first strength, they had a good Erangel game, although not some good Miramar games. Quite one-sided when it comes to the map of choice for the first strength, but they still are at full strength with only one player eliminated, namely the player that got the 1v3, and Temper still trying to hold. But the zone is not looking very, very nicely, because we have Astra in the center of Los Leones, Mazor not in the play zone. We have Elevate not in the play zone, but towards the southern part of the map. We have the Tribe Warriors towards that eastern part. You know, the main goal of these teams is try to situate yourself at the best spot ever. Tribe Warriors, although they have the hillside, they have to come down. And them coming down, that means that they might be clashing against the Astra Creatives or the Rush Esports. For the Tribe Warriors, that is quite a gamble that they are taking at the moment. The teams that are currently very, very safe is the teams towards the northern part of this zone. That is the Fallen Ruthless and the 4KTs. And for the 4KTs, I believe they are trying to get as many points as possible for at least to try and get out of that number 16. Because I think since we started the game, 4KTs have just maintained that position as long as we've been able to spectate these games.
Exactly. And there is no better time, you know, to get your morale up than in the final game of the day, right? This is the best game to do anything different, anything significant to change the trajectory of your performance. It is always going to be in the final game of the day. You go back home and then you look at the reviews and you look at what you did wrong and what you can do better. Excuse me.
True. Yeah, that is true. You need to just look at all those indicators, how you played in the game, in the day number 1, and try to correct a lot of errors that you made in the day number 1, hopefully to get a couple of points in the day number 2 and get a better position. But we see the Temper Esports, they have 4 eliminations already with a 3-man army. They're trying to shake off the Tribe Warriors who are holding that hillside, which is a very, very good vantage point, trying to create the choke point to take down the team Temper. But Temper, no shaken Temper, still rising Temper, still holding 4S at the central part of the rush. TGLTN is getting rushed back to the lobby. But you know, the positioning of the Tribe Warriors, I think that is the cream de la cream. That is what is setting up them for victory. But I don't know if I'm going to be jinxing them, because the rush clutch almost got the Tribe Warrior Hader. But a good positioning for the Tribe Warriors. That is what they have been expecting. You know, take the hillside and you can be able to dominate this game. But Priest, you know, coming to this final zone, what do you think might be the best decision for these teams?
You know, I think it's more about putting yourself into the high ground positions. You can see the guys from Rush Esports, their strategy, what they are trying to do, but Tribe Warriors are also doing the exact same thing. A lot of teams in a clash of strategies here doing the exact same thing in different fonts, in different formats. Tribe Warriors now, they do have, you know, the high ground positions, and they're utilizing that immediately. You can see Crusader with a sightline of his own. They're sending a couple shots over to the corner there, but Kyrios goes down to the blue zone. Not ideal for them. I believe he can get picked up, but it's going to be a very, very windy position for him if he can't seem to get his teammate. You know, if he can't seem to get his teammate picked up, it is going to be very difficult for him. Jogo gets him knocked away, though. That's a beautiful off angle from Jogo. And Rush Esports, they can capitalize on this now. They can get Tingleton picked up. And now this would be a perfect opportunity for them to take it upon themselves to trade off into that corner. And Hader sends a couple of shots around as well, but they know that they can't seem to find a way through. Crusader is still very much knocked away there. Can they get the angles right? Can they get it done? Top C has an angle on Nudi's position. He might be able to take a couple shots on him. He does, and Nudi gets knocked away. Rush in trouble again. They have 2 players getting caught out in praise, and what a grenade from Q's, bounce off the walls. And that is what you call trajectory, the hypotenuse of grenades. A square plus B square equals C square, baby.
Vectors. That is vectors. the lesson that I ignored so much in mathematics. Vectors. How did he be able to bounce it off and get that elimination? But you know what? That was fantastic. That was sweet to watch. That was mwah. But for the player, I think he just dropped his phone. I think he dropped his phone. Because I don't think he expected the net to connect that. I don't even think he expected a net to be thrown. But the net that came towards his way, I think that guy is a comrade. You know, comrades are the only people that I know they can throw that much from stones to nets. Incredible scenes. But falling ruthless with only one player, Ikers, as the Astra creative, creating a barrier for the fallen. Ikers, 4KT is still strong with a trio. Tribe Warriors still strong. We have the Rush Esports nowadays went for the push, but the Tribe Warriors quite scattered and were able to get him by the throat. And it's the final zone, no? 10 teams remaining. How intense is this game? Because at stage number 6, I don't think we have these match teams, but for these final Miramar game, we have a lot of teams, a lot of players, 27 in total, trying to get a taste of the chicken and trying to get as many points as possible, Priest.
Yeah, they're absolutely trying to amass as many points as possible. But then, how many points are even available when you have 27 players in the cut, right? For a team that's chasing a game as important as this. Right now, AST have secured themselves 4 eliminations. But again, this is a team that's down a player already. So the odds are already stacked against them. And this is not what you want. You need to have numbers. And right now, RIZZESPORTS is the only team with 4 players alive. And they are in a 2-2 split. Very smart play from them as well. But how effective and how efficient can it be? Because they are, you know, closer towards the southwestern side of the zone. And now that split gives them autonomy as the play zone has shifted into more of a much more central position inside of the city of Los Leones. But now more sprays following through. Q's with a beautiful one over the top side, but it's MAZOR getting caught out there by Tribe Warriors and Force Strength in simultaneous fashion, and a beautiful grenade getting launched over the top as well. Federal has to push the guys from Force Strength back. He has to force them back into the back line and keep them at bay so that they cannot cause any more chaos into that position, but they will circle back as MAZOR are trying to get themselves into a palpable position because they have been forced outside of the play zone. And right now, the likes of 4KT and the rest of the other teams that haven't made their way into the zone now would be the best time, because all they've got is a few seconds. Demonic unfortunately will not be claiming any souls, as they will be claimed instead. He goes back into the lobby. Crasher with a couple of a peak shot again into the corner. Lil Boy had no idea that Federal was there, and he's about to go Federal, and immediately the FBI opens up into the corner. Big sprays from MAZOR. They're crashing in. Force Strength, how strong are they? Can they hold on? But yes, they can. First shot, S12K into the corner. Can he get the way through? That's a beautiful launch over to the other side. Bounces it all through, and Q's with the grenade again. The hypotenuse is always solving the math, PTK, with those grenades.
This guy is from Greek. He invented mathematics. He was one of the pioneers, and as you just saw from the Force Strength, that guy incredible. That guy sweet in how he is throwing those nades. Every angle covered, every push coordinated. That team is built on strength and teamwork. Is built on mathematics itself. No weak links, no hesitation. Force Strength Esports applying non-stop pressure, and that was good patience from that team. But the RIZZESPORTS also found themselves in quite a tumble as the Elevate team is trying to push by one nade, and that is it. Elevated back to the lobby. This is a RIZZESPORTS, and the final zone, the final fights are quite elevated. They are quite so hot. I didn't expect that net to connect, but you know what? RIZZESPORTS coming in with the blitz. That push, that nade was lightning fast. Boom! And Elevate back to the lobby.
All the way back. They have been forced all the way back. Elevate did not do the job. They only managed 2 eliminations. It is not enough. AST now, they're licking their lips. It's a big chance for them to handicap the guys from Elevate and push even further. It's a big opportunity for them, but will they grasp it? Will they take it upon their hands? Right now, Riz is the only team that has a numbers advantage, 4 players alive. The rest of the other teams like AST, Neon Outlaws, and 4KT are all playing with a man down. But it's still anyone's game at this stage. If 4KT can make their way around, Fallen Ruthless still have a solo inside. If they can make a play inside of the zone here without getting caught out, it could be a major breach in the open space. By 4 strengths immediately taking hits. Beautiful grenade again from Speed. Riz, one by one, they're starting to feel it now, but they have to make sure they take this position away from Fallen Ruthless. They have to make sure that this position doesn't come to haunt them going forward. The guys from 4KT, 3 eliminations they've been able to secure so far, and now Riz are pressing forward. They're looking for a way inside of that next phase of play, inside of the zone. They have the numbers advantage. They can take the risk, but unfortunately Neon Outlaws have a better position and they will be getting sideswiped. That's a beautiful spray over to the other side. Baby has to be very careful there. He might have almost got sent away, but fortunately for them, they will be holding on. And now Riz, having cut down to size, now they only have 3 players of their own as well. There is no numbers advantage anymore, and Haki had to be very careful. He almost found justice at the hands of Batman there. Balal, the one with the sprays, over to the other side, but he manages to keep them at bay. Riz trying to get inside of the zone, but Neon Outlaws have them penned in over to that right hand side. And again, 4KT creeping up. They're sliding in, they're slippery, but hopefully they will find a way into that final third of the zone. But right now RIZZESPORTS are creeping up inside as well, taking up space, but Neon continue to cause problems, continue to punish them. Beekeeper almost getting swept away there by Ragnar. The pressure continues to mount, and now utilities fly over to the rooftop, but now the grenade from Melio is the one that's going to drop through. An unfortunate scenes there for Astra, as they will be losing yet another. But 4KT see you, he will see you again and see you off back into the lobby. 4KT see you has started to cook. We know exactly how capable he is, and he's pressing forward now, exposing to the other side. But no, the jump shot connects S12K straight to the chest, and now Pew Pew had no idea, but he dials it in. 4KT now, they're feeling it again. They're cooking all the way through over to the right hand side. CU knows exactly what to do, and he's adding more and more pressure as 4KT starting to slime out the opposition one by one. Astra, can they go astronomical? Can they add more pressure? They know that the numbers are not in their favor at this stage. Big sprays from Quilla now. Final boss discovered, dropped to his knees, and he might be getting knocked off again into the other side. See you playing a little bit closer. 4KT up to 5 now. More numbers, more chaos, and this is what we love.
This is the slime that we have been talking about, and finally they have had their game of a lifetime. But one player, CU, 5 eliminations already. The Riz are pushing towards the Astra creative, and creative, they have to be creative enough. That push was so unique, but for Pew, that was not what he was expecting. The only one player remaining. RIZZESPORTS are going for the push. Ragnar clutch. They want the one player surviving. And the Astra creative, Astra, astronomical cycle pass to the lobby. And the 4KT, they have the chance of a lifetime. This is the moment of reckoning. They have the game at the throats. They need to win this. RIZZESPORTS, they have to be careful. 4KT, there's only 2 players remaining. CU is down. Riz Haki. One of the players surviving from the RIZZESPORTS. Oh my one. Oh my goodness. And it's happening all over again. The love of a final game for the day number 1 sensation, and it's bottling up at the top at the moment. And the RIZZESPORTS, they take the win from the 4KTs, and the world is left to wonder. Africa, wide-eyed, bemused, how on earth did that happen? 4KTs, they had that advantage, but the fight was from the RIZZESPORTS. They had the manpower, they had the loot, and leave your mark. And the RIZZESPORTS did leave their mark, but for the 4KTs, the game has been their game of a lifetime. The game number 6, the hottest so far. And the table is looking a little bit sweet, Priest.
Too sweet. Too sweet. What a finish. What a what a culmination to all of the games we've watched so far. But RIZZESPORTS standing strong, standing firm for this performance. I mean, well done to them. It doesn't get any better than that. A chicken dinner in the last game, and again, all of the teams that was expecting something from finally stepped up to the plate. The one time that RJC do not put points on the board, that gives you interesting dynamics, because these guys finished up with 14 eliminations. Ragnar in those MVP conversations, and that's what we love to see.
Confidence through the roof. RIZZESPORTS, they played with swagger, and right now, guys, we don't have to say much. I think the match summary says it all. That game was hot. Close to 9,000 total heals. The damage was astronomical, man. 15,000. That was a crazy game. Smooth movement, smooth execution. That was pure business, pure bees from the RIZZESPORTS. 59 eliminations registered, 70 total knocks. And for the longest elimination distance, 268 meters, that was not as far as I was expecting, because I wanted someone to break the 377 mark, but I've not seen anyone doing that. But you know what? Game is game. And at least we have had at least close to 300, although that is not that farther apart. But for Miramar, that was incredible. And RIZZESPORTS, you know, I just have to give you this. That was a good game. Riz Ragnar with the 6 eliminations. That is the MVP of the game number 6. We have Pew Pew with the highest damage. But I don't know. You know, you saw the push that Pew Pew made. He made the jump, then he met a barrel, the S12K barrel. I don't know how he behaved, but I would love to see the reaction of Pew Pew at that point, Priest.
I know, right? I would have loved to see his reaction as well. I mean, it would have been something special. But yo, Q's with those grenades, man. He was something different. He was absolutely something different with those grenades. Curious as well. You know, is that the also? Was it the same one? Okay, it wasn't the one that got that elimination for Tribe Warriors, the one that we talked about, right? I think it was Top C that got that one, and apparently it wasn't even the longest. His was the longest apparently, so I'm guessing Top C was not even as long as we thought from that distance earlier on. But you know, it is what it is. Demonic from MAZOR, putting 14.4 kilometers on the board, did a lot of traveling. I mean, MAZOR, their rotation did require a lot of traveling. That path that he chose to play out of was very difficult to make out. But nonetheless, RIZZESPORTS take this chicken dinner in match number 6. And now, you know, ASTRA, I think ASTRA put some nice points on the board, but for strength as well also did a little bit of something on the board. But Elevate, I think Elevate is the only team that I feel fell a little bit short, didn't get as many points as they would have liked, but they're probably gonna have to try again tomorrow and try even harder, because you know it's going to be very difficult to put some distance between them and the rest of the other teams that are chasing all the way from, you know, 3rd place, 4th place and the rest, you know.
Yeah, true. But I feel so sad for the 4KTs, although I feel so good because they were able to outperform most of the teams in the final game. Although they didn't get the chicken dinner, it was stolen by the Riz, but I can't say it was stolen, it was snatched. But 4KTs, I think this is going to recreate the whole table. They have been sitting at the position number 16, but right now I think that will be very, very different, as they are able to get a couple of points in that game. But for Zeus Morris, we expected them getting eliminated the first time, and it was not a good scene, honestly, because Zeus Morris is one of the top teams, but the underdogs are doing a little bit better. But hopefully tomorrow the game will be a bit different for the Zeus Morris. Maybe come up with a different strategy, change up a couple of few things, because the kind of tactics that they're using, I think today is not actually working. But for the 4KTs, I think they need to keep up the same tactics that they used in the final game. I think tomorrow they need to use that from the game number 1 to the game number 6. Otherwise, they are not going to be seeing results. But for the 4KTs, awesome stuff. RIZZESPORTS 24 total points. Although they did not get to the 27 threshold that we saw the RJCs getting, RIZZESPORTS, that was commendable performance. And, you know, Priest, we have to talk about the Tribe Warriors. You know, they dominated the game number 5. For the game number 6, they were exceptional. Although they didn't get the chicken dinner, but how do you think their performance was?
You know, I think it was a decent performance, you know, nonetheless. I mean, if you take a look, RIZZESPORTS and Slime4KT, the head-to-head tells you a little bit of an interesting story. RIZZESPORTS, they did the right thing. They did everything right, you know, keeping all of their players alive up onto the final third. They had a lot of intel. They played in a 2-2 split. They had high ground positions. They did everything right. You know, they made the right call. They made the early rotations. They played to perfection into that final zone, and it paid off. It paid off perfectly. 14 eliminations. They were able to get more and more eliminations as the game went through. Another, South African team showing dominance, showing initiative, and now we saw CU in his element, one of the better players. It has been just unfortunate that he hasn't been able to find his groove, but he has now. He has found, but only to find it in game number 6. I don't know what that does for his confidence, but it is going to be very interesting to see how tomorrow fares. But Ragnar, again, one of those MVP players that we saw in PMNT, South Africa in the finals as well. He put in a shift and a performance for his team, but now can he do more of the same? It's a good start for them. For some of these teams, it's a very, very good start, but the MVP race is still very much between Shiva, Baby, Reverb, Pew Pew, and Cute right now.
They've not been able to shake Shiva. Although he didn't get even a single point in the final game, he still is able to maintain that number 1 spot with 24 eliminations. Baby was the one that at least increased his scores, and River at least 15, but at least we have Pew Pew right now. Pew Pew is a good contender for the MVP position already with the 15 eliminations. That puts him at number 4. The guy with the nades, the nade god, Q's, he has the 11 elimination and finally has appeared as a top 5 in that MVP or the overall top players in the day number 1. So tomorrow is when we are going to be sealing these, put it in concrete and lay the game to rest. PMGO Season 1 Africa is quite crazy. With more than 4,000 damage for Shiva is quite crazy. And guys, day number 1 has been insane. We've seen the RJCs dominating. We've seen RIZZESPORTS dominating. Dead those, they've also had their moments. Elevate, they've had their moment. But let's get to see how the overall standings look like. Please, this is the moment. At least teams get to know where they are standing. And guess what, guys? RJCs, they still are seeing that global spot with 90 points. More than that is how many points separating them and the number 2? 90 RJCs, ASTRA Creative with the 54. So quite a gap between them and the number 2. And this is just like the same thing that we saw in the PMAC 2025. Maybe they are trying to redo the whole thing in PMGO. These will be quite crazy, and I think this is quite good for the team that perform very, very well. I think they have a spot at the top 8. Honestly, Chris, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear how dominant RJC has been so far. The road to PMGO is paved with good intentions, and they are intentional. AST in second place. That performance puts them just over the top of Elevate with 49 points. 48 for Riz. That chicken dinner also catapults them into that conversation. And as we talked about, Death Dose have been moved out of the top 8. And now things are going to get very dicey for them going into tomorrow's games. For Strength, on the other hand, 40 points on the board for them, deep into the 40s. But right now, Falling Ruthless and Death Dose, Hideous Twins in 9th and 10th. Slime4KT finally getting a solid performance. catapulting themselves into 11th place, not too far away from a top 8 conversation at this stage. It is all about how tomorrow is going to look for them. MAZOR, Rush as well, Temper, BERSERK, Zeus. There is still a long road for them before they can get into the top draw and see themselves into at least a better position to get some better rewards from that prize pool. PTK, you know?
Yeah, so the game was intense, the day number one. Maybe some teams, they came with a lot of pressure, but I think the pressure right now has been relieved, you know. They didn't know how the PMGO Africa would be like, but I know at least they have tested the waters. So tomorrow we're expecting them to come a little bit more creative, a little bit more, can I say better? Because honestly speaking, today we have a couple of teams that have not been able to perform as intended, but hopefully tomorrow will be a good game for them. And you know guys, it's been crazy. Day number one has been awesome, and that squad wipe at the end, but that was crazy. That was incredibly clean. They made it look like business as usual, and that is the exact energy of the new Infinix Note 60 series. And when the active matrix light starts flashing, you know it's game over. It's time to pro suit up and make that trophy come home. Show off your style and lift up the game. You know, it's on. Infinix Note 60 series, you know, that's crazy. If you want a good device for gaming, if you want a good device for personal use, that is the device. And the PMGO, this is it, man. Priest, I think today has been more than I was expecting. You know, I was expecting maybe we'll have some dominance from a couple of teams, but it's not been like that. RJCs, I was expecting them to get like more than 5 chicken dinners. Although they got 3 of them, they were not able to get all of them. At least we had some underdogs, the 4KTs, they were able to come back to the game. RIZZESPORTS, they were able to show us what they mean, and they mean business. Suit up, get yours now, bro. It's crazy, Priest.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Frame by frame, second by second, but we've seen the PUBG Mobile Global Open, the Africa Finals, Season 1. It is day 1 of the finals, and we have just wrapped up the last game, ladies and gentlemen. RJC put up a masterclass of a performance today. They got 3 chicken dinners out of 6, and they are currently cruising all the way down, potentially getting 100 points by tomorrow's games, and that will give them a little bit of breathing room going into that PMGO Global. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, the action continues tomorrow, so stay tuned. Do not touch that dial. Turn on the post notifications, and you will be notified once the stream goes live tomorrow. But until then, PTK and I are signing out. I've been lovely production, by the way. Big shout out. Absolutely incredible. But ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the broadcast. We'll see you guys same time tomorrow. Tune in. Stay locked in.
Number 1 for Africa. This is the 2026 PMGO Africa Finals.